Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome. We're getting going here, so it's already going. Here we go.
But based upon the reports I see, it was caused by these drugs. I'm not seeing the connection.
Well, I mean, we saw the pictures. I mean, in the basement at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there was a meth pipe. There was methamphetamine, as testified by
There's meth.
Scanlon.
There's meth, and there's some meth. Also some meth.
The history that my client provided, I think Dr. O'Donnell could opine that if you use methamphetamine long-term, it may cause chronic brain damage. He's not a doctor. He's not going to be able to say
not
whether
a doctor.
Business has brain damage, but he can provide that information, and the jury can decide.
Looks like they're having a discussion over an expert witness.
Their purview, that's their prerogative to take that information and then make a determination.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but
sure.
Obviously we're running a long time.
Okay.
You're not going to ask him, well, Dr. O'Donnell, do you believe that excessive use of methamphetamine has caused chronic brain damage in Taylor Schabusiness? You're not going to ask him that question.
No, I would ask, could it or may it cause that kind of damage?
I was.
Number two, long-term adolescent use of marijuana arrests brain development. Mr. Lizet expressed concern about a number of the modifiers that are in there. I'm not sure what long-term adolescent use. Actually, there's a typo in that sentence. I didn't notice it till right now, but I'm assuming it's long-term adolescent use. He's going to try to define what that means because I'm not sure how he's going to discern, what somebody.
How long has you been using meth?
Somebody could use it for a week, and he might say that's pretty long.
Right.
Somebody could use it for 10 years.
Only if he wants to make
could say,
feel
that's
good.
not really long, depending on how old they are. And then,
I mean, 10 years of meth, I think, is long either way.
And I'm kind of compounding the question for you, but again, I'm not seeing that there's any testimony that there has been brain development.
Your Honor, when my client met with Dr. O'Donnell, I believe that she reported that she was a daily user of marijuana. And so if he would be allowed to come in and testify that it could cause some issues with brain development, that's where I would go with that.
And again, it sounds like what you're saying is his testimony is, here's what she reported to me. If that's true, she might have brain development, but she might not.
Right. Yes.
The third point is Taylor Schabusiness was not treated with psychotropic drugs to control or mitigate her psychiatric illnesses. And I had some concerns there because, we've had a number of evaluations that were conducted in this case. And I'm not clear that anybody has a good understanding of whether or not she even has a psychiatric illness.
Well,
I will tell you, I'm aware of the fact that there was that one diagnosis for bipolar outlined, I think, at Nickel.
Bipolar, that's just a woman.
That was disputed, and frankly, that was even disputed by a defense. I think Dr. Lucetta disputed that. I read over her report last evening.
I'm just getting the tweets and stuff sent out here.
Right now, that defense expert, Dr. Lucetta, wasn't sure, and there was concern about whether or not that diagnosis was accurate in light of the fact that the drug use that occurred at the time that she came in to get the diagnosis. And so one of my concerns is that if there's testimony that she wasn't treated with drugs to mitigate a psychiatric illness, here are the psychiatric illnesses that she should have been treated with. One of the problems I'm having now is the state should have the opportunity to, for example, call in Dr. Lucetta, who did a defense evaluation, to say, I don't know that I can support Dr. O'Donnell's conclusion that she has a psychiatric
Almost
illness.
fully
There's
going
a
here,
dispute
guys.
about that. And so I guess I'm wondering, what can you tell me about that? And I will note, too, that as part of that bullet point, Dr. O'Donnell goes on to a conversation about schizophrenia. And as you know, from what I read to Mr. Lizet, Dr. O'Donnell testified that he didn't even find a diagnosis of schizophrenia in all the records.
Your Honor, I know that my review of the Bellin records, the Nicolay records, the jail records, and other documents that I obtained on behalf of Ms. Schabusiness, it indicated that she frequently did not want to take the medications, that she refused the medications. And when you don't take your medications and you have a psychiatric illness or a mental health problem, your condition could be exacerbated. It could get worse over time. And so
I mean, but
think
his
that it would
contention
be
is
relevant for
there's
Dr.
no
O'Donnell to
diagnosis for it.
talk about that. He's got information directly from my client and from the other records, and then he could provide some information about that.
Sure, and so I guess I want to drill into this a little bit further because I want to make sure I understand what you're asking of me. And again, I'm not going to make a decision right now. I'm already running 5 minutes late, which I don't like to do. But
Look, all Shad Thyrion wanted was to drill into Taylor Schabusiness. Saw how that turned out.
Would say something along these lines. If someone has a psychiatric illness and they don't take their medications, that could be bad. We don't know whether she has a psychiatric illness or not. But if she does, and if she doesn't take any meds for it, that could be a bad thing. That's pretty much where we're at.
Yes.
The statement, psychotropic drugs do have efficacy in a large percentage of patients who take them. I'm not.
What? Why? This weird audio pause. We had this a little bit yesterday too. Schabusiness. I'm just kidding. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome. We'll wait for this to come back. Looks like they're having a little issue with the feed. Woo-hoo! It's early. It's early in the morning. Oh my God, I hate being up this early. All right. So yes, hey guys. Welcome back to the show. Someone asked what the charges are. Look, I don't know off the top of my head what the official charges for Schabusiness are, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go grab them in just a second, and we'll get that sussed out. Oh,
which again is disputed.
She's charged with being too much fun.
A year ago, but is that what he's indicating? He wants to opine that if that I believe she has bipolar based upon that diagnosis, and if she'd have taken medications, she'd have been better.
I believe so, but if the court limits the
court's audio is
the line of
super quiet.
questioning, I believe that, based on Dr. O'Donnell's history and knowledge, training, and experience, he could just generally testify that, if you use methamphetamine and you have some sort of a psychiatric condition, the drug use can, worsen your mental health condition.
Okay. It's starting to clear up, become clearer for me. Not exceedingly clear, but a little clearer. And I'm going to afford the attorneys an opportunity to talk now that I've clarified that.
I think she's looking at the judge like,
and they're along the lines of,
hey, BB.
the state's concern about connecting.
You want to hit my stack of
There are
mattresses?
some opinions that are outlined in that document that I think this doctor could give because he's a pharmacologist, and I'm satisfied based upon his experience that he could give those opinions. But the concern is how they tie into this case, because I'm sure he could give a lot of opinions about a lot of things, and he'd be qualified to give all of them, but they have nothing to do with this case. And that's my concern. So, and I'll render decisions on these issues, but I'm going to certainly afford the parties an opportunity to speak a little bit, find out whether there's any accommodation you can reach for limited use of Dr. O'Donnell. But if not, I'll render decisions on all of it, and I'll just indicate how it's going to happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else to bring
So it looks
up
like
before we go back?
we got
on the
first-degree
facts?
intentional homicide,
Mr.
mutilating a corpse,
No, not
and
the state.
third-degree sexual assault.
Mr. Fraser.
I mean,
There's an issue, but
it's not
we'll
that
bring
bad.
it to your attention later on.
Well, I'd like to do, if you could bring it to my attention now so I can think about it.
I know the volume's low. It's on the feed.
More intelligently.
It was louder. It's maxed out on my end.
Could we approach the bench?
So I'll have to drop me way down until they fix the fucking audio feed. When their feed went down, the audio dropped. Oh, look at that peak display of masculinity there. The Hamburger Olympics is on. It is in full force. If you notice, the guy in the middle looks like he had two suits sewn together to accommodate him. Carl Jope says, I don't think she's worth being beheaded, by the way. I mean, come on, Carl. Like, you got to factor in the fun aspect. Up until the beheading, it was a wild time. An absolutely wild time. Look at her pretending she can read. Where are the pictures in this document? How many pages is this? Eternal Crusader, don't be mean. Come on now. It's a prosecutor. Wow, JD, welcome to Paralegal Status. We do have some chats from yesterday on locals that I didn't get to. Cassie Mayron says, oh yeah, Nick, could you please do a daytime locals call-in show? I think I answered that. Misty says, hi there, Raggets. Had oral surgery Monday. They removed all of what was left of my teeth. Please, everyone, take better care of your teeth than I did. This is the worst pain I've ever been in. That doesn't sound fun. Wow. El Gonzo, Ricadaloff, if I remember correctly, Leafy was murked by iDubbbz Content Cop. Since iDubbbz became a cuck, I guess his victims are resurrecting.
Detective Scanlon will be the next witness. Is he around? Yes. He's back there? Okay. Bring in the jury. All rise for the jury.
Wonder if there's somewhere with a better audio feed since Court TV is kind of screwed up. Oh, Gonzo 1000 says I can fix her. This guy says, Nick, your comments today are way out of line. No human should be put through such a long, slow roast. Also says this is what happens when you stick your dick in crazy. Okay, those are some leftover chats from locals yesterday that I didn't get to. Okay, just a little bit of housekeeping. Please do remember that this is an offensive show, and I will be making offensive jokes about the living and the dead. If you don't want that, go watch, I don't know, Court TV.
Yes, Your Honor. The state was done with questioning, but I believe that Detective Scanlon is now available
Let me
for
see.
examination.
Can I find... Yeah, I'm working on getting a better court feed. Just a minute.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Philip Scanlon. Okay, and then with that, Mr. Fraley, the witness is yours.
Your Honor, thank you. Morning, Detective Scanlon.
Good morning.
Hold on.
You were called in on February 23rd of 2022 to assist in the investigation of a homicide that had occurred overnight.
It's a little bit better.
Date,
I was.
and you were briefed that there was a 911 call from 829 Stony Brook Lane. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the report?
There was a report that a homeowner was calling the police from that address that they had found their son's head in the bucket.
And
Oh,
where
wait.
was that?
I forgot I can do this.
Stony Brook,
I mean, what part of the house?
in the basement.
And then what did you do after you got the call?
I responded to the scene. I responded to the station. met with supervisors, got briefed, and was sent to the address.
What time did you get to that address?
Yeah, buddy.
6:30.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do initially?
Initially got there, met with the detective lieutenant on scene that was there, met with a couple sergeants that were in the address. Did a walkthrough of the address.
Broncos in Europe.
After being there, I did a quick neighborhood canvass. And then as time progressed, the warrant was signed, and then we waited for the doctor to arrive, and then we started to process the basement.
In the driveway, were there cars parked?
There's 2 cars.
What kind of cars, you know?
There was a red Jetta parked closer to the garage, and there was I think a dark RAV4.
Were they parked by the side door?
Yes.
Did you see any gold colored minivan there?
I did not.
Okay, so this is a guy we ended on yesterday. This is cross-examination. Judge's mic is pointed in a bad direction.
I recall 2.
What was the other car?
I'm sorry.
What was the other vehicle? You said a Jetta?
There was a Jetta and I think a RAV4, if I remember correctly.
Did you see a Forester, a Subaru Forester parked there?
I don't recall that.
Your Honor, can I approach?
Did you see anything?
Detective Scanlon, I show you what's marked as exhibit 66, 67, 68, 69. Can you tell me what picture 68 or exhibit 68 is?
You say 68?
Yeah, yes.
68 is a photograph of the red Jetta, I believe.
Is that parked in the driveway of 829 Stony Brook?
It is.
Wait, one of them drove a Jetta? Guilty.
I can't see it in this photograph.
Okay. Does it depict the house on Stony Brook Lane as well?
I believe so, yes.
The vehicles that you saw on the date of February 23rd, 2022 were parked in a line sort of on the driveway behind each other?
Yes, the Jetta was in front and the second vehicle was behind it.
And that was the RAV4?
I believe so.
Legal Vices says,
The
here's looking at
exhibit
you, Uncle
68
Nick.
appear to be
Let the
vehicles that
dildoing
you saw when you
begin.
walked up.
Yeah, based on my recollection, there was a snow-covered red Jetta parked closer to the garage.
Okay. Then turn your attention to exhibit 69, please. What is that?
That appears to be a picture of it from the trunk and license plate.
Different angle of the Jetta?
Yes, sir.
Any other vehicles in that picture?
No.
Same location?
Yes.
Exhibit 70? Exhibit 70, could you look at that one?
I have 67. I'm sorry, I have 66 or 69.
Okay, take a look at 66. What do you see in that picture?
I see a picture facing the driver's side of the red Jetta as it's parked in front of the side door of 829 Stony Brook, and then the dark vehicle behind it.
Do you know if that dark vehicle behind it belonged to Steve Hendricks?
I personally didn't check the registrations of these cars, so I don't know.
But that's at, that shows the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Yes.
And then the other exhibit, is that exhibit 67?
I have it.
Okay, could you describe what you see there?
It's a picture from the front end of the Jetta facing west. So it's the vantage is down the driveway with the house on the left and the 2 vehicles.
The Jetta, did you determine that to be Tara Pakanich's vehicle?
I didn't run registration, so I don't know.
but it's just another view of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what you
All of
did
these
do?
Pictures do they appear to be the vehicles that you saw when you came to this residence on February 23rd?
They do.
Offer exhibits 67 or 66, 67, 68, 69.
No.
As part of your investigation, you did not find any gold colored minivan at this residence, correct?
I did not.
She always looks like she's struggling to
See
understand
any,
where she even
minivan
is.
on the street at all?
I did not.
When you came to this residence, you walked inside and then you waited for the search warrant to be obtained, correct?
Yeah, I got there shortly after 6:30. I did a walkthrough, looked around, got my bearings in the house, the make, the type of house, kind of what the scope of the search would be. We did spend some time looking for Mr. Thyrion. And then we decided to wait for a search warrant before we proceeded. And we also had to wait for the doctor to arrive from Dane County. So we waited.
Did you put on PPE gear?
I'm sorry.
Did you put on PPE gear, protective equipment gear?
Yes.
Okay.
Personal protective
And when
equipment.
Dr. Trancheta arrived, then did you go down to the basement?
I'd been down the basement before and had come back up. So when Dr. Trancheta arrived and then primarily Dr. Trancheta, Ms. Schwab, myself, Detective Cassie Pakala, and then forensic specialist Bailey Andre and forensic specialist Sharneski then all went to process the basement. Yes,
You went down the basement when you got there just to check it out?
I did.
And did you look at the bucket?
I did.
When you got down there, were you in the PPE gear?
The very first time I got there was not. There's the uniformed officers there that weren't in it. There was some question about whether the body was there and why it had not been found yet. Some question about how well we looked for it. So we did do a quick look through and then came back up. Yes, without it.
When you, Detective Scanlon, when you went down the stairs, did you see a towel over the bucket
By the time I got there, it was already removed and off the
Well,
side.
you didn't find
laying on the floor?
Yes.
You looked in the bucket, obviously.
the body was hard to find. It was in a tote.
Did you move the contents of the
No.
bucket? Okay. There were other items in the bucket later on that you found out about, correct?
There were.
What other items were in the bucket?
There was remains, two different specific types of remains that I observed.
Okay.
There was a human head. There was genitalia in the bucket.
Let me stop you there.
How many buckets have you come
What do you mean
across?
genitalia?
What do you mean,
What I
genitalia?
recognize as the penis and testicles.
Oh, she cut
Were
the
they
balls
laying
off
underneath the
too.
head?
They were visible after the head was removed. Yes.
What else did you see?
I observed a black.
Sorry, let me stop
Miracle
you
3
there.
Kitchen blade knife. That
What do you
was
mean by
removed.
genitalia?
Kitchen knife? I observed a yellow
Would you think it was going to be a vagina
pocket
in the
knife, I
bucket?
guess, for best description of the pocket knife with a yellow handle. There was head of a razor, like a shaving razor blade, nail, Jolly Rancher, and there was a flesh material that the doctor just described as a flesh material.
Blood in the bucket as well?
There was blood in the bucket, yes.
This is all in that black bucket, correct?
The black Fleet Farm bucket, yes. Container 1.
Fleet Farm, a Midwest staple.
What did you do next then after you fully?
We know she's on
investigated the
Team
contents?
Balls, by the way.
So we referred to 4 containers in the home, and it's just a matter of staying organized with the recovery. We went from left to right when looking at the basement. So we moved to container 2, which was the blue Jimmy Choo bag. And then Dr. Trancheta set it down on a blanket, sterile blanket that he had brought. And then he started to remove the contents of it.
No, Nina, it does not mean no balls because she left the balls in the bucket with the penis where they belong. Would have been weird to keep them attached to the body.
Fair to say that all of you were going through this together as far as looking around and investigating certain things?
Yes, we're all together at this time. Yes.
And in the meantime, was Taylor Schabusiness over at the police department with Detective Groff and Detective Kemp?
She was.
And were you communicating with Detective Kempf by phone or
I
text?
don't remember which one I spoke to. I was getting phone contact from one of the two of them.
So information was going back between officers, correct?
Yes.
And the focus of your investigation was the basement of Stony Brook, is that fair?
The basement, and then, as we found the knives, I went upstairs and tried to identify whether or not those knives had come from the kitchen. So I did travel back upstairs to take a look at the knife block, and then I looked in the drawers to see if they had similar knives to the Miracle, the black handled knife in the bucket. So I did go upstairs to look at that.
How
At
many?
some point.
There were 2 knives in the bucket.
There was 2 knives in the bucket, the black handled kitchen knife. So I think it was a Miracle Blade 3 was the stamp. And then there was a yellow, like a pocket knife, the yellow handled pocket knife.
And when you went upstairs, you didn't see any other yellow handled pocket knives, correct?
No, I've seen other Miracle Blade 3 knives. There was one on the butter dish, and there was similar knives to that in the drawer. But I don't know the source or where the yellow knife was from.
And while all this was going on, the forensic specialists, Andre and Charneski, were taking pictures, correct?
Yes.
Nina, what do you mean? What did he do to deserve this? Man, at the time of his life.
Did you find any evidence of drug use down in that basement?
I did.
What did you find down there?
There was a methamphetamine pipe, or what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, on the entertainment center, and there was a green gem baggie with a crystal substance that I later checked out more thoroughly.
Bow, bow, bow. I think it's an act. I think her whole like shtick is an act, but it is funny. Like these constant looks of like, what am I even doing here? Not quite sure why I'm alive. Kind of weird to me.
The meth pipe that you observed, where was it?
It was on the entertainment center, kind of a makeshift dresser to the left of the bed.
And did you find drugs?
There was what I believe to be drugs, yes, next to it in the gem baggie.
When you say gem baggie, is that a plastic bag?
Yeah, a little like a 1 inch or 1.5 inch green baggie.
Do you know what was in the gem baggie?
I later field tested it for methamphetamine.
By field tested, he
It
went.
was crystal methamphetamine.
And where was that?
That was to the right of the meth pipe.
Did you find any marijuana?
I did not know.
Did you find any packaging for marijuana?
I did not know.
Could I approach your arm?
You may.
What the business? What the business?
Exhibits 70, 71, 72.
Yeah, but did you find any weed though? It's a Read for Madness defense. You see those commercials?
Exhibit 70.
You see what weed makes people do?
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
That's the entertainment center. That picture depicts the methamphetamine pipe. Next to it's the green gem bag I referred to, and some other items with some placards that our forensic specialists put down photograph.
Is there any packaging from a company called Loom in Iron Mountain in that picture?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Is there any packaging from a company called Loom, Lume, in that photo?
Boom.
I don't see it.
Okay. This picture, Exhibit 70, does it depict that entertainment center in the basement of Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
Was that picture taken on or about February 23rd of 2022?
it was.
Exhibit 71, could you identify that?
That it just appears to be the same area, but a close-up of the green gem bag, and no watch in front of it.
That gem bag later turned out to be methamphetamine, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did some of it spill out on the entertainment center?
Looking at this close-up photo, there are white specks on the entertainment center. I don't know if that's that.
You don't know if that's that.
I didn't use it. I didn't.
Well, do you
use
know
it
if that's
on site
this?
To see that? No, I don't know.
Okay. Does that picture show that entertainment center and contents on that item from Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn your attention to Exhibit 72? Can you identify what that is?
It's the same area. It's a close-up of the gem bag.
Is that the gem bag that was on top of the entertainment center on Stony Brook Lane in the basement?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, so I saw
Yeah,
some
good. You had a chance to
confusion
take a
about
good
this.
look at that,
Yeah.
correct?
A gem bag
I'll
is a
offer Exhibit 70,
GEM bag.
71,
It's a small little, baggie like this that you'd put like powdered drugs in typically. I mean, it's not what they're for, but that's what they get associated with. Little plastic
When
bags. You
did
see them
your
on
search of the
TV shows
basement,
and
Did you
shit.
find anybody else in the basement? Any
Other
other
than the
people down
remains,
there?
other than the remains of Mr. Thyrion, no.
Did you canvass the area and make contact with neighbors?
Yeah, a lot of
I
times
did.
it's called a dime
Why did you
bag.
do that?
I had some time.
It's called a
waiting for
dime
the
bag
doctor
to
to arrive,
you.
waiting
It's
for the
called a
warrant to get
gem
done.
bag to them.
So rather than stand there, I decided to.
But it's not a gym bag for like
standard
going to the.
neighborhood canvas to talk to
gym.
neighbors to see if any of the neighbors were up last night or had observed anything that they would be relevant to the investigation.
Did you get any information that was relevant?
I did.
What?
I did.
What did you get?
I talked to some neighbors across the street who told me things that they've seen. I documented their information and went to the next house.
When you were there at 829 Stony Brook Lane, did you talk to Tara Packenick?
I did not.
Did you talk to her later on?
I saw her in passing later on when they went to get some personal property, but I didn't speak to her.
Was it your understanding as part of your investigation that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the residence on Stony Brook?
I'm sorry.
Was it your understanding that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the Stony Brook Lane property,
That was my understanding, yes.
and that he really didn't live there?
I'm going to object. This is all presumably hearsay. If he knew that information, he would have heard that from other people.
Response?
Your Honor, detectives gather lots of information, and I believe that they're
Whoa,
trying to
yeah.
do their
What's the
job and
hearsay?
Get information. I believe it would be reliable.
He would have heard it from other people. He didn't ask what the other person said. He just asked what he knows.
It's in from other witnesses, so I'm not going to sustain the objection, but I'm satisfied it is hearsay, so move along, Mr. Freeland.
Okay, thank you. We heard some testimony about that exhibit 33, that dog collar, correct?
Yes.
You opened it up and we were able to see it. That dog collar has 2 rings on it, correct?
Yes.
Do the rings, are they able to go into each other where you could pull it tight?
My understanding of the dog collar is you have to pass the chain through to join the rings so that it can be used as like a pincher dog collar. One of the chains that was by the pub table had already been done that and was a loop. And then the chain that was on the entertainment center was not looped
Yeah.
through. So it was just a straight chain.
But
As a member
chain
of
that you
the
showed us,
undead
it had
community,
2
the
loops
judge
you
is
could
immune to using a
put them
microphone.
through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try it, but I think you pass the chain through to marry the loop of the collar.
Are you saying that there would be a separate chain?
That chain was as I found it.
Okay. And with that chain, the 2 rings, you're not gonna be able to pass them through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try to do it, but my understanding would be you could not. You'd have to pass the chain through to get the loop.
Okay. The Jimmy Choo bag, that was on top of the entertainment center.
It was.
And what led your attention to that?
There was some red tissue and blood, not blood, red tissue on the zipper and on the side of the bag.
And inside the Jimmy Choo bag were different body parts, correct?
There were.
There was a lung,
The doctor identified the object as the lung, yes.
piece of liver,
He identified a liver.
patella tendon,
The doctor showed me that and identified that.
pieces of skin or fatty tissue,
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
and there are lots of bags in there, correct?
Yes.
There was a pink and black Under Armour backpack that was found, correct?
Yes, that we referred to as container 3.
That was on the floor by the mattress.
Yes, it was at the, I guess we'll call it the foot of the bed, but it was off the end of the bed between
Reminds me of
the
that
bed
Fall Out
and
Boy
the
song.
entertainment center.
And in this
Charlie DeAngelis has been here for 8 months longer than my last
were
marriage.
plastic shopping
He's been here
bags,
for
correct?
8 months.
There was.
Oh,
There were
shit.
some body parts in there.
There was.
How's it going, brother?
Skin, fatty tissue, muscle,
Yes.
left lung. A left lung, correct?
Why would the
I don't
defense
recall.
highlight all this stuff?
Very
Look.
likely, yes.
The defense is looking for
Tell us.
any
Judge.
defects in procedure. There's really no doubt that she did it.
Know the relevance of asking the specific questions about this. I frankly think it's unsensitive to the crime victims. who
Oh,
are
fuck
present.
off.
It
It's
would assist the jury in any way to go through the specific body parts that are located in each of these.
You're going to show pictures to the jury of all this stuff and have.
Well, my client is charged with mutilation of a corpse, so I
It's
think
all
the state's gonna
relevant.
Prove up their case, and I think the jury just needs to hear whatever information is out there. I think it's relevant, but I can move on.
The defense isn't saying she's going to get, she's guilty of she's guilty of the stuff. Her defense is not guilty by reason of insanity. They want to show that she pulled out the liver of the guy and put it somewhere, right? They want her to be crazy.
Did you find any notes or journals on the entertainment center?
Hey, speaking
There
of
was a
not
bag.
guilty by reason of insanity.
On the entertainment center.
Hey,
What's
how
up,
we
man?
doing?
Yes.
Good, good. How are you?
Did it
Stuck
have
Stuck
anybody's name in there?
working for a bit. Oh,
Okay.
your feed's still up. That's why I hear myself.
My recollection is that when we
I'll turn you up a hair.
swiped through it, it appeared to be just at face value that they were probably Mr. Thyrion's writings.
So welcome to MLS Law Show. First
Yes,
time
thank
we've
you.
We collected them.
gotten to
and
hang out.
In the event
Yeah.
we needed to look through them later, but we didn't.
And an interesting
Um,
trial for
I know
that.
that yesterday you
Yeah.
testified about the shower. Did you take a look at the shower drains?
I did.
Did you find hair in the shower?
Adequate. This is my power
Did
type,
you
damn
find
it.
hair in the shower?
There was hair in the drain and at the floor drain.
Was it your understanding that Mr. Stephen Hendricks and Tara Pakinich and Ava Wheelock all used that shower, including Mr. Thyrion?
I don't know who used the shower.
Sorry, I came in late. Is this Cross?
Yeah, this is the cross from the final. This guy was on direct at the end of
Now,
the
you
day yesterday.
also searched
He's
a Chrysler minivan, correct?
the
I
investigator.
was present for the search, yes.
That was at the Green Bay Police Department Evidence Storage Facility, correct?
That's correct.
Was that a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan?
It was.
Were you present during the entire search?
I was present for when the search warrant was executed, when remains were found. I turned my focus to the doctor who examined the remains. I was not particularly focused on the continuation of the search for small items that would have been found inside the car, like registration and things that were under the seat. I didn't pay attention to that.
Did you pay attention to anything that was in the glove box as to who the owner of the minivan was?
I'm aware that the owner of who the minivan was, but I didn't see the registration.
Okay. The owner of the minivan was Scott Thomas, correct?
Yes.
And inside his minivan was this crock pot box that you were talking about yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And there were human remains found in the crock pot box, correct?
There were.
And in that box was situated in a laundry basket, correct?
Yeah, the crock pot box was on top of a laundry basket.
And the laundry basket was sitting on top of a seat, correct?
The rear driver's side seat, yes.
And in the laundry basket were there some clothes piled up so that the crock pot box was stacked on top of the clothes?
I saw something under the box, but I didn't itemize it, so I don't know what
The
it
fucking
was.
crock pot
All of the
box.
human remains were
Just
in the crock
driving
pot
me
box,
nuts.
correct?
Yes.
Every time.
Yeah.
And
So Wisconsin.
in that
You're that
Crock
crack
pot.
hat backs.
owned by Scott Tomes, there was a bottle of medication for him as well.
I don't know.
And guys, we'll get to know MLS Law Show when there's a little break in what's going on in the courtroom. So
But it was confirmed that it was his minivan. Is that fair?
That vehicle, I did run the registration myself. That was on the vehicle and it was referred to Scott Tomes. Yes.
Okay.
Registered.
And was it true that the Town and Country minivan was towed from the Eastman Avenue apartment complex to the GBPD evidence storage facility?
My first interaction was that it was there, and when I arrived, it was parked there. So I have a general knowledge that that's what occurred, but I didn't witness or present. I wasn't present for any of that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Judge, put your microphone in the same county.
I like his tie.
No,
Yeah, it's very flashy.
I'm a tie guy.
Yeah.
You know, we can only accessorize so much in a suit, right?
State's next witness.
Well,
State calls,
kind
Dr.
of.
Vincent Tranquita.
I mean, if you wear your bondage underwear on the outside of the suit, that works too.
Right, I suppose.
Oh my gosh.
So how you been liking the trial so far?
You know, it's hard not to like this one. It's like dismemberment, horrifically dirty sexual encounters, a little bit of maybe some post-mortem coitus.
Just happy we saw the leg, the
Detective
thigh,
Stanley
and the
released
box.
from
Oh my
his
God.
subpoena in this case.
Mr. Freilich, any reason I can't release him?
No objection.
He's released from his.
I'm just really glad to find out today that the genitalia were in the bucket, or that the balls were in the bucket with the penis.
Before you have a seat.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they were attached, thank God, right?
Yeah. When they're separated, it's like when you have like a sibling group. You don't want to separate the sibling group into different foster homes.
Right.
Well, hello.
Did the cameraman settle down as you're still
Good
doing
morning.
weird ass
I'm
things
Dr.
today?
Vincent Tranquita.
Hey, it's Tranquita.
T-I-N-C-E-N-T.
His last name's going to take
My
8
last name
minutes to
is
spell.
spelled T-R-A-N-C-H-I-D-A.
That was not how I would have done that.
This is yours, Mr. Lizette.
Good morning, Dr. Tranquita.
like it was a phone
Can
number.
you tell the jury how you are currently employed?
Good morning. I'm currently employed as a deputy medical examiner for Dane and Rock counties of Wisconsin.
Oh, this is going to be slow and
How long have you
agonizing.
worked in the Dane County Medical
He
Examiner's
speaks slowly and clearly.
I began my
Be
employment at the Dane
understood.
County Medical Examiner's Office on July 1st.
I think he took an acting
2011.
class.
You are currently the deputy medical examiner there. Have you held?
You're
other
really not
positions
great
at
on
Dane
the
County
stand.
Medical
Can you go to
Examiner's
like an
Office?
improv clinic or
Yes, I
something
have.
for us?
And what other positions have you held?
Must enunciate.
I was previously chief medical examiner of the Dane County Medical Examiner's
you
Office for
got-
approximately 12 years.
Downgraded to deputy?
And,
Very
the decision to
embarrassing.
no longer be chief and to now be deputy, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
They were thinking the
That is
same.
correct. I've stepped down to assist with family care.
Got to explain
And,
that
Dr.
one.
Tranquita, what was your position or employment on?
You were
February
better at your
23rd
job
of
than you are
2022?
now at some point.
I believe at the time I was serving as a deputy medical examiner for Dane County.
And what was Dane County's relationship with Brown County at that point in time?
At that point in time, Brown County did not have a medical examiner's office, so we were providing coverage and assistance with forensic services for Brown County.
Jock, no more. Nobody looks like me. I
Doctor,
look like
can you
you.
discuss briefly your educational background that is related to the position of medical examiner?
Of course. I did my pre-medical school training at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Ooh, all
I
right.
went to medical school at Wayne State University School of Medicine in Detroit, Michigan, where I received my MD.
While you're in Detroit, how many
I
muggings were there
specialized in
per day?
anatomic and
on
clinical
you?
pathology and did a residency
He fits
at the
in. He's fine.
University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I further went on to subspecialize in forensic pathology.
Oh, I don't have my state
And I
mug.
did a fellowship in
Would've been
forensic
perfect time.
pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the State of New York. I further went on to do subspecialties in forensic cardiac pathology and forensic neuropathology. I served as a senior medical examiner in New York City for approximately 8 years before I went on to accept the position as chief.
I love
in
doctor
Dane County.
resumes. They're all like this.
Yes.
Doctor, in total, how many
It sounds like
years
they've
have
been
you
doing
worked
it for
professionally as a
75 years.
Postgraduate and post, I think you had fellowship as well, as a post-fellowship medical examiner.
Approximately 20 years at this point.
And what are the primary job duties of a medical examiner?
As a medical examiner and as a forensic pathologist.
Did they talk about
My primary
or testifying
duties
about
are
taking a
to
pulse
investigate the
yesterday? Did I hear
cause
that
and
right?
manner of death
About what?
in cases
Taking a
where there
pulse
is a
from
threat to
like the
public
body or
safety.
something? Was that testimony
Oftentimes
yesterday?
People think of
I
this
think
as
so.
criminal activity, but it can also refer to communicable disease, workplace deaths, or any death where there is an unexpected and unexplained cause at the time of the discovery.
Now, you mentioned medical examiner, but also forensic pathologist. Are those two things the same?
Forensic pathology is a definition of the specialty of medicine that I practice. Medical examiner is the name given to the role that I play in the community. A medical examiner is often a doctor or forensic pathologist, but not necessarily. There can be a lay medical examiner who is somebody that is appointed in the community to serve this function. And they may, for example, contract out to a forensic
Yeah,
pathologist.
she's innocent.
Or to
Your
a
business is
hospital
being
pathologist
railroaded.
to perform their autopsies.
Exactly.
Is it fair to say that when you were working as the
I'm
Dane
on her
County
side.
Deputy Medical Examiner,
I'm tired of the
medical
government
examiner,
reaching into our
you were
bedrooms.
essentially fulfilling both of those roles?
That is correct.
And if you could just go into greater detail as to what specifically you do typically in order to determine cause and manner of death.
When we are notified about a death, typically it begins with somebody contacting our office. Our office is staffed 24/7, and we have investigators who are on duty taking shifts. They receive the information about the call. They collect information about an individual's medical history, their social history, what medications they're on, when they were last known alive, and what are the circumstances in which they're found. At that point, the investigator will respond to this.
Put a poll up on YouTube,
Needed.
guys. Make sure you
And
vote.
then they perform
Very
an
important.
external examination of the body where they try to get as much information as they can. At that point, they notify the medical examiner or contact us. And then sometimes we respond as well if there's a suspicion of a homicide or if death seems very complicated.
So someone brought up, can she
Through your
testify in her
work
own
as the Deputy
defense
Medical Examiner in the
if
Dane
she's
County
claiming insanity?
Medical
Yes, she
Examiner's
can.
Office, did
Like,
you
well, why
have
wouldn't they just be
involvement in
crazy on the stand?
investigating the
Remember,
cause and
it's
manner of
insanity
death
at the
of
time of the
Shad
act.
Thyrion, date of
So
birth
just being
9/7/97?
crazy in court isn't going to necessarily
do.
mean you're
Can
crazy
you
at the
tell us how
time that you
were
did the
first,
thing.
notified.
I've had a client
Mr.
with
Thyrion's death
her
and began your work on that?
diagnosed condition, but a real, I don't know if hers is real.
In that case, I
Bipolar?
was notified.
Bipolar
Our lead
1 with
investigator on the
underlying
case was
psychosis.
Petra Schwab
And
of
that
Brown
individual,
County.
when he
She
is
notified
having
our
an
office
episode,
that there was a suspected
is,
homicide in Green Bay.
literally
And
insane. You don't know what he's talking
As
about.
part of
Nothing
our
makes sense.
policy, the medical examiner
was-
on duty responds to homicide scenes.
He was trying to
So at
commit
that
or
point, we mobilized and began driving up north
confess to an
attack
alleged
the scene
SA
the
of someone,
investigation.
to the point where the police were calling me saying, hey, can
Do
you,
you recall,
client,
Doctor,
stop
about
calling
what
me
time you
and
would have
saying he's
arrived
the
at
perpetrator.
scene of the investigation
But then
at
once he's on his
between
medication,
Stony Brook?
completely normal.
Yeah.
Just can't remember anything.
Yep.
I cannot recall. I believe it was morning though.
Do you recall?
Those brain
who was
meds
on scene, or
mess
were
you
there other
up.
Parties on scene.
Mhm.
Especially when you get a good cocktail of them.
Yes, there were.
And,
From personal
what
experience?
types of other
No,
parties
I
were
had a-
present when you arrived?
I had a horrific
Our investigator,
Case I-
Petra Schwab,
I
was
tagged
present,
in on
as
where
well
he-
as law enforcement.
guy had
What did you do upon arrival?
raped his own daughter. But he
Upon arrival,
the meds
typically
that he
what is
was
done
on,
is we
he
speak
could
to
do
the
like he'd go
officer in
whole
charge,
days without knowing
and we
where he
try to get as
was.
much
And like
preliminary
he would
information
function,
as
but
is
he'd
known
just
from
wake up in the
evidence.
middle of the day like, why am I on a
Once
boat?
that information is known, we wait until there's
My guy
approval
was
for
smoking
clearance
cigarettes with
and
Abraham
access
Lincoln,
to the body.
then driving
We then
around the
contaminate
state
the
of
scene
Michigan
or
and
destroy
Illinois
evidence
looking
on our
for
approach.
a Buddhist
We donned
seminary
Tyvek
of some sort,
suits,
and then
gloves,
went back
masks,
to his
and face
hometown
protection
and
so that we don't contaminate the
tried
scene
to
and also that
confess
we are
to
protected.
the
And then we entered the scene to do our
rape of
examination with
a
what's happened.
woman in the town or something like
Do you
that,
recall,
and
Doctor,
to the point where the
making any
police
of
actually
your
called
own
me.
Observations
Said,
upon
Wow.
Can you get
entering the
in
residence?
touch with
and
your
then more
client, please?
specifically,
He's not a
upon
suspect.
entering
He doesn't know
the,
what he's doing.
basement area of the residence?
Yeah, it was
Yes, I
bad.
do.
And what were those observations initially?
I always smoke with Uncle Abe,
We
right?
arrived to what appeared to be a typical suburban residence. We entered through the front door and we were directed down to the back of the house through the kitchen to a set of basement stairs. As we approached down through the base of the basement stairs, we were notified or alerted to a bucket that was present to the right of the stairs. We were then also directed that there was the possibility of additional human remains in other parts of the room as well.
And I guess before we get into the specific locations of the human remains that were collected, did you make any notations overall of that area of the basement where the remains were ultimately found?
I did.
And what were those observations?
We're getting into the matrix.
As I entered the
He's
room,
glitching out.
I was surprised, given the preliminary information that I had, of how little blood was really very visible on first inspection. Subsequently, as I made my
Didn't
way
she
through the
drain
room,
the
we were
body?
able to find traces
Like in
of blood,
buckets?
at various points throughout the house.
Yeah, and into the
I'm
shower.
sorry, throughout the room in the basement. On some furniture
Allegedly.
to the left
Allegedly.
of the bed, or against the wall on the left, there was a dark blue.
I mean, I can't
bag.
open packets of food
There
without
was
it
also
going
evidence of
everywhere.
drug
I don't know how she
paraphernalia,
did that.
including a glass pipe and a baggie. There were also cleaning supplies, Clorox wipes, and I believe a bottle of Shout detergent. Adjacent to the bed was a pink and black backpack, and towards the head of the bed.
The interesting thing is, it's like parts
were
were in various things throughout the room, just sort of.
Or a number of
It's so odd.
sheets and bedding.
It's like different grocery bags.
Doctor,
Sort
I
of. Like
believe
I
you
got a
mentioned,
little bit here, a little bit
in the
here.
room, the four
I know.
main containers where human remains were located. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That is
Hey,
correct.
Chandler
In that
Remington in
room,
the
yes.
house. Hello, Chandler.
So we've got the bucket, the blue bag on top of the dresser, the pink and gray bag on the floor, and then a tote. Are those the four locations where human remains were located in the room?
That is correct.
And can you just briefly describe the process that was used by the medical examiner's office to collect those remains?
Whoa.
Of course.
Oh, God.
containers that contained
Quality
human
court feed
remains
here.
were photographed as they were, or as they sat in their location. We then documented the external appearance of the containers. After that, a evidence sheet was placed out on the floor to try to collect any trace evidence that might be present either on the bag or within any of the bag's contents. I then opened each of the bags, removed the
That's
contents.
so tedious
and laid it on the
testimony.
evidence sheet for inspection.
And can you describe for the jury sort of big picture on a scene like this, which is, I presume, unusual, what sorts of things you are looking for or attempting to ascertain as you're walking through the room and finding remains in various locations?
This judge does not want to be here doing
As I
this.
go through a room and evaluate the room,
The bags of
looking for
under his
evidence
eyes are
of
like tree
disturbance,
rings. You can see
struggle,
how old he is.
altercation. I'm looking for signs of biological material which may tell me where a body part may be located. I'm also looking for evidence that may have contributed to the death. In other words, instruments, objects, weapons, evidence of drug paraphernalia. In this case in particular, I'm also looking for places that a body may be concealed or that might be evidence of movement.
Hey,
of the
that guy's
body
not
from one
behind her
location
today.
to another.
The one that was eating his hand.
Doctor, you
He
mentioned some of
probably
those
finished the
things
meal.
like, weapons or the instrumentality of the.
Did you see him?
Were those things noted?
Yeah, he
on
was
your
weird.
That's
investigation
all I could
observations?
look at was that guy.
Yes,
I don't
they
know
were.
what he was doing.
What was noted
And
specifically?
he was like, he has an itch on his head. So he's like,
On a black
it's like,
standing
what are you
table
doing, man?
bed, there was a gray metal chain. On the dresser, on the left wall of the basement, there was also a gray metal chain. Recovered from some of the containers as well.
I'm gonna turn
were
up the cord a
multiple
little bit
knives,
more.
some of which had a bent blade and one of which had a broken tip.
The tip was broken.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
Specifically
Hey,
as it
Josie.
relates to the
Yes.
human remains that are located, as you're collecting those items, are you sort of conducting an inventory or attempting to ensure that you have everything that you need with respect to the body that was cut up?
Yes, I am. I'm trying to recover as much of the individual as possible to try to ascertain that as much evidence as can be gained has been collected.
As you were going through the room, did you note that it was possible you did not have the entire body present in that room?
Yes, I did.
Did you note specifically what was missing?
On my inventory, I believe I was missing the right thigh, specifically from about the waist to about the knee. I believe that I was missing as well I was also missing the left thigh and left leg.
Wait, the left thigh and
At some
left
point in
leg?
time were you made aware that
That seems like part of the same
portions
thing
of the
to
body
me.
may be at-
Right? That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yes, I was.
Did you travel to
Am I
that other
banned from my
location?
own chat? What the hell's going
Yes, I
on?
did.
And where was that?
Rosie won. No, throw it back in again
This was
if I
a
didn't see it.
police storage unit offsite.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Upon arrival to the police storage unit, I was directed towards a van or minivan that was in the storage unit. And I was told that there was a possibility that there might be additional body parts within.
We'll be
the
right
storage
back.
And did you actively participate in attempting to recover the body parts from that van?
Yes, I did. My process was similar. I donned a Tyvek, gloves, protective mask, and a protective visor. We laid out an evidence sheet, and then we went through the contents of the van to determine if there were additional body parts.
And were body parts located?
Yes, they were.
What did you find?
I believe we recovered.
I'll
the
turn me
right
down.
Femur or leg bone of the thigh of the decedent. We also recovered.
Hopefully that
portion
helps.
of left thigh, and we also recovered a portion of left leg from about the level of the knee to the ankle.
A portion. How
And
do we
Dr.
know how
was
many
there anything
pieces?
noteworthy about the parts that you recovered from the van?
Well, I thought it was less, but then they were talking about the liver being out. And
When they were
That's like
recovered from the
multiple
van,
parts of
they were
legs.
placed in a, I believe, a crock pot box. There
Fucking
was
crock pot
evidence
box.
of skeletal trauma, including sawing, chop injuries, start and stop injuries of the bone, consistent with dismemberment.
Anything else about the amount of flesh that remained on those items that were recovered from the van?
Specifically, the right femur had been defleshed. In other words, the skin, soft tissues, and muscle had been removed from the bone so that it was largely stripped down to the bone itself.
Doctor, I want to talk about the evidence recovery process and the chain of custody as it relates to the human remains. Can you describe what that process is?
Very important in the nature of evidentiary work is maintaining a chain of custody. In other words, that the location of the remains and the custody of the remains is documented for each step along the way. At the scene, the evidence is photographed in the presence of witnesses. It is placed in a secured and sealed evidence bag. And then on the outside of the bag, we attempted to write and document which container, which pieces came from, to attempt to recreate or be able to follow the story of the evidence as it goes from the scene through transport all the way to the medical examiner's office. When we use a secured body bag, what we mean is it's an intact body bag that's labeled on the outside, and then we also place a security seal, which is intact and numbered. We photograph and document the seal to show that the seal is intact and that the seal that was placed at the scene is the same seal that we're cutting at the medical examiner's office.
And then do you recall what specifically the process was for transporting the remains to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office for autopsy was?
Yes, I do. The transport driver was notified, the driver was mobilized, and then the driver took custody of the body bags, loaded them in the van, and then
Let's figure out the longest and most
driver
detailed
and the
way
body
to
was
explain the
escorted back
simplest
to
of
the Dane County
processes.
Medical Examiner's
Yep.
office.
His autopsy reports are novel length.
So then, doctor, ultimately, did you perform an autopsy on the remains that were recovered?
Yes, I did on February 25th.
And where did that take place?
That took place at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office in McFarland, Wisconsin.
Do you recall who was present for that autopsy?
Is McFarland the name of a city, Wisconsin?
Present for the autopsy
Probably.
was Brown County law enforcement and our own morgue technician.
You guessing that was a closed casket funeral? No, I mean, they just threw all of his parts in the box, like when you're done with a set of Legos.
Have you ever watched an autopsy, Nick? Like in real life?
Like live in person? No. I've
We
seen
did that as part of
videos
my-
of them, but
We did that as part of my undergrad.
cool.
It's kind of disturbing,
Yeah.
but like in a now I know sort of way.
Dead bodies are just weird because like you keep looking at them and they're like they're empty. There's something missing from them, like breath or whatever, but no, so you keep like looking
Yes,
at them
I
like
can.
waiting for them to move and they don't. And then
Exhibit
there's
73
I don't know.
is a copy
Moving 'em
of my
around's weird.
curriculum vitae or resume. Yes, it does.
It was the medical examiner said
Is that exhibit 73?
It is.
No objection.
this guy got up yesterday morning, kissed his wife and kids goodbye, went to work, fell dead on the factory floor. And now we're here to see what killed them. And just started just like, I'm like, oh my God.
death means
just so
something
final.
different to them.
Yeah.
Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe for the jury what is depicted in Exhibit 74?
Would you like me to show the photograph as well?
I intend to publish it if I could, so.
Exhibit 74 is a photograph of a blue gloved hand with a gray label on it. It is holding a blue security seal that is present around a body bag zipper. The gray label reads 223433, and the blue security seal reads 0012227.
Doctor, do you know where that photograph would have been taken?
This photograph was taken within the Dane County Medical Examiner's office morgue.
Dwayne Beeler says, did they
Denote
pump her
the-
stomach
the
to
seal
find
and
all the
fact
body
that
parts?
The bag that was
Oh.
received by the medical
You know
examiner's
she took a
office
bite.
remained intact and sealed when you received it in Dane County prior to the autopsy?
That is correct.
She
Can you
ate or
describe,
drank some
what's
parts.
depicted in
That's all I'm
Exhibit
gonna say.
75.
Exhibit 75 is another photograph taken of an outside of a body bag.
Also,
A
Lefty
blue
Low
security
says,
seal can be
Rackets and
visible at
David
the
on the same
lower
stream? What is
left
this?
corner of
Awesome.
The photograph. It also
Lefty.
had a gray label.
I didn't see Lefty in the chat.
reading
Awesome.
223433.
Do you know Lefty? See in your chat?
Yeah.
Written on the
Yeah.
outside of the bag is sealed by PS. The initials are P and S. @ 1506 on 02/23/22.
I can't wait till medical examiners and stuff
Like, are you
start
familiar with
tagging
initials
stuff
PS?
with their Instagram
Yes.
tags,
And whose are those?
like the
They
evidence
are our
tags.
lead investigators initial. Who are at
Follow
the
me on
scene.
Instagram for reels of this
And then,
autopsy.
Doctor, can you describe what is depicted in Exhibit 76?
Exhibit 76 is also another photograph taken from the inside of the Dane County morgue. It depicts an opened body bag that contains 4 smaller containers or 4 smaller bags.
Isn't it
inside.
child size?
Containers 1 through 4.
Yeah, and what is the depiction of that particular exhibit? Is that consistent with your recollection of how the remains were recovered and stored when you left the Stony Brook residence?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of those exhibits and ask for permission to publish all 3.
The objection is 74, 75, and 76, Mr. Freilich.
Yes, Your Honor,
Imagine-
defense objects. to
Imagine
exhibits
asking the
74,
government for
75,
permission to do
76,
something.
More prejudicial than probative, relevancy, and duplicitous arguments.
Overruled.
Does
It's
not
not-
want those pictures in.
It's duplicative, not
Duplicative.
duplicitous.
What did he say yesterday? He said something yesterday that was way off.
I think he said duplicitous yesterday too. It was weird.
Did he?
He might have said something else too, but I mean, I guess duplicitous could work as well, but I think he means duplicative.
No, he said the exact wrong word. It wasn't even like a version of a word. I can't remember what it was. He like half knows big
Judge,
words.
while we're waiting for this to fire up, could we have?
If he refers to the victim as sandwich ingredients, then I'll know why she hired him. Oh my God.
Did you watch any of the pre-hearing, pre-trial stuff, particularly her competency stuff?
No, I just saw her drop that elbow on her previous lawyer. That was good.
She so the defense counsel is making an argument that she's not competent to stand trial, that she can't participate in her own defense and things like that.
Yeah.
And then leans over, talks to her. She responds, and then he says, "Well, based off of my conversation with my client, we're going to do." I'm like, dude, is that not malpractice? I mean,
she's not
is that
competent to stand trial.
sanctionable?
She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't understand what's going on. By the way, you anything you want to add to this?
Yeah, it's like, oh my god.
Unless it's based on the conversation with my client, she's on a carousel right now and isn't
Yeah.
sure. Like she's wondering when the microwaves will hit her. That's weird. I don't know. So
I mean,
far,
I want my client to be sitting there drooling and be like, "Judge, I mean,
yeah,
you know, I don't know what to do." That's what you do.
right. Yeah, because competency to stand
confer
trial.
with her.
Do you understand the circumstances by which you are in a courtroom? Right. Are you aware of what the consequences are? The charges against you, all of these things are what matter. Not like, I mean, if you're carrying out a conversation about what's happening, you're meeting the government standard of competency right there. It's not a high bar.
Right.
I mean,
And that's what as soon as I saw that, I was like, "Oh my god, that's malpractice." I feel like that's malpractice, or whatever.
yeah.
Anyways, hey, how we doing?
So hey, nice to meet you, man. Tell me a little bit about yourself. I think I said we've never. I don't know.
We've been
that
on
we
a
haven't been on
panel.
stream, but we've been on panels before. One or
Yeah,
two.
we've been on a panel before, and I feel like I'm on the wrong side now. By the way, you love my Jodi Arias legs. This is her prison art, by the way, that a listener sent to me, and it's amazing. It's a card
Wait.
with her autograph. I'm excited about that.
It's her
I have to
legs.
share that with. Yeah,
That's
well,
fantastic.
it's her prison art painting, and then there's a handwritten
wait.
note.
To the defense,
1 second.
to raise objections prior to the motion hearing. Defense did not object to the photograph at that particular time.
Motion hearing on June 13, last month.
Correct. So obviously with the purpose of addressing these issues to try to head these off, this photograph was not objected to. However, this morning we're objecting to relatively
right back.
benign photos of closed body bags. So I anticipate the defense would object to this photograph. It does depict the crime victim's face. At autopsy, and the state believes the photograph, while it does depict his face, and I understand it is arguably prejudicial, it is highly relevant because it demonstrates the indicia of strangulation, which is ultimately the doctor's determination as to the cause of his death. And
You don't
can
need his face
describe
for that.
why he believes that the strangulation occurred prior to his death. And it actually shows a small portion of the remainder of his body, which demonstrates different coloration. So it's a highly relevant photograph that the doctor is capable of describing. And I wanted to head this off and have the court.
Well, if the
address that
doctor's
issue outside
capable
the
of
presence the
describing
jury.
it, why do you
I
need the
can mark
photograph?
photo and provide a copy
Exactly.
to the court so
And
they
he
have an
didn't. She didn't
opportunity to
strangle
view.
his face.
Okay, why don't we do
Right.
that? Let's get it marked and then I'll take a look at it.
Well, I did.
Presumably you've seen it.
I've seen a lot of pictures. I haven't seen this one right now. Now I've seen it.
Yeah, so prosecutors do this a lot. The idea is that you can show wounds on
This is the only photograph that
a
I
deceased person or whatever.
the crime
I
victim.
don't need to show the face of the person looking like this. You know, like it looks
Right.
horrifying. It's prejudicial. If you're looking to show strangulation marks, you could crop out the face. You could have a picture of the neck. Any number of ways to do this.
Your Honor, I put a lot of time into, reviewing all the pictures and did file a motion making objections to photographs that I thought were, that should not come into evidence. But we're in a trial now, and, as a defense attorney, you don't know what the state's going to present as evidence. This picture I would object to on behalf of my client. We already have a picture of what the victim looked like when he was alive. That was already presented by the state. Now they're presenting a second picture. I would argue that this picture, if it has any relevancy to the case, it's highly prejudicial. It's an autopsy picture. I don't believe a lot of people on the jury have ever seen something like this before, and it could shock their conscience and create horror in their minds. So I would object to it, Your
Extremely
Honor, on all
prejudicial.
those grounds.
I don't care who the defendant is.
Okay. And Dr. Exhibit 77 was a photo that was taken at your office.
They almost
during
showed
the
it.
course of the autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, the issues the court has to address in these kinds of objections relating to prejudice versus the probative value is really a balancing kind of a test. And the issue that's being addressed with the court, what this is being offered for, is to demonstrate the means of death. And
Just, it's simple. Have them black out the
which is a-
face. Just
which
put a
is an important
sensor box or
modification.
whatever over the face or crop the picture
I
down.
ruled
Yeah, it's not complicated.
earlier at the hearing in June that I was not going to permit the exhibit of the crime victim's head in the bucket. This is a different really set of circumstances. This is a photograph taken in the process of an autopsy. We have the coroner here, who's really a witness that's an important piece of this case, frankly, for both
You
sides.
should
of the
only
case.
be showing the face of a
And this is
deceased
a-
person
this is a
if there are
photograph taken in
injuries
the
on the
process of
face that are
him
relevant
as
to the
a child.
crime
Right.
And one that
or
I
the
think,
charges, in my
given
opinion.
what
But
I've heard by way of an offer of proof, is going to be useful in him describing the means or the method of death of the victim. I'm satisfied for those reasons.
He said there was
although
nothing to
there's
indicate
certain,
on the face, though. That
prejudice
was
to the photo.
it was
Many
lower
things that
below in the
the
neck.
trial are prejudicial to one side or another. Satisfied the probative value in this case outweighs the prejudicial effect. I'm going to allow the photo.
What do you think of this judge so far?
To come into evidence. And
Before
the doctor
this.
can,
he hasn't,
explain
I mean, from what
what's
I
shown on
haven't
it
seen him
and,
do too much.
why it's relevant to the case. So that's going to be
He's
the order of the court.
had some objection responses that I disagree with, but they
Yes,
weren't like
with
big ones
respect to
that
the court,
mattered.
just
This
as
one
for
I think is a
visual
bad
argument.
call.
I do too,
Further argue my decision?
No.
Go ahead.
but he's not like, well, we'll just
Or
wait and
it's
see,
just kind
like
of
so
a-
many
Yeah.
judges we
in
see.
my
At least
opinion,
he's making
sort of
decisions.
highly unusual
Yeah.
that this picture, of the deceased would be presented to the jury when
Offer a
the doctor
redaction,
easily
sir. You haven't even
testify
mentioned
about,
that.
the cause and manner of death. The picture isn't going to really add too much in my opinion, but I totally respect the court's ruling. I just want to make sure I made all my arguments to the court.
Sure. And I understand that. Photographs can be helpful to juries in understanding what witnesses are testifying to.
I know
For
that's
example,
really,
that argument could be made probably regarding
I
every
mean,
single photograph
that's a general statement that's
Sometimes
true, but in this case, really?
like, and so
Yeah.
you don't need to see a picture of it. Photos can be helpful. They can. And
Yeah, show the neck, not the
I would
face.
be, excuse me, Judge, what part of this photograph is helpful in determining the
Could
manner of,
simply describe
oh,
everything,
look at her.
but the question is this going to be helpful to the jury? And will the prejudicial effect outweigh the probative value? I don't think so. I do think it'll be helpful to the jury, and so for those reasons, I'm going to allow it to be admitted. So that's the order of the court. Anything before before council takes a brief recess, Mr. Lezay?
Just briefly, so on the issue of the photograph, while we are showing it to the jury, I would ask that the media not show a copy of that photograph on the live stream.
I will enter an order that the media is not permitted to show that photograph on the live stream or take a picture of it in any other fashion. Anything else?
No.
Mr. Frelick, anything else before break?
No.
Very good. Then you can step down, Doctor. We'll take a break. I think we've taken up about half of the break already, but try to be back in 5 or 10 minutes. More recess.
all right then. That was kind of a bad
Okay.
ruling, but the defense counsel
Yeah.
should have offered, Judge, why don't we just redact it? We can redact the
That's
head, the face.
Exactly. Yep. That should have been, and that's what bothers me about it. There's a middle ground here that can easily be navigated. Courts do this all the time. Redact the face, crop the photo. There's just slap a piece of masking tape over the face. That's all you need. The face is just, it's a particularly shocking aspect of dead people is when you see their face and there's no life or animus to it at all. And that is the prejudicial value. And I want to say one quick thing about this prejudicial versus probative objection that's made. This is the critical evidence question. And lay people tend to misunderstand this a little bit. The question is not whether or not evidence is prejudicial. Of course it is. Otherwise,
Always.
it wouldn't be being used. If it's not prejudicial, it's probably not relevant at all. The question is, does the prejudicial impact of a particular piece of evidence outweigh its probative value? Now, a probative value is just, does this thing make a fact in the case more or less likely to be true?
It's
And-
essentially the relevant standard.
Right, exactly. And that is, I think it's 201, I think, or
Yeah.
is it 201? Yeah, I think it's 201, which is relevance. But yeah, does it make a fact more or less likely to be true? And a lot of things make something more or less likely to be true, but then you got to outweigh the prejudicial impact. And then also, is it redundant and repetitive, et cetera?
Well,
et
it
cetera.
essentially taint the jury in the eye, or the defendant in the eyes of the jury is kind of the idea. Is it so bad that the jury is going to think, well, this is so bad we need to punish somebody, and here's the defendant, so let's punish them. That's what we're trying to avoid.
Right.
In the other case, this would be a much bigger issue than this case, because I think they kind of got it on this case. But it's still just it's a bad call, just in general.
Yeah, this is one of those where the defense knows that she's guilty of, or well, she did the thing. It's not a whodunit. It's not it's not some mystery to solve. It's not, you don't have evidence that my client was involved in this. They caught her with the legs. If I'm not mistaken, they got her with the legs, and then she directed
In the
them back to the
hot
house where the
box.
body is. Yeah. So that's all pretty well established. The question is she legally liable, which is the separate issue that will come later. But they still have to lay the foundation for everything. And part of that is, again, the defense attorney has to walk this line between acknowledging that this was done, but not prejudicing the jury so far against his client that they're willing to, or that they're unwilling to say, I mean, she's crazy. Like, she's an insane person who didn't know what she was doing versus she's evil. Because if the prosecution can get that she's evil, she's bad, she did this on purpose into the jury, and if they can do it by showing pictures of this poor dead sap's face or like showing repeated pictures of a mutilated body, stuff like that, then the insanity defense just isn't going to work because they're going to be like, this is so awful, she needs to be punished.
And what I don't like about the bifurcation of this case is that it prevents the defense from saying, look, there's a bad actor here. The bad actor is not the defendant, but the mental illness that she suffers. That's the bad actor, right? So, jury, if you want to blame somebody, blame the mental illness. That's kind of what the whole, not guilty by reason of insanity. I mean, that's how you sort of present it to the jury. That's not legally how it works, but it's the jury wants to blame somebody. And if you can have sympathy for the defendant and blame the mental health issue, that's a way of doing it. But by bifurcating this, they can't touch that. All they can do is go after right now, did she do it or not? Which is, and then later we have to address that. I don't like the bifurcation issue or the bifurcation process, I should say.
Yeah, it's a weird, I don't know, just do it all at once.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all
We
it's all
did
the
it in
same
Letitia Stout.
case.
By the
So-
way, MLS Law Show, if you want to check out Letitia Stout trial, we cover the entire thing right here. I'm sure somebody can put a link into the chat. But
Who's Letitia Stout? I heard the name.
she is the Colorado woman that killed her stepson and then dumped his body under a bridge in Florida and then fled to South Carolina. And she claimed that she had DID, dissociative identity disorder, that she was in fact had one of her multiple personalities was a Russian-trained Spanish-speaking assassin.
Sweet.
That comes out whenever there's danger. And one of the dangers was, I mean, she told like, we had a running list of her lies, her stories, and there was like a dozen and a half different versions of her story. At one point, there was the Costco mafia. This woman approached her at Costco. She was pregnant, but she wasn't. She had money in her belly and she took the child. And it was just all kinds of ridiculous nonsense.
I like this
But
shit.
she ended up pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. And her doctor, her expert witness, was crazier than her, as a matter of fact. Dr. Lewis or Dorothy Lewis. She was nuts. But yeah, we covered that case. And
I mean,
but it was all one case.
Don't they largely look down on the idea of this like multiple personality thing? That like it's funny in movies and stuff, but largely not really respected diagnosis these days.
It's not. And I commend Dr. Lewis for her approach. Like she early on in the 70s, like, oh, there's this whole DID thing. I'm going to go research this and try to figure out, if this exists and what it is and how we can treat people. But I feel like she kind of sees it in everyone now. So everyone that she interviews has DID. I probably have DID if I sat down with her.
I know I do.
Don't we all to some extent though, I guess? But
it's a defense. I mean, the whole that's the idea is you disassociate under different stressors and circumstances because otherwise your body is afraid it will, or your brain is afraid that it will endure trauma. But it's not like a thing that goes as far as they wanted to say where people are crazy. But they tend to find what I've seen when they delve into the multiple personality issue is that people actually do learn and retain information. They do have these memories that they're not supposed to have between identities, and that it ends up being maybe a subconscious, but it is an elaborate sort of cover up that their brain is doing to try and get around this issue. But it's not actually like they're not there.
Actually been diagnosed with it say it's more like an out-of-body experience where I can see myself going through these motions and I remember them, but I don't really feel like I was in control. It's that kind of thing. It's not just like, oh, all of a sudden I don't exist and someone else is under, controlling me. There were also, by the way, door-to-door vampires in Alaska in that case too. So there was and Tupac's alive.
The judge is one of them. Well, Tupac is alive.
Tupac's alive. And she was taking the child to Florida because that's where the necromancer lives that brought Tupac back alive. Yeah, it was
Oh wait, so she claimed Tupac died and was brought back.
yeah, Tupac died
see,
and was
that's
brought back
fake.
by a necromancer in Florida.
Now I don't believe her.
Right.
Tupac, Biggie, and Aaliyah are all hanging out on the island with Elvis. Not Paul Walker though. That guy actually died. What kind of so you practice criminal law?
Yeah, I practice criminal law and civil litigation. I do some family law
Let me
as
take
well.
up before we go back on the record with the jury, Mr. Lizay,
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fraley.
And I have
No,
court all
thank you.
day today.
Very good.
That's why I'm in my
Oh,
suit.
nice.
The jury. Doctor, if you want to come on back up and.
Oh, Sigrun Eterna says, if I had a nickel for every time I listened in on a trial about a Wisconsin person butchering people, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Wisconsin is a particularly murder-prone state.
It's like the Florida of the North, right?
Right. We're the California of the North here in Minnesota, and Wisconsin's the Florida of the North, right next door. Because it's all the people who get pissed off about their taxes in Minnesota flee to Wisconsin, but they've already gone insane, so they murder their neighbors.
I had a trip planned to Milwaukee. I canceled it.
I don't want to end up with my head next to my penis in a bucket.
I don't want to get charged with a crime in Wisconsin after watching Zachariah Anderson. I ain't going there.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to interview Solomon.
Yeah, I've talked to him a lot. He's been on my channel quite a bit.
Record, and with that, Mr. Lizay, the
You should.
witness is yours.
He's a nice guy.
He's definitely on my list.
I think we were about to publish the 3 photographs that the doctor had previously described. Is that 74, 75, and 76?
Yes.
Dr. Tranquita, exhibit 74 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
My favorite line today that you may have missed,
That is correct.
the previous witness said he found genitalia in a bucket.
Exhibit,
and the defense lawyer goes,
75 that you
"Wait, let
previously
me stop
described,
you
is
right
that
there.
now visible on the screen?
What do you mean when you said
That
genitalia?"
is correct.
I mean,
And exhibit
Did he really want to know?
6 that you previously
I mean-
it could have,
described, is that now visible
in
on the
theory,
screen?
been in the alternative. It just seems
That is
way more
correct.
complex to have female genitalia in a bucket than male.
Oh, okay, I get it. I get it.
Is what, like, I'm like, what do you mean?
Now, doctor, if you
Describe it, please. What size was it?
could confirm the
I
human
would have asked
remains
if it
from
made him
Shad
jealous when he
Thyrion,
saw it.
you received them in the form that was just demonstrated in those photos. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You got a
From
little
chain of
jealous.
Custody and evidence standpoint.
Felt
did everything
inadequate, didn't
appear to
you?
be in order when you received it at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office prior to autopsy?
Yes, they did.
Can you give a general description of the process that was utilized to conduct the autopsy in this case?
Of course.
I'm sure he
Nick-
can give a very long and
At the
detailed
scene-
one and will.
We performed the examination as I previously
Nick,
described.
how many times has the
In addition,
description of male
because this
genitalia
occurred
come up
during
in
the
one of your
time
criminal
the
cases?
pandemic, we also did a
A second.
nasopharyngeal swab to determine if the decedent was COVID positive, and he was.
How many times what? Wait, when
Have
he,
you
when
had
he
to
paused.
the examination, our
'Cause I
first
can't-
step is
can't hear
usually
you
to
over
take
him.
X-rays of the body. And this is a very helpful tool that we use to try to determine if there's any fractures, foreign objects, or what the general condition is of the skeletal system of the decedent. For this, the bag can be intact, which is a helpful way of doing it. Once the bag is opened, the next step is to begin to take as-is photographs. In other words, photographs of the body exactly as it's received before it's cleaned, before it's washed, before anything is removed. The next step after that is to collect trace evidence, if any can be found. This can involve a sexual assault kit, swabs, fingernail clippings, everything in an effort to try to find any DNA evidence that might be useful. Once that is done, the body can then be washed and cleaned, and then we begin our external examination. The external examination is an examination of the outside of the body, not only for any identifying marks, tattoos, scars, but also to get a sense of what injuries are present, what trauma is present on the body, and if we have the entire body present as we suspected at the scene. So typically at that point, we begin to take our inventory of what is present, and then we also begin to examine each fragment to see what is present, what is trauma, what is artifact, and what is real injury.
And the process that you described as the general process, is that what you utilized here?
That's correct. And by the documentation of the external, we take photographs, we take measurements, and I take diagrams as well to try to recreate for the reader what I see at the table.
And to reiterate, ultimately, what is the goal of conducting the autopsy?
The ultimate goal is to determine the cause and manner of death. But a secondary goal is to try to document the findings that are present so that if somebody challenges or disagrees with these findings, that the evidence is there, that I can provide my explanation for my reasoning and a historical record of what goes on within the autopsy room.
A tertiary goal is looking
Before
for
we get
parts
into
to
the
reconstruct
specifics,
my
ultimately,
girlfriend.
were you able to determine what you believe to be a cause and manner of death for Shad Thyrion?
COVID. Say
Yes, I
COVID.
was.
It's COVID.
Doctor, is it typical that not only the cause and manner of death, but the findings or the bases to support those findings are generally outlined in a report?
You know this is listed as
Yes,
a
they are.
COVID-related
And
death
did you
in some
prepare
database.
such a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Guy speaks like a chat GPT AI of a medical examiner.
Ashley Williams.
Stilted inflection. I feel like it always looks like Schabusiness has her phone under the table and she's like playing
with it.
Candy Crush or whatever.
I always think she's just reimagining this whole scenario and how she could have done it better. She heard the story about the Danish guy that cut a girl up into 321 pieces and said, he beat me.
I think she's just still mad that he didn't get her first before expiring. Left forever unsatisfied.
Right?
Exhibit number 78 is a copy of the autopsy report that was generated on our case number 223433 for Shad Thyrion.
Doctor, is that a 14-page report?
That is correct.
And you believe that report accurately outlines your findings following the autopsy and investigation into the death of Shad Thyrion?
Yes, I do.
Wait, how did he die? I'm not
And
clear
are
on it.
the opinions that are outlined in this report
do
and
they-
the final diagnoses, are those
They switched examine. No, he's been the examiner the whole
opinions that
time.
are
Never mind.
consistent with
Yeah.
your medical training and experience?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move for the admission.
The
of
young
Exhibit
prosecutor looked way too
78.
happy questioning
Objection,
witnesses
Mr. Riley?
yesterday. Did
No.
you notice that?
Yeah, that was weird.
And Doctor, again, before we get into the bases or the specifics, what was your opinion as it relates to the cause and manner of death of Shad Thyrion?
It is my medical opinion that the cause of death of Shad Thyrion is strangulation and that the manner of death is homicide.
Can you explain for the jury the difference between cause
That
and
was so
manner?
serious.
Of course. Cause of death is the mechanism by which somebody dies. If one wants to think of it as an example, a gunshot wound of the head is a cause of death. That is a mechanism by which somebody dies.
Maybe for you,
The
weak
manner
skull.
of death is the category or classification of that mechanism. So in other words, a gunshot wound of the head can be a suicide, it can be an accidental death, or it can be a homicidal death. The cause of death you want to think about as the mechanical process which results in someone's death, and the manner of death is the circumstances or the totality of the story, including the investigation and the scene findings, and the history, which helps you categorize that mechanism in terms of the class of death that this occurs.
And Doctor, I'll first address the issue of cause of death. Can you outline for the jury the findings or the circumstances that support your opinion that the cause of death in this case was strangulation?
Of course. On examination of the body,
I was hoping you'd
I'm
say
looking
no.
for any findings that might indicate what the potential cause of death might be. In this case, on my examination of the decedent, I had a number of findings that were consistent with a strangulation death. To begin with, I had plethory or cyanosis of the head and upper neck. And by plethory or cyanosis, I mean a deep purplish discoloration or congestion of the head and neck, such that I know that return of blood flow back to the body.
You know
from
how
the
they got
head
all this
is
information, right?
interrupted or blocked.
To like this is a sign of
Along those
strangulation
lines,
prior to
I had
decapitation
numerous
and all that stuff.
petechial hemorrhages or burst blood vessels of the skin of the face, of the conjunctivae around the eyes or the pink around the eyes. I had hemorrhages as well of the whites of the eyes or the sclera. And I
Google.
also had hemorrhages of the oral mucosa of the inside of the mouth. These are all consistent with sharp pressure being applied to the neck and the blood vessels of the neck, causing bursting of these blood vessels.
You see,
In addition, the tongue was protuberant outside of the mouth, consistent with the tongue being driven up and outwards during the process of strangulation. When I examined
I
the
hate
tongue
being
itself,
hungry.
there was a patterned indentation.
is it weird
on the
that I
surface of
ate
the
during
tongue,
yesterday's testimony?
consistent with an object being pressed hard across the tongue, such that it left an indentation within the tongue. There were also abrasions or scrapes on the surface of the tongue, and there was an intramuscular hemorrhage or bleeding within the tongue. This is often seen in cases of strangulation, where the tongue can be trapped between the teeth and the jaw is driven upwards and trapping the tongue between the teeth. Once I dissected down the neck, I had hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck as well. And this is also classically seen often in cases of strangulation, where blunt force trauma is applied to the neck during the process of compression, and you have injury and bleeding within the neck muscles. These hemorrhages were not only in the neck muscles, but they were also in the soft tissues surrounding the trachea or airway or windpipe, surrounding the larynx or upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine or the spinal column as it goes all the way down to the vertebra. So in other words, I had hemorrhages going from the surface all the way down deep into the neck muscle structures, and indicative of significant force being applied to the neck.
Just wanted to follow up on that particular last point. Doctor, you indicated in multiple areas where you saw evidence of strangulation. Did those same areas allow you to make some sort of determination or form an opinion?
Remember,
as to
once it's the
amount of
defense turn
force or
to
the amount
question
of
this
time
guy,
that force would have been applied to the neck?
we're going to hear
Objection,
all of this again
Speculation.
because that's all they do.
I think that's exactly what his
Reaffirm
professional
everything the
role is.
state just put out there.
Yep.
This is a great deal of force. We're not talking about simply injuries to the superficial structures, for example, the skin. I have injuries to the very thick muscles on the sides of the neck. I have injuries to the soft tissues beneath this.
I saw that
I
guy.
have
He didn't have
injuries to all
thick
the soft
muscles on
tissues
his neck.
surrounding the neck. And I also have hemorrhage on
Like
the
saying,
soft
I have
tissue
thick
on the anterior
muscles on the
aspect
neck.
of the cervical spine. This is hemorrhage deep through multiple layers of the neck, consistent with a great deal of force being applied and a great deal of injury.
Doctor, as we've heard, obviously there is a significant amount of mutilation to the body or disruption of the body in multiple different places. Can you describe how you are able to determine that those other cutting injuries to the portions of the body are postmortem as opposed to causing the death of Shad?
In my examination, there was extensive post-mortem mutilation of the body. And I believe that this is post-mortem mutilation because there is no hemorrhage associated with these injuries. In other words, I have multiple sharp force trauma with multiple stab wounds, multiple punctures, multiple incised wounds of the skin, deep cuts within the muscles and tendons and soft tissue, deep cuts within the bone. But all of these cuts are non-hemorrhagic. In other words, there's no blood or bleeding associated with it. These are consistent with post-mortem mutilation. In other words, there's no circulation going on. There's very little blood actually still left within the vascular system. This is all consistent with the body being dismembered after death.
Like I'm watching an episode of Bones.
Doctor, at this point, I intend to show you a photograph which is sensitive in nature.
Sometimes I wish we could fast forward
Publish that photograph
real life.
for the jury. So I'm putting the jury and also the media.
Didn't
on
go well
notice
for
that I
Adam
intend to use the
Sandler.
photograph at this point, and then have the judge describe it.
I forgot about that movie. That was a decent movie of his.
Yeah, it was okay. Look at this photograph. Wouldn't it be funny? Like, I couldn't be a medical examiner because I would laugh
showing
when
you
I
what's
like
been marked
was
previously
shown
as Exhibit
something
77.
horrible. Like, oh yeah, that was bad.
Can you identify what that photograph is?
What was it? Was it the Alex Murdaugh
I
case
can.
where the medical examiner was like
What is
so happy?
This is a
Yeah, that was
depiction of the
awkward.
right side
Yeah, it was really
of
weird.
Shad Thyrion's face at the autopsy examination. In the photograph is the right side of his face, along with the grayscale ruler with the case number, and also a L-shaped ABFO ruler, which is an American Board of Forensic Odontology ruler. It shows dimensions in 2 scales. The right side of his face shows his eyes closed and his tongue protuberant, pledged
Oh, his
between
tongue
the
is
right
sticking
side
out.
of his mouth.
Did you know that?
He has abrasions or scrapes that are visible
No, I just figured
on
because of the
right side of
strangulation.
his face and nose and cheek. At the lower aspect of the photograph are numerous sharp force injuries depicted on the upper chest.
Ooh, I got some
Your Honor,
info
I would
on her
ask
childhood.
for the admission of that
Lobo
photograph,
is
or move
asking?
for admission of the photograph, and ask for permission to publish at this time.
Okay, objection has already been made.
Same objection as before.
I'm going to overrule the objection and the picture can be published.
Apparently, it wasn't the best of childhoods for her.
Business.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why she ended up being a 25-year-old meth
No,
addict
no,
who
the
looks like
media is
she's
not allowed to
48
publish
and
this photo.
murdered and chopped up a guy while pegging him.
Do you know the expert?
Doctor, the photograph
Oh.
depicted in Exhibit 77, is that now visible on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Can you utilize that photograph to describe some of the indicia of strangulation that you had previously outlined for the jury?
Yes, I can. As you look at his face compared to the lower aspect of his body, which is visible in the upper right corner, you can see how much more purple and how much more congested it is compared to the rest of his body. Similarly,
That's why
on
they
his face,
wanted the
particularly you
face.
can see around the cheek, there are small pinpoint hemorrhages or circular petechial hemorrhages also on the right temple, which are burst hemorrhages present on the skin. And these are referred to as petechial hemorrhages, caused from ruptured capillaries on the skin surface. His tongue is protuberant and visible in this photograph coming out the right side of his mouth. Subsequently, as we examine the tongue further, we can see that there are abrasions and contusions of the tongue from impacts between the teeth. There is also a ligature oppression, as we previously described, on the surface of the tongue, which is not visible here. It's hidden by his mouth.
No, Karen, no, they're not going to show this.
And Doctor, you talked about the
Us
coloration and how
peasants.
that's relevant to the strangulation as the cause of death. Is the coloration from the body, is that also relevant to your determination that injuries to the body were postmortem?
It does, yes.
Doctor,
There's
in
a-
addition to preparing a report and
Thought I
taking
had a
photographs
pause.
of the injuries, do you also utilize diagrams?
Yes, I do.
I'm
is the
not
purpose
surprised
of
at all.
those
This guy
diagrams?
utilizes diagrams. He probably utilizes diagrams for
My
breakfast.
primary purpose is to document the findings in as many different ways as I can. I take photographs. I take diagrams. I take measurements. I want to recreate the findings for the viewer, for the reader.
He's just
so
describing
that they can
making
go
a
back to
grilled
them and see
cheese
what I
right now.
saw at the autopsy table. I also find the diagrams are easier for people to review and people to look at who do not look at bodies on a regular basis. They're less traumatic.
Then why'd you have to
They
show the
protect
picture?
privacy of the decedent a little more.
Yeah, why didn't we just use
And I
the
think that
diagrams
they
of his face
are-
then?
A document which I found to be very valuable for conveying what I found in a very easy to understand and not disturbing way.
should have asked that question of the witness before they
Dr.
admitted the
provided
photo.
Exhibit 79. Can you take a look at that?
The defense
and
should have,
describe
I
what
mean.
that is for the
That's
jury?
weird. You'd think the defense would know that he has diagrams of these injuries that could have
Right.
been used instead in the alternative and could have brought that up to the judge
Right.
for that specific reason. Yeah, these are less shocking and traumatic, but they describe in detail what was done and are a useful medical tool for the experts.
Exhibit
to explain
79
to lay
is
people.
a
It's
copy
perfect.
of my autopsy notes and diagrams that I generated on this case. It includes head and neck diagrams. It includes diagrams of the entire body and diagrams of the skeletal system as well.
She was trying to make a
Your Honor, I would move
Frankenstein
for
monster.
admission of
Remember?
Exhibit 79 and ask for permission to publish the diagrams.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that can be published to the jury.
That's the
I'll
thing I
receive it.
hate about watching trials, though, is because
Judge, for
that
the
seems obvious
diagrams
here
and the
and
subsequent
now.
discussion, could the lights be dim?
But
as
if
well?
you're conducting this trial, I mean, anybody might miss that or might not think of it or whatever, because they're going to say, oh yeah, well, there's no way the judge is going to show this guy's face like with blood and shit coming
Dr.
out of
Tranquita,
it.
is the screen now displaying what would be the first page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And can you note what's of importance
I'm going to
from
run and grab a snack.
This is the front page of what's referred to as my autopsy notes. And this allows me a front and back view of the body to depict findings. Also, a spot at the top where I can enter the general demographic features. In other words, weight of the body as it's recovered.
It's a weird
Size,
looking diagram.
age, frame, hair color, eye color.
Like the human
What's
outline
the
is
state
weird.
of the postmortem changes, such as rigor mortis or livor mortis. And then with the front and back diagrams, I'm able to show sort of general findings. In this case, because there were so many sharp force injuries and injuries of the head and neck, I saved them for separate diagrams. And this is more for general findings. The most relevant ones that I want to kind of emphasize on is there is marked congestion of the head and neck, but the rest of the body is relatively pale. There were some contusions or blunt force trauma injuries of the remainder of the body. There was a contusion on the upper
The
aspect of the
diagram
left
is
side of
wearing
the
a COVID
chest,
mask. I want to see
a
it again now.
contusion on the upper aspect of the right side of the chest. There were abrasions of the right upper extremity. There was a contusion or bruise of the anterior aspect of the right knee. And there was a collapsed blister on the left heel.
Wasn't the
He
knee
also had a
severed?
gray metal ring that was present on the little finger of the left hand.
This judge does not want to be
Doctor,
doing this
on the
trial.
screen, are we now showing page 2 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, we are.
And specifically, I draw your attention to the top right-hand corner of that. There's a depiction or a drawing. What is that?
That's a good question.
In the top right-hand drawing is a depiction of the surface of the decedent's tongue. With my crude art skills, I
Ew.
apologize.
Is that a bite at
But
the bottom?
I'm depicting where the arc-like abrasions are present on the tongue, and that's at the tip, those curvilinear interrupted abrasions. There was a contusion of the right side of the tip of the tongue or bruise. And then on the back and middle aspect of the right side of the tongue, there were two parallel, very patterned, very regular indentation rows consistent with a potential ligature being pressed against the neck. Being pressed against the tongue.
Doctor, based on
gagged
your
him?
prior experience with strangulation
Is that what he's trying to
cases,
say?
is that something that is typically seen or ordinarily seen where there's a potential ligature strangulation that you may see ligature marks not only on the neck but also on other parts of the body?
Yes, it occurs when the ligature shifts during the assault. If the ligature shifts, often the victim or the decedent will try to get their chin underneath the ligature. I can sometimes see injuries across the chin, across the lower lip, or inside the mouth. As
Is it
ligature
consistent with a
is
bite mark? That's what I would be
shifting in
asking on
position
defense.
before it's placed again on the neck.
Doctor, you mentioned that you were present on scene and
Hey,
had the
everybody in chat,
opportunity
by the
to
way.
observe two metal dog chains that were collected by law enforcement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you note any consistency between those chains that were collected and the marks that you observed on Shad Thyrion's body?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
When I'm observing injuries or trying to interpret injuries, I am looking for patterns. Anything that I can use to convey to an investigator, hey, you may want to look for this at the scene.
That's right. It's the
In
MLS
this
show
case,
here
we had
with Nick
very
Ricada.
organized, repeating, interrupted indentations on the surface of the tongue, very evenly spaced apart. This would not be inconsistent with the pattern of a chain and the chain links as they twist, leaving separate corner impressions on the surface of the tongue.
Doctor, does the screen
I
now
just I don't
depict
see how
the
if
third
the chain is
page
around his
of
neck, it gets
Exhibit
in his
79?
mouth.
Yes, it does.
And could you describe for
I mean,
the jury the significance of these particular diagrams?
See, they could have used this without the photo.
Because there were
That's
so many
what
findings,
Nick was talking
I
about.
separated out the head and neck diagrams to a separate diagram. This diagram depicts multiple different views of the decedent's head and neck. Similar to the photograph, we can see that there is congestion of the head above the level of decapitation. In other words, there's purplish discoloration or cyanosis or plethory of the upper aspect of the neck and head, consistent with congestion. On the right side of the decedent's face and nose
They showed the perfect diagram
is an abrasion.
instead of the photo they could have used.
There
Of
are
course he did.
contusions at the left temple, just above the ear, and at the right temple, just above the ear as well, or bruises. Once I dissected down the neck, I found hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck on the left side and right side of the neck. I also found sharp force injuries of the outer aspect of the left eyebrow and outer aspect of the left upper eyelid, and then also on the left side of the tip of the nose. I believe that these are also post-mortem artifact because they're non-hemorrhagic. There's no redness, there's no swelling. This is consistent with cutting a body that's already been dead. Across the neck, I am depicting the point of decapitation of the decedent. This was roughly at the level of cervical vertebra C5, C6. We have about 7 cervical vertebrae. So it's just above the base of the neck, where we have complete decapitation. In other words, it's going completely through the neck and the head is separate from the remainder of the body. There are also a number of sharp force injuries above and below the level of decapitation, consistent with multiple cuts attempted as the person is trying to get through the neck.
See, and this is why you got to be good at it. Do it in one
Doctor,
swoop.
does the screen show what is page 4 of Exhibit 79?
Get yourself a 3-body katana and make it happen.
Yes, it does.
I don't think I will ask you to describe every injury that's
Ooh.
denoted on this particular diagram, as
Is that like all the
be
pieces?
here a while, but could you
It's like that Ashley
describe
Simpson
generally
song.
what is depicted in this
Pieces of me for
diagram?
the deep cut reference there,
course.
guys.
This is a front and back view of the decedent's body, where I'm attempting to show the points of dismemberment, as well as points of sharp force injury that are present.
Man, she went to town on
The
that stomach.
contusions I've also included here to try to show where
She's
they are,
obviously not a
bruises and
hunter.
abrasions. But for the most part, I want to focus on the sharp force trauma. In particular, in this case, we have the head has been decapitated at the level of the lower neck. The back has been largely flayed and defleshed. In other words, the skin of the back has been removed. Also, the muscles of the back have been removed so that we have exposed rib cage and spine. The torso, so extending from about the neck to the groin, has been bisected or cut in half at the level of the lumbar vertebra or the vertebra of the lower spine, so that we have access to the inside of the torso, both the pelvis and the upper aspect of the chest and abdomen. We have attempted amputations at the level of the right shoulder and right elbow. We have numerous cuts and stab wounds of the extremities. When we get to the abdomen and thighs, we have areas of skin removal where flaps of skin have been removed. Where we get to the right thigh, all of the soft tissue has been removed. So we're down to the bone. In other words, all we have is exposed femur for the length of the femur. When we get to the lower extremities, the left lower extremity has been amputated to the level of the knee. The kneecap or patella was recovered separately. We have another amputation from the knee to the level of the ankle, and the left foot was recovered from within the left chest cavity, placed within there.
The foot was in the chest
At
cavity.
the right lower extremity, we have again the femur, which has been largely defleshed, but I was able to reapproximate the pieces of muscle and pieces of skin to recreate what was there. And then we had the right knee to the right foot still intact.
Doctor, based on your training and experience, what kind of amount of time would be necessary in order to
Oh,
create
he
this
better
sort
answer
of
carefully because I've
disruption
seen
to
an
a body?
autopsy in 10 minutes.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Yeah, good
Foundation.
objection.
Ooh.
Overruled.
It is my medical opinion that this would be quite a few hours. We have decapitation.
Have
We
you,
does that
sir, ever
mean?
cut up
We
a
have
body in this
transection
manner
of the
before?
torso.
And when did you do it last? And how long did it take you? And what tools did you
Internally,
use?
The body has been eviscerated. In other words, we have entered inside the body
Several
Your
hours?
speculation.
I actually don't
both
believe
at the
that for a
abdomen
moment.
and between the ribs, where the victim's organs have been removed, largely one by one.
She doesn't
We
go
have
through a careful,
castration of the
methodical
decedent.
process
The
you do,
decedent has been
homie.
Castrated as well. We have cutting or sawing through chop mark injuries.
Castration,
of the
you know, that
bones.
takes a while.
Yeah.
It is my medical opinion. that
Lorena
this would have
Bobbitt
taken
did it
quite a
while that
great
one
deal
guy
of
was
time.
asleep. Yeah,
Remember,
I mean,
too, the
go
entire
ahead.
time she keeps going back upstairs to get, like,
Yeah.
get knives
Doctor,
and
is
get
the screen
eyeglasses
now
from the
depicting
boyfriend, the mom's
You
boyfriend.
you
5
mentioned
of
that
Exhibit
she's not
79.
a hunter because of all the cuts on the
Yes, it
stomach,
is.
but
And
I
where
mean, I'm
you
sure
attempted
plenty
to
of hunters
denote
would suggest
here
that
as
they could
opposed to on the
probably
previous
eviscerate a
exhibit.
body very quickly. I mean,
Yeah.
Again, I don't want to overload one particular set of diagrams. So in this set of diagrams, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show the points of skeletal dismemberment. In other words, where on the skeletal system the body has been taken apart. So here I'm illustrating that the head and neck have been severed at the level of C5,
Dahmer would call her
C6.
crazy.
I have that the torso has been severed at the level of about L3, L4 of the lumbar spine. I've shown that the pelvis has been cut right at the pubic bone and separated open. I've shown that there is attempt to sharp force trauma at the distal right arm or right humerus, and also at the proximal right forearm.
the
or
phrasing
right
of this
radius
is
minima.
weird. I know he's saying
I'm
I've
showing
shown
that
on
we
the
have,
diagram, but
amputations
he's
or
saying
severing
I've
of the
shown,
left
which comes
femur,
across as a
both
truthful
just proximal to the
assertion
hip and
of
at the
what
distal left
happened.
femur.
Kind of strange.
I have shown that the left kneecap has been separated.
Yeah,
And I've
I'm
also
attempting
shown
to
that the left
show.
lower leg has also
I'm
been separated
identifying
at
what
the
I
distal tibia
perceived.
and fibula.
I've cataloged my observation
At
that
the right lower extremity, the right hip socket has been opened and separated. I have severing of the right lower extremity at the level of the knee, and the kneecap on the right side is received with the lower leg.
Apparently, she's wild in bed. I would agree. Might be your last adventure, though.
Doctor, you had mentioned
to the people bringing up that, you know,
attempted,
a hunter has the right tools to do the
dismemberment
job or the
attempted
practice.
amputation. Can
Well,
you describe
yeah,
what you mean by
but
that?
he doesn't know
course.
her level of skill.
There are
He
some
doesn't
areas
know how
where
effective
there
the
are
cuts were and in the
cuts
order that they
through
were
the
made.
muscle and cuts through
Like-
the skin, but they do not
Knows
completely
nothing.
transect
It's
the
It's
pure
pure
speculation.
Yeah,
So
exactly. Thank you.
There's evidence of cutting deeply into these tissues in the postmortem state, but not complete transection, so they are still attached. On the bones, there's multiple evidence of sharp force trauma to the bones, even in areas where the bone is still in one piece. Evidence of previous attempts to cut or saw through or transect the bone. These pieces of bone were
I'm going to object,
collected.
non-responsive.
Just wait for the question, Doctor. Go ahead.
Doctor, is it typical that in the course of your investigation into a death that you would ask for toxicology to be performed on the decedent?
Yes, it would.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
What were some of the challenges that you faced with respect to toxicology?
The largest challenge was the amount of disruption of the vascular system. This body was essentially bloodless. So what I did is at the scene, I collected a hemorrhagic fluid that was present in one of the containers where the body was kept, with the hope that some of this was blood that was drained from the decedent's remains as they sat within the container. And these were submitted for toxicology. In addition, I saved tissues as well, should there have been a need for that.
Based
I
on
feel
your
like
training
if
and
he was on
experience,
enough
are there
meth, he would have
concerns
lived.
about the accuracy of the toxicology based on
Possibly.
how you had to obtain
Like, this
the
isn't
fluid
so
for
bad. Give me more
toxicology?
meth.
Yes, there are.
And what are those concerns?
This was hemorrhagic fluid that was collected from in this case, the bucket where a portion of the decedent's remains were recovered. Whether this all represents the decedent's blood, somebody else's blood, substances that may have been present in the bucket before the decedent was placed in there, whether the blood is entirely blood or a combination of blood and cerebrospinal fluid and vomit and other fluids, whether there is water present in the bucket as well. So as a result, these findings are noted, but they should be taken in that context and with those caveats.
And in terms of the toxicology report, what substances did you note from the fluid that was submitted for toxicological testing?
From the fluid that was submitted, we found cocaine. We found
Have you seen a
cocaine
bucket of blood? Has anyone
metabolite
seen it?
benzoyl ecgonine. We found methamphetamine. We found amphetamine.
So you wonder if they were doing coke
We
and meth,
found
or if the coke was
delta-9
mixed with meth,
tetrahydrocannabinol,
mixed
or the
with the
active
meth.
component of marijuana. And I believe we also found nicotine, which is present in most tobacco products.
See, it's the marijuana that did it, guys.
Doctor,
Stay
you
away.
Yeah.
found a number of those
Stay away.
substances in the fluid. Are those substances, in your opinion,
No
contributory
fentanyl,
to Shad Thyrion death in
amateurs.
any way?
I do not believe so, no.
She's always smiling. The defendant is always
You
smiling.
mentioned this earlier, doctor, when you were describing the general process of the
He's
autopsy.
just remembering the good times.
Is swabbing of the body something that you typically do?
When I suspect that there may be the involvement of another individual.
See, when
within
she
a
sits
death,
like that, I think she's
yes,
replaying it
swabbing
in
is
her head.
something that I typically do.
And is that something that was done in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe the process for swabbing and then the process for maintaining the integrity of the evidence that's collected in those swabs?
Of course. Before the body is cleaned or altered in any way, while it is still resting on an evidence sheet, what I do is I collect DNA swabs of the external surfaces of the body. Typically, I'll go for areas.
The
where I
clerk is
suspect
getting
the
so
greatest
grossed out by
possibility
the
of contact.
conversation. She's like cleaning
In
her
this
hands.
case,
Yeah.
I believe they are all listed on pages 14 of the autopsy report. So it included the left and right sides of the forehead, the left and right cheeks, the left and right sides of the chin, the left and right sides of the neck, both sides of the chest, what was left of the skin surface of the abdomen, what was left of the skin surface of the back, the left and right arms, the left and right forearms, the left and right wrists, the palmar aspects of the left and right hands, the dorsal aspects of the left and right hands, the skin of the left thigh, the skin of both legs, the skin of both feet. And then I took oral, penile, scrotal, and rectal swabs. And
That
then
sounds like
of
a
all
good
the
time.
fragments of skin that were recovered separate from the decedent, I swabbed the skin surfaces of those as well. So those were 12 separate fragments of skin were each swabbed. After that, they're air dried, packaged, and given to law enforcement.
And that process was followed in this case with respect to the integrity of the evidence.
That is correct.
Is it typical that you obtain a swab that's intended to be either a swab or some sort of evidence that is intended to be a known sample for the deceased?
That is correct.
What is the typical process for that?
Typically, we collect what's referred to as a DNA card, which is a blood spot card that is air dried and then subsequently can be used for DNA testing.
Do you know if that was used in this case?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if you also did a buccal swab in this case, or a swab from the inside of the mouth of the decedent?
That's correct. That was with my oral
Did they
swab.
confirm this gentleman's DNA on any of the marital aids?
Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Trankita, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Did you determine the time of death and the date of death for the deceased?
At best, I can determine approximately how long a person has been dead. But in terms of determining the time of death and the date of death, we list the time where they're examined by a medical professional.
This particular case, you were contacted.
The medical
by,
examiner doesn't ever predict a
the
time
Brown
of death.
County medical examiner, or Petra Schwab, correct?
She was our Petra Schwab was our lead investigator at the time. That's correct.
She's not a medical examiner, but she's a director, correct?
I believe now her title is Director of Operations, correct?
And she contacted you to secure your assistance with the investigation in this particular case?
That is correct.
Were you contacted on February 23rd of 2022?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And you were briefed on some of the issues or what may or may not have happened, correct?
That is correct.
And then you traveled from Madison to where the location on Stony Brook Lane, or where did you go?
That is correct. I traveled to the home on Stony Brook Lane
Okay.
in Green Bay.
And do you recall the time that you got there, roughly? Was it in the
Unfortunately,
morning?
not offhand. I believe it was in the morning, but it's difficult to say. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been a while.
All right. Fair to say that the facts with regards to this case or the circumstances were quite unusual based on your training and experience. Is that fair?
Could you describe what you mean by unusual?
You don't often see situations.
How hesitant
where
he
there are
is to answer. I
body
hate these
parts
kind
all
of
over,
experts.
correct?
Yeah, it's it's unusual, homie, but he's trying to elicit testimony to support the insanity
I
defense.
think my line of work is unfortunately very different from others. Fragmentation.
Objection,
in particular is very
non-responsive.
common. Motor vehicle
Yeah.
accidents, train accidents.
Also, you should
people
rephrase
that
the
jump
question.
from
This is
from
an
tall
unusual
buildings or
instance,
been
isn't
hit by
it?
a subway train.
Yeah.
Get him to a yes, no.
That's not unusual for me. It's something that I see quite often.
How about a severed head in a bucket and body parts in different locations? Is that unusual for you?
I would say it's not a common occurrence. That's correct.
It's different, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that those particular facts make it a little bit more challenging when you have to do your autopsy and your testing and your swabs and your analysis? Is that fair?
In what sense, sir?
In the sense that you essentially have to try to understand the global picture. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And so on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, you went to the Stony Brook Lane property, to the house, and you went inside.
That is correct.
You conferred with several detectives, correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Schwab was there. Is that fair?
That is correct.
And you found human remains in different locations, correct?
That is correct.
See, he's just repeating
Found,
everything.
You found a head and a
Even if he's
penis and testicles and
with
a
the
black
insanity
bucket,
defense, he doesn't need to repeat everything.
That is correct. At the base of the stairs.
Yeah.
And then you found
weird.
some other body parts in a duffel bag. They call it a
Now this is
jujitsu bag
foundation
and
for that. Isn't that
Name
weird,
center.
sir? Unusual, sir?
I believe so. Yes, I believe that was the dark blue bag on the dresser. I'm not very familiar with bags, unfortunately, but yes, that was, I can say color at least. Yes.
Okay, sure. Inside that blue bag, as you say, there were lots of plastic shopping bags in there, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Was it hard or difficult to understand what you were actually looking at when you were removing these items from the bag due to having plastic bags inside?
That was a weirdly worded question.
I would say
Yeah.
no. I'm fairly comfortable with plastic bags. They're often seen at scenes. And then the recovery of the individual pieces, identifying them, of course, is something that
I will
I do
be right back.
fairly regularly. So I was able to start saying, okay, this is clearly a piece of this. This is clearly a piece of that. As we began to gather the inventory, that becomes a very important part of determining if the entire body is present or whether there might be other pieces at another location or destroyed.
As you moved along in the basement of 829 Stony Brook Lane, you moved towards a pink and black Under Armour backpack, correct?
That is correct.
And there were more human remains in there, correct?
That is correct.
And did you know that these remains belonged to one person, or did you have a concern that, did you have any concerns about that?
Very much. My goal was to determine whether or not there might be more than one person present. So in other words, if I found, for example, 2 patellas from the left side, or if I found 2 left arms, then I would be concerned that there might be more than one decedent present.
And then as you went through the basement, did the detectives follow you? Did you take the lead, or how did that kind of work?
Typically what's done is the law enforcement has the jurisdiction or the investigation of the scene, of the surrounding circumstances. But the investigation of the body and the examination of the body falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. So in this case, also because our goal is to try to prevent contamination and preserve as much evidence as possible, we took the lead, where we are wearing Tyvek suits and gloves and masks and trying to collect things in as clean and preserved a way as possible. So we took the lead on that, and law enforcement remained in the background.
This wasn't a perfect situation as far as the
Is this
basement was concerned.
Is this the
because there was
coroner
lots
or
of
like the elected
clutter down
medical
there. Is that
examiner?
fair?
I forgot.
That's correct, yes.
There's like a table.
He's a
packet
medical
machine, all
examiner.
kinds of other items, correct?
Okay.
It's not a coroner, or
That
not
is
the
correct.
coroner, unless
You
they combine
recall
roles.
seeing
You
3
didn't mention
mattresses
that.
stacked on each other.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And then there was another container. Was it such that it was a blue tote?
Yes, there was. I believe it was towards the head of the bed.
And there were human remains in the blue tote, correct?
That is correct.
And on top of the tote, there was blankets or clothing items. Is that fair?
I believe there were, yes.
So fair to say that some of these items that you were attempting to collect may have been tampered with or tainted in some way because of other items being put on top or plastic bags being utilized?
In what way, sir?
Yeah, that's
If you could just answer my question with due respect.
I'm trying, if my interpretation of tainted with means that DNA evidence could have been lost potentially, or DNA evidence could have been contaminated, I would say that certainly any object that would have come in contact with the remains could potentially transfer or wipe away DNA evidence. So for example, if the plastic bags had other people's DNA on it, that can be transferred onto the skin surface.
what DNA are we
or body
concerned about in this
surfaces.
case, though?
If the
That's
tote
weird.
bag had other people's DNA on it, that also can be transferred onto the body surfaces of what's been placed in there. If the bedding or bed sheets also had other people's DNA on it, that could be, or hair samples or fingernail clippings, that also could be transferred onto the body surfaces. So if I understand the question correctly, I think that that's about as good an answer as I can give.
You answered it. I appreciate that.
Perfect.
It's a badly worded question, though.
Did you
Yeah.
see evidence of drug usage down in the basement on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, I did.
Did you see
This
a
is
meth
weird.
pipe down there and a
I would
baggie
object to
with,
this. This guy doesn't know
crystal-like
what evidence of
substance?
drug usage is. He
I
doesn't have
believe
any
I saw a glass
particular
pipe. I
training
think I recall it was
in
white
regards to
color.
drug
And then there
usage.
was, I believe,
Well, that's what I was
a
wondering if he was the
small green
coroner or the
baggie,
medical
with a
examiner.
a powdery crystalline substance inside.
Like he ran a
Did you see
toxicology.
any
He has the evidence of
of,
drug usage from that, but
Right.
I would object to
drugs
this if
or
I was the prosecutor.
drug
Like
substances on the decedent's mouth or face?
usually you have to qualify
not.
your cops as a drug
Did you
recognition
swab for
expert.
that?
The face was swabbed, yes.
With regards to your report, did you indicate that the deceased had possible acute intoxication due to the combined effects of methamphetamine, amphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana?
That is correct.
Did you consider that as the possible
From
cause of death?
Your analysis and assessment and examination of the body, did you in any way opine or conclude that drugs had anything to do with the death of Mr. Thyrion?
It is my medical opinion that the drugs did not have.
That's
anything
not the
to do
question,
with the
sir.
death of Mr. Thyrion.
Did you ever opine? Did
Have
you think
had
about it? Did you
cases
consider it?
where people
Don't move on. He's not
overdose
even
on
listening to the answer. This
methamphetamine?
defense
Yep.
attorney.
No.
Don't move on.
Yes,
Hammer
I
him.
have.
resulting in death?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that that didn't happen in this particular case?
Okay.
I know that that did not happen in this particular case because of the extent of hemorrhaging that's present within the decedent's neck and head. In other words, these are antemortem injuries when he still had circulation. In other words, he was still able to bleed. So as a result, I have bruising and contusions of the neck muscles. I have deep hemorrhages of the soft tissues all the way down to the cervical spine. And I have numerous blown hemorrhages of the eyes and oral mucosa and facial skin. To have these, you have to have circulation. You have to have blood pressure. Without it, you'll not get these injuries. You can strangle or stab or punch or hit a dead body as much as you want. But without circulation and without that blood pressure, you're not going to get this kind of
Wait,
hemorrhage.
I could strangle,
Do you know
stab, and
if,
punch a dead body as much as I want.
Drugs like such
Sign
as
me up.
methamphetamine could have
That's
caused
therapy
the
right there.
protuberance of the tongue in the deceased?
Methamphetamine causing protuberance of the tongue?
Yes.
It has not been my experience that it causes that.
When you received the remains in the body bags, was there anything unusual with the manner or way you received the items at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office? Did you have any concerns with what you received?
If I understand the question correctly, did I have any concerns about the manner in which the remains were brought to me or delivered to me?
Yes.
I did not.
Hey guys,
How,
MLS has to bounce
how
to
did
his
you get
stream.
those
Hopefully he'll pop
items?
back in later today.
They
Make sure you
obviously
go check out his
packaged up
channel,
at the
MLS
Stony
Law
Brook Lane
Show
property, correct?
on YouTube.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'll be back.
And I
I got
participated in the packaging.
Yeah, sounds
I got to
good,
do
buddy.
Jody
See you.
Arias, man. I got to do
From
Jody.
there, how
Go
they
get it.
arrived at the
See you in a
Dane County
bit.
Medical
See ya.
Examiner's office.
Of course.
Thank you.
Again, as the bodies were packaged up, the security seal was placed on the bags to show that the body bags are intact and undisturbed. At that point, we contact the driver. The driver from our office comes up to Brown County, collects the remains, then places them into their van. The van is refrigerated, which allows for as best preservation of the remains as we can. And then the body is taken back to Dane County. At that point, the body is checked in to our secured cooler by one of our investigators. And then the body is kept in that secured cooler until such time that we can perform the autopsy examination, which in this case was the 25th.
Thank you. Have you been involved in cases where it's a situation where it's death by asphyxiation, where people engage in choking kind of behaviors?
Ooh, sounds sexy.
If I understand the question correctly, yes, I have had cases where people have died from asphyxiation due to choking or strangulation as a mechanism. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, thank God. That was eternal. The guy's manner of speaking made that feel like it was 6 hours long.
State's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Deputy Bryce.
Paralegals, welcome. Are you sure? So what, you want me to bring on like Chandler Remington? I don't know about that. I don't think Chandler would even want to come on the show.
Okay, sir, if you want to just step up right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Deputy Bryce Haynes, Haines.
Okay, and Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed as a patrol deputy with the Brown County Sheriff's Office,
And
But I don't know if I'm going to bring anyone
anyone
else on today or not.
approximately 2.5 years.
And is that the totality of your law?
Tell you who I'll
enforcement,
never bring on
experience?
again is
I worked
legal
for
mindset.
approximately a year and a half in the village of Black Creek as a police officer.
But then for the last 2.5 years with the sheriff's office.
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy, do you sometimes get called out to respond to?
I love that the
Incident
prosecuting
locations in the,
attorney
in the county of Brown?
asking questions
Yes.
is up 3
and you also
octaves
have
from the
occasion
last
to assist
guy.
other jurisdictions with their own cases.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I want to ask you, Deputy, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
Yes, I was.
And were you dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes, I was.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
So deputies were requested to assist the Green Bay Police Department in locating a vehicle that was involved with what was dispatched as a suspicious situation. That they requested that we look for a gold town and country van.
And do you recall approximately what time that call would have come in to your department?
I was dispatched at roughly 4:15 a.m.
And this is on February 23rd.
Correct.
And was there information provided that this van may be located at that Eastman address?
It was my understanding that the possible suspect had been driving the vehicle and staying at that residence.
And did you ultimately arrive at 2523 Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Green Bay?
Yes, it is.
And did you locate that reported gold van in the vicinity of that address?
Yes, it was located on the north side of the building.
Of course, I'm just kidding about my boy Legal Mindset. Looking forward to hanging out with him at Anime Matsuri next month. What up, Andrew? How you doing, girl? How you doing?
Deputy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 80. Do you recognize what Exhibit 80 depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of the gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
And the depiction in Exhibit 80, does that appear to be consistent with the scene around the Eastman Avenue address that you encountered?
That appear to
Yes,
be
it does.
consistent
Sorry,
with
on
the
February
scene
23rd?
that we
Yes, it
shot
does.
last night in my
And
bedroom.
The general layout of where the vehicles were positioned and everything, that's consistent with how you first encountered the scene?
That is correct.
Okay, I'd move Exhibit 80.
Any objection?
No objection.
80 is received.
I'd ask permission to publish as well.
No objection.
That'll be published to the jury.
Okay, then Deputy, it's behind you, but also there's a screen in front of you if that's easier. So are we looking at Exhibit 80 now presently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So when you arrived at this Eastman address, where are you positioned?
I was positioned, the van's facing south. I was positioned to the northeast of the van.
And when you arrived, you mentioned you were dispatched at 4:15. Do you recall when you would have gotten to this address?
Approximately 4:20, 4:25, probably about 5 to 10 minutes to respond.
And from that time, did you maintain a sort of visual on the vehicle?
Yes, once the vehicle is located.
Did you observe whether the van was occupied or unoccupied at that point?
It appeared unoccupied.
Did you see?
What
during
about the
time you were
legs,
there,
though? What
any
about
other
the
person
legs?
walk to or from that vehicle?
No, I did not.
And then how long were you on scene for?
I'm unsure exactly how long I was on scene, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And when would you have left?
I was relieved by an officer from the Green Bay Police Department.
So you were assisting, I guess, Green Bay, and then once they got there, you sort of left it to them.
That is
fair to say?
correct. That is correct.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Deputy Haynes,
That's quick.
what time were you relieved by the Green Bay police officer?
I would guess approximately 5 a.m. I do not know the exact time.
Okay. And you were called to go right to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That is correct.
And it's a larger apartment complex where people live, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there on February 23rd of 2022, it was fairly dark outside, correct?
Yes,
And there's snow on the ground, right?
correct.
And were you told which?
Does the
vehicle
defense's
to
case
look
have
for?
legs? Yeah, they're in the
Yes, we were
crack
given
pat
the
packs.
description as well as the license plate for the vehicle.
Did you arrive there by yourself?
No, myself along with two other deputies and our patrol sergeant arrived on scene.
Okay. Did you get there first? Did you
I
get
was
there first?
I arrived first, I believe.
Okay.
We all arrived roughly at the same time.
All right. You took your own squad car?
Correct.
When you got out, then what did you do? Did you walk?
I
Did
did
you
not
walk
get
by?
out of my patrol vehicle. I did not approach the vehicle.
Okay. You just parked behind it?
I parked to the northeast of the vehicle, not directly behind the van.
Okay. You didn't get out and walk around the perimeter of the van, is that fair?
That is correct. I did not do that.
And that picture that you saw, the back of that Town and Country minivan, it had all snow on the back window, right?
Correct.
And there was a car to the left and a car to the right of it, correct?
Yes.
And would you say that these vehicles were kind of parked fairly close to each other?
Yes.
When you were sitting in your squad car, could you see inside of the Town and Country minivan?
I could see the side windows. I could not tell if anyone was in the vehicle or not.
Were the windows tinted?
It was dark. I can't tell you if they were tinted any regularly or not.
Okay. Did you see any person, we'll strike that. Did you put any police tape out there?
I did not.
When the other Green Bay police officer arrived, then you just left?
Correct.
Did you see anybody walking around the van or in front of the van while you were there?
No.
And the entire time that you were there, you were sitting in your squad?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody come in or out of that apartment complex?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Can you read?
Oh, thank
No, thank
goodness.
Thank you. You can step down.
Did you see the van? Yeah. Did you see anything in it? No. Thanks.
Next witness.
State calls Officer Garth Russell.
You says, is this channel pro MAGA or not? I don't know. What does that even mean? What do you want the answer to be,
Okay, sir,
you?
if wanna Step up here. and
Make
then
me
before
into
you have a
your
seat, if you can
thing.
Turn and face her. Raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath. And then I believe the media is aware of the situation with the video, correct? Got it.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I swear.
Have a seat and state your name for the record.
What? The audio's out again. Lacey says,
Can you
what's your
tell
favorite
us,
lawyer
how
movie?
you're
Mine is
employed?
Legally Blonde.
I'm a
It's
police
guilty
officer
pleasure.
with the city of Green Bay.
All right, and how long have you been employed as a police
Probably
officer?
my cousin
Since
Vinny.
October of
No, the
2016.
counselor. The counselor's
And
my
prior
favorite
to
lawyer
that
movie.
time, do you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a military policeman in the United States Army
For about how long?
for approximately 2 years.
And then since 2016, you've been employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes,
I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a police officer with the Green Bay Police Department on that day?
yes, I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes,
And to where were you dispatched on Eastman Avenue?
I believe the address was 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Is that a house? Is that an apartment building? Is that a duplex? Can you describe that?
It is an apartment building.
And why were you dispatched to that residence on Eastman?
I was dispatched to that residence. I was asked by Sergeant Bresser, who was the supervisor on shift, to first relieve the deputies on scene there because they were on scene, I guess, waiting on an individual to arrive. And I was also tasked with assisting in the locating of a gold Chrysler van and a person associated with that van and that address.
So prior to your arrival, you were informed that sheriff's deputies had already located the vehicle?
I believe the sheriff's deputies were on scene. I don't remember if they already located the vehicle or not.
But you were told to go to that area.
Yes.
All right. And when you got there, what do you observe?
When I got there, I subsequently walked into the parking lot with me and a few other officers.
How would I feel if I had to defend this woman?
We were
It would be an honor and a
told to look
privilege.
for this van, and then we were told to see if there was anything strange happening with the van or anything. So we walked the parking lot, saw the van, and then we went from there.
The van that you reported seeing, is that the same gold minivan that you were kind of looking for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned you were sort of walking around the van area. What happens next?
So while walking around the van, the marker lights on the van blinked twice, indicating that somebody was manipulating the keyless entry system into the van. Then once that happened, I think approximately 10 seconds later, someone came out of the apartment complex.
And the person that came out of the apartment complex, did you have contact with that person?
Yes, I did.
And did you ultimately identify that person?
Yes, I did.
Who did you identify her as?
I identified her as Taylor Schabusiness.
The person who you had contact with on February 23rd, as they exited the apartment complex, do you see him or her in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out what they're wearing and where they're sitting for us?
She's sitting to my right. She's wearing a black, what appears to be a thin jacket and a dark blue dress.
This guy's not very good at
White floor
descriptorizing
And as
things.
the record reflect, the witness identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
No objection.
She's wearing a black. Oh my
What happened
God.
when you observed Ms. Schabusiness then?
When we observed Mr. Business, I made contact with her. I subsequently placed her in handcuffs and noticed what appeared to be dried blood on her sweatshirt, the front and the back.
And did you make any note of any potential evidence on her hands?
Yes, I also saw what appeared to be smeared blood on both her hands.
During this time, you were working as a patrol officer?
Yes,
that
I
right?
was.
And were you utilizing any body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
And was it operational in your belief?
Yes, it was.
when a particular incident or an arrest is made, is there a way for you to sort of save that body camera footage to a system?
Yes,
Does that allow you the chance to then review that at a later date?
yes,
And then do you enter that into your department system?
yes,
And have you also had the chance to review portions of your
Oh.
body camera footage prior to testifying today?
yes, I did.
Would you
Yes, I watch
recognize
it
if you
every
were to
day.
see it here in court?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask then to play approximately 4 minutes from Exhibit 81.
The objection, Mr.
No.
Freilich?
No.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
I think we'll dim the lights.
Hitting play at 0 minutes, 0 seconds.
Oh, Jesus.
Please nobody, please nobody.
God. Oh, fuck me. Oh. Oh, Christ.
Nothing. Hey. Is this blood? Does this look like blood to you?
Does this look like blood to you?
Or am I just tripping? Bloody footprint?
Oh,
See this
God.
right here?
Take that, mindset.
Hey, who did that?
Who did that? Who this?
Hi, Taylor. How's it going? Officer Russell with the Green Bay Police Department. Just make sure you ain't got nothing on you here. With Taylor. Contact with Taylor. Taylor, you have one more for you. You have one more for your wrist. Just put your hands behind your back, please. Anybody else in your apartment? You got blood on your hands here too. No, on your hands. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to. What apartment? What apartment are you in? Do you have it? Adam, can you come up? He cuts me in. Get up here. On the double. Which apartment? One. There's what they came back to.
Oh, please stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go. Guys, hurry, get here now. Watch this window right here. Watch this window right here. Gun. Go in here.
Reminds me of that Saddam Hussein video.
Come to the back of the apartment. That's where we're at.
That's way louder.
You come
I
over here.
love that she has her name on her hat. Look at that shit. Schabusiness in the old English.
Tomorrow will be fine. If,
This chick
enforce
is
it.
so ratchet.
You have contact with the mail.
Hands up! Walk out towards me!
Have a seat.
All the
Have a
traffic,
seat.
all the traffic. Out towards me! Get out of the route!
Who else is in the apartment? Be straight up.
Thomas.
Tomes?
Hands up.
Who else? Just Tomes? Is he armed?
Move out.
Nobody's armed?
Nobody's out.
You sure?
You have a tattoo up here on the chest. That's cool.
doing out here? You're not police! Everybody get here! Announce yourself now!
Go ahead. Negative, we got enough here.
Now remember, the dead body isn't there. Only the legs are in the van. The dead body's back at the other house.
Okay, and for the record, 4 minutes of that exhibit, actually the entirety of that exhibit was played into the record. Officer, having reviewed that video, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes.
You
Is that consistent
recognize?
with the body camera worn footage that you were wearing on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 81.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
So I want to ask just a few questions then, officer. There was an earlier part in the clip where you had noted some area of suspected blood. Is that right?
That's right.
And what do you
Conclusive,
recall
Doc.
observing?
I don't know. I don't know
It
anything
looked
about
like
the
a
trial.
Couple
And
drops
it
of
depends
blood
on
in front of the
schedules.
vehicle,
Always
along
schedules.
with a footprint that was within, or that encompassed one of the drops.
And I guess was that pointed out to other officers who were on scene?
Yes.
You mentioned then the lights of the vehicle were activated and sort of flash. Is that right?
Yes.
And then about 10 seconds later, Mr. Business exited the apartment.
Yes.
At the end of the video, where were you walking Mr. Business to?
I was walking her to my patrol car.
And was she, I guess, put in the back of the squad car?
Yes, she was.
Was there any further questioning or anything done at that point?
The only question I asked Ms. Schabusiness was if she knew why we were there.
Okay. And then did you ultimately just transport her then to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
When you got to the Green Bay Police Department, what further steps did you take?
We placed her in interview room 3, I believe, where I had Officer Kenny assist me with taking photographs of what looked like smeared blood on her hands and on her clothing. I also had her remove the sweatshirt that had what appeared to be blood on it, as well as her socks and her shoes.
And then was another officer requested to assist with the further removal of some clothing?
I believe after I left the room, there was another officer that might have been asked to assist with removal of some additional clothing so that Ms. Schabusiness could get
Hey, Elizabeth Lyons, thank
temporary
you for
clothing
joining a
because we wanted all
paralegal.
her clothes as evidence.
Much appreciated.
The clothing items that you took, did those stay within your custody and control?
Yes,
And did you subsequently enter them into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
I did.
I guess in totality on February 23rd, in your interactions with Ms. Schabusiness, did you ask sometimes some questions of her?
Didn't ask questions of her. I more like commands like, hey, please remove your jacket. Please remove your hat. Let me get your shoes. Sit here. Just commands, not really questions.
The commands that or requests that you were giving Ms. Schabusiness, was she in that time following those?
Yes, she was.
Was she in some instances responding appropriately
Yes, she was.
in the context of your questions and commands?
Yes, she was.
For instance, did you ask if there was anyone else in the residence at that point?
I did ask her.
Did she provide a response?
She did.
And was there a person located in the apartment?
Yes, there was.
God, I want her hat. I want that hat so bad. Schabusiness. Oh, I have to get
Thank
one
you,
made.
officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. Officer Russell.
Zion Rose
Good
merch.
morning.
That's a
Good
good
morning.
idea. It's a good idea.
So you were asked to go directly to 2320.
I got to figure out what to put on the front of it,
2353
right?
Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Who asked you to go over there?
I was dispatcher, and Sergeant Bresser also instructed me to go there.
Sergeant Brester?
Tyler Reeves, welcome to paralegal
Okay,
status.
did you go
Thank
by yourself?
Several
Yes,
other
I know. I've
officers were
got.
sent.
We'll catch up
to,
on chats when there's a nice little
the
break.
location.
And what was the purpose of you going over there?
The purpose of me going over there was to relieve
Get a
deputies that were
bucket on the
scene,
front,
along with
bro.
assist with the overall incident.
Were you going over there to look at a vehicle or talk to people or what? You know?
I was tasked, me and other officers were tasked with locating a person who was last seen with the victim, as well as looking at
Pair of
vehicle
legs
that
on
I
the
dispatched
front.
earlier.
Okay.
Never skip
So
leg
you were
day
asked
would be
to
great.
Go and see if you could make contact with Taylor Schabusiness.
Correct.
Have you been involved in death scene or homicide scene investigations prior to this particular situation?
Yes.
How many?
Death scenes, I can't recall a few, and at least one other homicide scene that I can recall.
And so on this particular date, you drove over there and you parked your SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And then you walked up, correct?
Yep.
And it was dark and there was a lot of snow on the ground. Is that fair?
It was dark. There was snow on the ground. The apartment buildings provided light to the parking lot, though.
Was it kind of a glared look outside that apartment complex?
Wouldn't necessarily say a cleared look.
Faust,
It
for
was
whatever
dark,
reason, this
snow on the
witness's
ground. The
identity is being
lighting
protected.
from
I
the
don't
apartment
remember or know
complex was
why.
adequate enough to.
They probably said it, and I
illuminate the
wasn't
parking lot.
listening.
Okay.
Sorry.
And is it fair
Very
that
bad host.
there are several vehicles all parked in front of the building at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
And did you have a license plate as you walked up?
Yes.
Yeah, he's
And
undercover
on that
informant,
video, was that
vice,
you
stuff
that
like
was
that.
shining
Is
the
what I
light?
was
The flashlight?
thinking, but
Yes.
You found the
Ooh,
this gold
excuse me.
minivan, correct?
I'm sorry.
You found the gold minivan?
I believe before as we were walking up, the minivan might have been found already.
he's the one who dresses up like a whore and asks if you're in for a good time. Carrie,
walked
welcome
around
to
the
Paralegal
minivan,
Status.
correct?
Thank you.
Yes.
The vehicles that were on either side of the minivan were parked fairly close, so there wasn't a lot of room. Is that fair?
There was adequate room for people to get between the vehicles, the minivan and the vehicles parked on either side.
You walked on the driver's side of the minivan, correct?
I did.
Then you walked around the front of it.
I did.
At some point then, you heard a keyless entry system or some kind of beep?
I didn't hear any beeps. What I saw was a flashing of the parking lights on the vehicle, indicating that somebody might have manipulated a keyless entry system to the vehicle.
Okay. And how many officers were there at the time that you were there?
It was myself, Officer Fisher, along with Officer Whitman, and then Lieutenant Buckman
Officer Walt
was
Whitman.
on the scene somewhere.
And then you, correct?
Yes.
So four.
I believe other officers arrived while we were on scene as well.
And at some point, you made contact with Taylor Schabusiness on the step outside the door, correct?
I did.
She was under the overhang, is that correct?
She came out of the common entrance for the apartment complex.
And you asked what her name was, correct?
I introduced myself to her and told her, so I introduced myself to her, if memory serves me correctly. I already knew who she was based on a records check while driving to the scene, looking at her mugshots via police records, which are accurate and reliable as they're kept in the ordinary course of business. I knew what she looked like.
Okay. And are you the one that handcuffed her?
I was.
And when you had contact with her, did you find her to be under the influence of drugs?
No,
Did you ask her if she was using drugs that night?
I did not.
You didn't ask anything about drugs at all, correct?
I did not.
Did she seem off as far as maybe being tired or just acting odd?
No, bad.
She did not.
What about her eyes? Did her eyes seem to be closed?
Stop
or
it. Terrible.
Like slits?
She seemed normal to me.
So then she was cooperative with you, correct?
Remember,
was.
your
When
defense
you
is
handcuffed
insanity.
her,
Stop asking
Did you
how
notice
he
that she
perceived
had
it.
some cuts on
Make
her
him
thumbs or on her
answer.
fingers?
I did
Make
not
him answer
at that
your
time.
narrative.
I did, however, notice a cut on her finger while we were taking pictures of her at a later time at the police department.
Okay, after you got to the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes,
You were working with Officer Kenny then at that time, and you were having him take pictures with his phone, correct?
he used my department issued phone to take the pictures.
Ultimately, you found out that she went to St. Vincent's Hospital to get some medical care for the lacerations on her fingers, or on her thumbs, correct?
I did not know that she went to St. Vincent's to get any medical care.
Find any knives on her?
I remember retrieving some items from her person. I don't remember if there was a knife there or not.
Any
When I
guns?
searched her incident to arrest, I don't remember if she had a knife on her or not.
Any guns on her?
I'm sorry?
Any guns?
No.
At some point then, after she was handcuffed, you had some safety concerns, correct? Or,
Yes.
And other officers did as well?
Yes, other officers had safety concerns inside the apartment.
And so they unholstered their service
How would I
revolvers,
defend her?
correct?
To the
Certain
death.
duty weapons.
She's
Duty
queen.
weapons. And then they directed their
Law
attention
student
to
life. Welcome to
the
paralegal.
hallway of apartment 1, correct?
They directed their attention to an apartment that was on the lower level inside that common entrance area.
And that was Taylor Schabusiness's apartment 1?
I am not sure who the apartment is leased to. I just know that she was associated to that apartment per dispatch.
And the other officers were directing their attention to Scott Holmes from apartment 1, correct?
I'm sorry?
The other officers were directing their attention
Mary
to
Hannah, welcome
a
to lawyer
person
status.
by the name of Scott Holmes in apartment 1. Is that fair?
Yes, they were directing their attention to a male inside the apartment.
And he was ordered to the ground at gunpoint, correct?
I remember them ordering him to come out. I don't remember whether he was on the ground at gunpoint or not. My attention was on Mr. Business at the time.
And you had Ms. Schabusiness come in and basically stand on the steps and ultimately sit down on the steps, correct? You gave her those commands?
I did.
And there was a wall blocking the stairs and the hallway. Is that fair?
So the stairway was to the right of the hallway, and there was a short wall. I had her sit on the steps, and you can partially see outside in the hallway where I was at, but I couldn't see what was going on by the apartment.
And then at some point then after Mr. Holmes was secured, then you walked Ms. Schabusiness to your cruiser, your SUV, correct?
Yes,
And you had her take a seat in the back seat, correct?
I did.
And then you asked her, "Why? Do you know why we're here?" Correct?
Yes,
You rolled the window down or something, correct?
I may have rolled the window down.
And did she say a warrant? Yeah, a warrant, or words
Yes.
to that effect?
Yes,
And then you rolled the window up, and then you transported her over to the Green Bay Police Department. Is that fair?
I did transport her to the Green Bay Police Department.
That gold minivan that you looked at, that belonged to Scott Holmes, correct?
I don't know who the minivan belonged to.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr.
No, Your
Saunders? Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Okay, get him out of there.
State's next witness.
I do not really agree with the defense's strategy there. He just let that guy basically establish that as they're picking this chick up right after she kills this guy, that she's normal. She's acting completely within the bounds of normalcy. And remember, the plea is not guilty by reason of insanity, presumably due to meth-addled brain damage. She wouldn't be normal. Like, she'd be jittery. You want to convey that this is not a
If you could just
person.
step up right over here,
It's
sir,
in their
and
normal state
before
of
you have a
mind.
seat, you can turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Lancelot says, I'm going to hell for this joke, but we should put her with Chandler. She knows how to get a good cut of meat.
You solemnly
Yes.
swear to tell the truth, the whole truth,
Brian
and
Alleman
nothing
says,
but the
remake the
truth in
Math
matter,
Boy
no
Fly
bullshit,
Street
no
anthem,
bullshit.
What the Business, as
Please have a
What
seat.
Show
State your name
Business.
for the record.
Name is Lieutenant Tom Buckman, Buchmann.
Okay, and Mr. Lezay, the witness is yours.
Lieutenant Buckman, can you state how you are employed
I'm a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department.
and how long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with the Green Bay Police Department since 2009, but I've been in law enforcement with two other agencies since 1996.
And you indicated
you
your current
accurate-
position is lieutenant. How long have you been a lieutenant?
His current position
Since
is
2013.
3.8 miles from the nearest donut shop.
And prior to your practical law enforcement experience, do you have any education and training to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I graduated from Loyola University in Chicago with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and then I attended the Illinois State Police Academy, and then the
That's Liam Gray.
equivalency test
Okay, that
over
was
in
good.
Wisconsin to transfer my previous certification over to Wisconsin, and then ongoing training throughout the years.
Were you working as a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes,
Were you called in to assist with an ongoing homicide investigation in the early morning hours of that date?
yes.
What was your role upon initial call-in or response?
I was called in to assist on the road because the officers and supervisors were tied up with the investigation. When I arrived, I spoke with Lieutenant Sobiak, who was sitting on the shift commander's desk. He informed me that
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Thermasius, welcome to lawyer status. Thank you.
Merely trying to have him set the table for what he was being asked to do. I don't need a specific answer to that question, though.
All right, questions withdrawn. Go ahead.
After speaking with Lieutenant Sobiak, what did you do?
I went out to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue. I was informed that there was a gold minivan at that
There's
location
a
that
place
was
on
associated
Eastman
with
Avenue where
the
she
defendant
business
in the
lives, but
case.
you do not.
Were you
That
aware
wasn't good.
who the
That wasn't
registered
it.
owner of that particular minivan was?
It's not that. I'm sorry.
Yes.
And who was
I
that?
retract that.
Last
statement.
name was Thomes.
And you indicated you were informed that that van was associated with the defendant. Who are we talking about?
It would be Taylor Schabusiness.
And did you then travel out to the 2353 Eastman Avenue address?
Yes.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Well, there were Brown County deputies that had discovered the van, and they had kept the van under surveillance until they were receiving further instructions on what to do with the van. So myself and other Green Bay officers arrived on the scene and took over surveillance of the van and the apartment building until we received further instructions.
What did your surveillance entail?
Well, we just watched the area where the van was parked at the apartment complex. After a short time, I spoke with a lieutenant that was working the case and asked him what he wanted us to do with the van. And they informed us that they didn't know at that point in the investigation whether Schabusiness was potentially another victim or a suspect, or had the association, what association she had with the victim, or what her role was in the incident. So
Her
they told us
association
to
was
approach the van,
murderer.
and to try to make contact at the apartment with Taylor Schabusiness and see what we could ascertain from that investigation.
And what steps did you take to do that?
So myself and a couple of officers walked up towards the van. As we approached the van, we looked inside the windows just to see if there was anything, any people inside of it, or any, we knew at that point they hadn't found the body of the victim yet. So we were seeing if there was a body in the van or anything that would stick out as being obvious associated with the crime. As we were stepping next to the van, we were also looking on the ground for footprints leading from the van. I happened to be on the passenger side. I did not see any footprints in the snow at that point from the, right outside the van. Then while we were standing next to the van doors unlocked. We heard them unlock. And then the parking lights flashed, which is an indicator that somebody is using a key fob to unlock the van.
At that point, what did you do?
So the officers looked at each other, kind of thought, well, somebody just unlocked this van. A couple of seconds later, Taylor Schabusiness walked out the front door. It's the apartment complex it's got a main door that's shared with the apartments inside. She walked out of the main door of the apartment complex. I recognized her immediately because I already looked up her picture. So I recognized her and I immediately started approaching her along with other officers. I told her to keep her hands out of her pockets, and another officer put handcuffs on her and placed her under arrest. She had a warrant at that time. Excuse me. She had a warrant at that time, and we knew about the warrant. So they placed her under arrest for the warrant.
Thank you. Did you make any specific observations of Ms. Schabusiness's person when you approached her?
I did not specifically, but I heard officers talking that
we didn't have any paper, so
Hearsay.
I gave my partner a Sharpie and let him write it on my forehead. He had 8 acres
That
of
was
room
sustained
remaining.
rejection. The answer is stricken to the extent that he got it out. So go ahead.
Were you able to observe Ms. Schabusiness's face when you approached her?
Yes.
And how did her face appear?
She appeared to be in shock or very surprised to see us. I equate it to a deer in the headlights kind of look, or a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
Wait, what?
And
Well, I mean, come
you
object
indicated
to
that officers
that.
then placed her under arrest. Is that correct?
Yes.
What
Were you
the
present
fuck
when that happened?
Are you doing?
And were officers giving commands to Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
And was she responding to those commands?
Yeah, she was complying with their commands.
Did she appear to understand what officers were saying?
She looked really
Yes.
guilty.
Did she appear to have any difficulty or trouble communicating with officers or following commands?
No.
After Ms. Schabusiness was placed under arrest, what did you do?
I then asked what apartment she came from.
No wonder he
From the
arrested her.
officers,
She was
they
stealing the
informed me that it was
cookies that were
apartment one.
truly his.
I immediately went inside the apartment building. We knew that we had to secure the apartment that she was in. Ms. Schabusiness had blood on her hands when she was arrested. So we knew at that point that there was, she was obviously involved in the incident.
How do you know that? Like,
In
the blood could be
homicide. So
from
we,
something else. I had blood
had
on
to
my
secure
hands
that apartment
yesterday.
for maybe other victims or other
I didn't chop a
suspects
penis
or
off
evidence
yet.
that would be inside that apartment. So we secured the apartment. I approached the apartment door and pulled out my handgun and held the door. The door was ajar at apartment one, and I had other officers come in. We were going to make entry into the apartment to secure it for any other suspects that might be inside, for officer safety.
Did you make contact with any individuals when you arrived at apartment number one?
Yes, the registered owner of the vehicle, Mr. Thomes, he opened up the door to apartment one. Before we went inside or did anything, he walked out into the lobby area of the apartment building, the main corridor. I gave him instructions to lay down on the ground, put his hands out at his side. He followed those instructions. He was handcuffed by another officer for officer safety, and he was removed from the hallway so that we could enter the apartment.
Did you do a initial sweep of the apartment for officer safety?
Yes, we did.
And again, the purpose of that was merely to sort of secure it then and maintain it for future evidence collection?
Yes, it was to check for suspects that might be hiding in the apartment, also to look for victims, and then to just secure the apartment. So we were only looking for people at that point.
I
On
don't
that
think
initial sweep, did you notice anything in plain
the
view?
defense
No, I
attorney
did
is
not.
a public defender.
Did you notice anything else as you were leaving?
Public
the apartment?
defender would have objected.
When I was leaving the
there, by
apartment,
way.
I did notice on the floor in the main area where approximately where Mr. Thomes was laying down at when I had commanded him to lay down on the ground, I did see like a tissue that had what looked like to be blood on it and a cigarette. And I pointed those out to Sergeant Schilling. Stayed on scene. I pointed those items out to Sergeant Schilling so that he could let the detectives know that those items were there and whether they wanted to collect them as evidence or not.
And after leaving the apartment, what did you do?
So then I walked out of the apartment and I was informed that there was footprints and possibly a few drops of blood in the snow outside leading up to the apartment building. I then had Officer Whitman, who was on the scene, secure that area with crime scene tape so that it would be preserved for when detectives would come later.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you.
How many sandwiches
Lieutenant
have you
Buckman,
eaten
good morning.
just this morning?
Morning.
Couple questions for you, sir. So on February 23rd of 2022, you were asked to go to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue.
Yes.
Did you get a call from like at home or what?
Well, they called me at home to report into work. I reported into work and then was instructed by the lieutenant that was at the desk, at the shift commander's desk, to go out to 2300 block of Eastman.
What time did you report into work? Do you know?
I think it was like 4:42 in the morning.
Was that kind of like your normal shift or is that?
No, I would have started at 6 a.m. They called me in early because of the incident.
Okay. What time did you get to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue? Approximately.
Maybe 10 minutes later.
And you took your own squad car?
Yeah, I took a squad car that was available.
When you got to the apartment complex, did you park near Officer Garth Russell's squad?
I parked about a corn dog length away.
I parked at the east end of the complex. I don't remember if I was next to Officer, I might have been next to Officer Russell and Officer Cups. I don't remember exactly who was all next to me. And I think it might have changed at different times depending on where we were stationed on the parking lot.
You had to walk up, correct?
Yeah, we parked our vehicles further away and we walked up on foot.
What's the purpose of parking farther away?
When you approach in the car, it's easier to see a car approaching than it is a person on foot. And so
Not you.
wanna
Believe me, you're
have
easy to
that
see
kind of,
approaching on foot.
surprise or stealth to be able to walk up on something.
Stealth.
If you don't know what you're
My
approaching.
man is talking about
we just had a
stealth.
homicide, so we're obviously concerned about.
The only
people that
thing
might
my
be
man
involved in that
can
homicide in
sneak
the
up on his
area.
vegetables.
We want to approach on foot. You can hear things better if you approach on foot. You can hear. You don't have the car engine noise and the radio from the inside the squad car and whatnot making additional noise that you won't be able to hear what's going on around you.
You guys ever heard
Parking
a
back
fat
like
guy
that,
walk?
is it true that you can kind of see the big picture as you walk up
That's
to a
louder than
scene?
any squad car noises.
Sure.
You had learned that there was an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes.
And was it true that you were told to try to make contact with Taylor D. Schabusiness?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Lieutenant Bagoon.
Okay. And so you looked up a picture of her to see what she looked like, correct?
Yes, I knew that. I knew her face already because when I was going out to the area, they informed me that Taylor Schabusiness had some sort of relationship with the victim,
Biden?
and so we were going out there because this minivan was associated with Taylor Schabusiness. I didn't know all the
Rita.
details of the homicide.
Careful, don't roll
'cause I never
too
went
hard
to
or
the
this
scene
guy will
there.
butter you
I
up
was
and
just
eat you
told
for
that this van
dinner.
had an association with Taylor Schabusiness.
I love
so
rolls.
when I'm going out there to determine what's going on with Taylor Schabusiness,
You
I
think he's
wanted to know
hot?
what she looked like.
Well, yeah, his
before I
body
got there.
temperature is high
Okay,
from all
thank
the
you.
fat
Fair to
layers.
say you'd never met her before, correct?
I don't believe I've ever met her before.
And when you drove to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, you walked up. Did you see the gold Chrysler minivan parked?
Yes.
Where did you see it parked? In
Uh,
relation to like the front door.
So if you go straight out the front door, if you're coming out the door of the apartment building, a few spaces to the right. So not far from the front of the apartment building.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there was a long line of vehicles that were parked in front of the complex? Is that fair?
There are several. Yeah, there's several vehicles parked there.
And were there vehicles parked on either side of the minivan?
I know there was a vehicle parked on the right. I don't remember if there was one parked on the left or not. I think there was, but parked on if you're driving into the spot, the passenger side, because it was pulled forward like you normally would pull into a spot. And then on the passenger side was the side that I approached. And that I remember there being another vehicle there.
Okay. When you approached on the passenger side, did you have a flashlight where you looked in the vehicle?
Yeah, briefly.
Did you see anything that was unusual or concerning?
No, I didn't see anything that would spark my attention.
Okay. And when you were approaching the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, was it true that you didn't know, that it was unknown whether Ms. Schabusiness was a suspect or victim? Is that fair?
Right, we didn't know.
But you and other investigating officers were told to be on the lookout for this van, correct?
Yes,
And you found it. You found it parked, correct?
I didn't find it parked. Brown County deputies found it parked.
You were told that this is the van that's a concern?
I was told that this was a van associated with Ms. Schabusiness.
Did you later
Okay.
come to find out that the van was owned by
Hey, what's up,
Holmes?
Ty? How you doing, buddy?
Yes, I knew that when we approached it.
Officer Russell was dealing with Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
Correct.
And your task was to focus on whoever else was inside of apartment 1, correct?
That's
My
correct.
my task was to
And you
secure the
drew
refrigerator.
your duty weapon, correct?
Yes.
And then you walked down the hall?
Yeah, it's a very short hall.
Yeah.
To the front of the apartment.
His duty
And,
weapon is the
you
sour
ordered
cream
Mr.
gun from
Holmes,
Taco
Scott
Bell.
Holmes, to get on the ground,
Yes.
and he complied?
Yes.
Did he get a little feisty with you where he was throwing chairs and wondering or yelling, why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, he didn't really understand what was going on, but he did comply with my orders.
And at least at this point, your investigation was not far enough into it where you could understand what role any of these parties had, correct?
That's correct.
As it relates to the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
And Officer Russell was there, Officer Fisher was there, you were there, is that true?
Yes.
Officer
Cups.
Cups and Officer Whitman was also there, right?
That's correct.
Officer Fisher was the one that handcuffed Scott Holmes, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you did a safety sweep of the apartment, correct?
Correct.
The apartment 1, right?
Yes.
And fair to say that you did not see anything in plain view that would be associated with a homicide?
That is correct.
You didn't see any large pools of blood, bloody knives, or body parts in the apartment, correct?
I did not see any of those things
I mean,
inside the apartment. In plain view.
Considering the homicide
And
did not
as you were
occur at
leaving
that
the apartment,
location, I mean,
when
that's
Mr.
not
Holmes
surprising.
was on the floor outside the apartment, there was a small towel-like item, correct?
Yeah, he was no longer on the floor. It's the approximate spot where he was on the floor.
Okay. But it was by him?
It was by where he was.
Okay. Ms. Schabusiness got taken away before Mr. Holmes was exited out of the apartment complex. Is that fair?
I don't know if she was taken away. When I separated from Okay, so Officer Russell put her in custody, put her in handcuffs, and then I entered the apartment building. I did not see Miss Schabusiness after that. So I don't know at what point they left. I don't know if she was in the back of a squad car, if she'd left the scene, or
And then after this, you brought Mr. Holmes to a squad car, correct?
I did not.
A different officer did?
Yeah, an officer did.
Was it Officer Fisher?
I don't know.
Then
I was inside the apartment, clearing the apartment. So
Okay.
what happened outside the apartment, I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. After that, then did you go check around the apartment complex?
Yes, I did.
You checked the dumpsters?
Yep.
You checked the
Whoever
parking
called
lot
that
for
girl
any
the
indication of
MDMA
evidence?
good
Yes.
time blondie is.
Find anything?
I did not.
Come on, man.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Why are you like this, chat?
Thank you, Officer.
Thank you.
Council, I think we're going to break for lunch. It's 11:45. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break right now, and I'd ask
Oh,
that you
thank
back
God.
in the jury room at 1 o'clock. So about an hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and we'll get underway promptly at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
All right, it's going to be lunch break. Should we end the stream and start a new one? Or should we just keep going? Keep going? What? Oh, man. I don't know,
Take
guys.
up before we break, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No.
All right, then we are in recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
I mean, I guess I could just like, I don't know, keep streaming. You're talking about stuff or whatever. Oh my goodness. Ugh. I have lunch. So one of the charges here, we'll do this until they actually like fucking leave, and then we'll get rid of it for a minute. One of the charges in this case. I did hear from Bronca. He may be on a little bit later today. So he's on a different time zone. Man's at a whole different level. But he might come on later this afternoon. So here's the deal. I have a document that we should probably read, I think, related to this case. One of the charges in this case is sexual assault. Now, I don't know if you guys know about like sexual assault, but typically the idea is that you engage in a sexual touch or penetration, something. It depends on the degree of sexual assault without the consent of the victim, right? Like that's the idea. That's what makes it assaultive. The problem, of course, is if the victim is already dead, philosophically speaking, can you sexually assault them? Right? Like that's a tough question, I guess. So we have a motion to dismiss the sexual assault charge. I think it's like 14 pages long based on questions of that nature specifically. Hey, what's up, Kurt? Kurt says you didn't want to join my stream. I'm sad. Well, I mean, it's just that this is the first trial I've been able to cover, and I said I would cover as much as possible on my channel. So it's not you, Kurt. It's me. It's me. So, here's the deal. I'm going to do one thing here. I'm going to run to the bathroom. We come back. I'm going to go ahead at that point. We'll pull up that document. We'll hit the existing super chats. We'll catch everything up to normal by the time that we're back. Oh, MLS Law shows in the chat. If he wants to pop back in, he certainly can. I don't know if his, I would assume that means that his show is over and he's going to come back or something. But I'm going to go to the bathroom. When I get back, we're going to hit this, the stuff that we've got going on. I'll consider inviting some other people on. We'll see. We'll see. And yeah, we'll keep going with this case. I'm not leaving. I will be streaming all the way through the rest of the day. So, but give me a minute. I'm going to play the Peeing Wasted Lawyer song, even though I haven't started drinking yet. We'll probably rectify that when I get back. And then, we'll, like I said, we'll get into this. We'll discuss things or whatever we need to do, but I'll be back in just a sec. Oh, wait, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to do any of what I just said, because what I'm going to do is go away thing. Hold on. I don't have my headphones in. Now that MLS Law Show is back. Oh, I can hear you now. Cool.
All right. I wasn't talking anyway, so we're good. I was waiting.
Yeah. So I will let him kind of talk about this stuff. And then are you cool with going through the motion to dismiss the sexual assault charge with me?
Yeah. I got like a half hour or so before I got to be back in court.
Oh, well. Okay, well, we'll get moving. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. If you want to just chat up the stream,
Yeah,
make sure you tell people.
I'll grift myself.
Yes, I was going to say, tell people where they can find you, tell people what you cover, all of that stuff while I'm gone. I'll be back in a minute and then we can get into it.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah. So, hi, guys. I am attorney David Helm. I am licensed and practicing in the state of Michigan. I'm located in Southeast Michigan. Someone asked me that, but I practice all over the state. I handle criminal defense, a lot of civil litigation, and family law as well. Some family law. That's kind of dwindled down a bit, but I am obviously still practicing, and I've had court in and out all day. But apparently, I also YouTube. I started. My channel is about 5 years old. Started doing some really stupid scripted stuff. You guys can still check it out. It's highly cringy. But then with the James and Jennifer Crumbly case is when I started doing more live streams. For those of you who don't know, those are the parents of the Oxford school shooter, and they have been criminally charged, which I think is a travesty. So I started streaming that, and they are actually charged in the county in which I reside. So I'm going to be handling that case personally. I'm going to have my own cameras in the courtroom because I don't want to rely on L and C word to cover that and things like that. But since then, I've also been streaming some live trials with, starting with Zachariah Anderson. We did Letitia Stout, Travis Rudolph, Megan Imowitz, which was actually a case out of Oakland County as well. The naked father murder case, which was quite interesting, but it was only a week long. So that was nice and short. And then a few other things. But on Tuesdays and Saturdays, regardless of whatever's going on, at noon Eastern, myself and another YouTuber, Nicholas Starov, covered Jodi Arias. We're rewatching the Jodi Arias trial. So we just started the defense's case in chief, but that's why I had to jump off, because it was noon Eastern, and no matter where we are and what we're doing, we stop everything to do Jodi, which is highly entertaining as well. So Wayne or Monroe? I'm sorry, the camera's blocking my chat, so let me move this. So Oakland County is actually where the Crumblies are charged. But my office is in Wayne, and I practice all over the state. Oh, thank you, Valhalla. Valhalla put a link to my channel in the chat. So, and Valhalla's been on my stream. Actually, we're going to do a stream coming up this week too about Valhalla and I have been doing some streams about stolen valor. We got a really nasty one coming up, and it's not technically stolen valor, but it's probably worse. So Valhalla and I have done some streams together, and yeah, so that's what I got going on. Yes, in Jodi days. Saturdays are the best Jodi days because we get to go long. Tuesdays are usually shorter ones, and today was really short. I thought it was going to be longer, but it only lasted like 45 minutes for the rest of the testimony. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Let's see here. I'm just trying to read through some of the chat and see if you guys had any questions for me. Fire away your questions, and I will try to answer them. That's the other thing too. I'm very interactive with my chat, at least while I can be right now. So I try to read through the chat and pull them up and answer questions as much as I can. Oh, I have a harem, excited utterance says. I do have a harem. I have a harem of women that like to follow me around everywhere. And I think a lot of them are probably in this chat right now. Oakland, thanks, MLS. Yes, Oakland County. Oakland County is where the Crumblies are charged. That case should actually be back from the Michigan Supreme Court here, probably in August. And then talking with the judge's staff, figuring out when that trial is going to happen. I anticipated November. They did too, but they're thinking that it might not actually go until like January of next year, which is okay, I guess. But I was really hoping for this year, so we'll see. Balls or no balls? I remember the question, but not the detail enough to answer that, sir. I can't remember balls or no balls. I don't remember the full context of the question, so I will not answer at the moment. Would Nick let Schabusiness peg him? Professional opinion. Well, I mean, if it's good for the grift, I imagine Nick would, right? If it's good for the grift, I believe he would allow that. Pineapple? Wait, what? Oh my God. Pineapple on pizza should absolutely be banned. It should be a law. It should be outlawed. And those two shall never exist. I'm ask Nick for clarification on the balls or no balls. If we get through the motion, that was the motion to dismiss the sexual assault charges, which I believe was a well-reasoned motion and should have been dismissed, but we could talk about that. Oh, shall I tell you guys a story? The one and only time I had a criminal defense case where I actually had to discuss the, we'll say, demographics of my client's peen. You guys want to hear this story? You gotta let me know. Do you want me to tell you about so I had a client that was charged with self-diddling in a Home Depot parking lot. And so the story is that apparently some guy saw someone self-diddling in a Home Depot parking lot in his car. The guy then, the perpetrator then left. The guy followed him, lost sight of him for a little bit, found him again, called the police, got him pulled over. My client was charged. Well, we listened to the preliminary examination, and the witness is described. I mean, we don't listen to it. We're at the preliminary examination. He's on the stand testifying as to what he saw. And then afterwards, my client comes up to me with his mother in tow, of course, and says, that could not possibly have been me. And I say, why? He's like, oh, this is so embarrassing. But I actually have a micro penis. And his mom's like, oh, yeah, of course he does. Yes, yes, yes. And so that's our defense. Our little defense to this criminal charge of self-diddling in a Home Depot parking lot is micro penis. So anyways, that's why I was wondering if Nick had ever had to use his client's member as a defense to the case. It was a little defense, yes. But anyways, where's Nick? What's he doing? Oh my God, the chat is so fast. Yeah, only time in history that a micro penis was actually beneficial. I agree, Valhalla. I agree. Did you win? Yeah, we got the case dismissed. Absolutely dismissed. He was facing it's stupid the way they charge these things. Okay, so let's assume he's doing it, right? He's not near anybody except apparently this guy in a big truck that happened to pull up right next to him and take pictures, which is a little creepy to begin with, right? But to put your name on a registry and everything else. Did he get off? Yes, genitals. He did get off. But yeah, it was dumb. A small objection. Dave, sing Nick's pee-pee song. I don't know his pee-pee song.
You know
Let's
what?
see.
Don't worry about it.
What's your pee-pee song? Oh, you want to sing it to me?
No, I have a oh. It's like a 2-minute-long song. It's
I need to get one of those.
yeah, I typically play it when I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. But
I was telling him my micro penis defense case.
Please enlighten me. I'm immediately interested in whatever that is.
I had a client that was charged with self-diddling in a Home Depot parking lot in his car. And there was some identification issues because the witness, the guy in the big truck that just happened to pull up next to him and start taking pictures, lost sight.
Burn that guy at the stake.
Right. Lost sight of the perpetrator's vehicle for a minute and then found it again and then called, as he's on the phone with the police, and they ended up pulling over and arresting my guy. So we hold a preliminary examination because those things should never, ever be waived. And the witness is testifying. First of all, the picture is like extremely like blurry and you can't really see, but the witness is testifying to what he saw. And afterwards, I didn't know this, because clients never tell you like anything.
Yeah, no, I know. You express it. You're like, you need to tell me everything. I'm the one guy on earth you can tell everything to. The one thing what I would always say is, one thing I don't want to do is go into that courtroom and have to learn something from someone else that makes my jaw go down and I look like a jackass. Yep. I want you to shock me here, so I'm not shocked there. And they still don't.
They still don't. So we listened to the preliminary examination. We got nothing. It's bound over on felony charges. And afterwards, I'm out in the lobby or outside the court with his mom. And I'm trying to think of how because he's adamant it wasn't him. Right. And so, we're talking about getting other security videos and stuff.
Oh,
and
no.
So he's with his mom and he's like, so it can't possibly be me, what I listened to. And I said, why? And he's like, I don't want to tell you. It's really embarrassing. And his mom's like, just freaking tell him already. Right. And so he's like, well, I have a micro penis. And his mom's like, oh, I knew that, and just laughing.
He couldn't have taken pictures of it. There's no way he would have seen it. Impossible.
Exactly.
Oh my
God. So that's literally our defense. And we're like, all right, give me your doctor's number because I am making one phone call. And we ended up getting it dismissed. But yeah.
He's like, look, my dick is shorter than Hunter Biden's sobriety. Like,
yeah. So that's why I asked you earlier if you had ever had to describe a member during one of your criminal cases.
No, thank God. I did not have to do that. No, the most embarrassing thing I had was I had a woman charged with assault, domestic assault on her boyfriend. And she was she was on something at the time. I think it was just liquor. She was really drunk, very intoxicated with whatever the substance was. And she's like threatening with a knife and all of this stuff. And there was a very embarrassing video because he had set up, he was scared. He apparently he alleged she would get abusive when she would get intoxicated. And so he ran into his like computer room, locked the door that she was trying to pound down. And then he set up a webcam to capture her behavior. And so then I saw the video, right? She was so embarrassed that I had to see this video of her going through this thing where she's got a knife and she's like doing like this sing-songy, intimidating threat. Like, it's not intimidating except that you think she's going to Schabusiness you
right.
Because she's insane, but not because it's scary. But it comes across as like a Harley Quinn sort of meme. But, she's like pulling her shirt up and stuff. And it was just, I'm sitting there watching it with her and her mom. I'm like, this is way more awkward for you than me, girl. But we got her an excellent plea deal, though.
Nice.
I mean, she threatened this guy with a knife on video. Still didn't do any jail time.
No,
God.
She was just cosplaying as Harley Quinn. It wasn't a threat.
It was all just some role play. It was great. But yeah,
Some of our clients, the shit that they get themselves into is amazing.
yeah, it was it's so weird because like the only encounters I've had with police, and they're frequent, is speeding. Because I drive with a lead foot. I always have from the time I got my license. Cars are made to go fast. I told some people yesterday, they're like, oh, the speed limit is this. I'm like, if it was a speed limit, your car would stop when it got there. That's a limit, but it's a speed suggestion. And you just have to pay more if you exceed it. It's fine. But other than that, I don't have encounters with police because I don't engage in any of these behaviors, I guess. But and I'm sure you notice this, like there's a category of people, and this is how criminal lawyers tend to stay in business, is they're repeat customers because they're always encountering police at all times. And
It's
like,
amazing.
there's a ton of people out there committing crimes all the time who don't encounter police, though. It's not like, well, they're just encountering them because they're engaged in a criminal lifestyle. No, there's a separate thing, a separate characteristic where they encounter police with frequency.
Yeah,
Does that-
there is. Can you?
Yeah.
But I can't like place my finger on it. But you kind of know it when you see it.
It's a mix of some factors that are kind of consistent. I mean, wealth or lack thereof tends to be one, right? Like economic disparity. For all of the hubbub about economics and stuff like that comes in the media, in the criminal world, you do notice that the lower economic status, the more likely you're going to, it's more likely that you're going to have someone with these repeat encounters with police in lower economic areas. Like that's just kind of how it goes. But it's not everybody in low economic areas that has it either. It's just that's kind of the more likely person that walks into the door. That's why I rephrased it. But there is something else. It's like maybe it's defiance or something, but they always just
Defiance. Defiance is probably a good. That's the
Right.
big one. But like idiotic defiance. Like,
Right.
'cause you can be
Yes.
defiant and intelligent in the way you go about it. And then there's others that aren't smart about the way they go about it.
Yeah, I'm very defiant, but I wouldn't categorize it as intelligent defiance. I'd categorize it as fortunate defiance that I haven't, ended up in a bad situation. But
Yes.
but I actually, if I encounter police, like I said, it's usually a traffic stop. I'm very respectful. I'm very circumscript about what's said, but I'm not like rude about it anymore. When I was younger, I would get pissed off. Now I'm just like, whatever. It's part of the game. But yeah, I just don't end up in those situations or anywhere near them. Typically, I'm like, people talk about, oh, I saw a guy get murdered or beaten or whatever. I'm like, I don't even get the fun stuff. I don't get to watch some guy get in a fight. No, I'm always at, somewhere boring, like a grocery store.
Yeah.
But,
How is it that you're in the circumstance to begin with? I don't know. It's just, yeah. I'm probably the one thing that you learn in law school is how to mitigate risk. And so you end up then not putting yourself necessarily in a position.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it, and it's upbringing and just what activities you get up to. I go to bars more often now than I ever did when I was younger, and so that would have probably been a different circumstance, a different scenario. Because when I was younger, I was also dumber, took bigger risks and stuff like that, but never in the context of like liquor and stuff. I didn't really start drinking till I became a lawyer. Because
that's funny you say that, because me neither. I never really drank much, and then you become a lawyer, and then you start drinking a little bit more. Yeah, that's kind of how that goes. That's why we have the number one substance abuse issues of all professions, I believe, except for dentists.
Yes.
I think no dentist isn't
dentists have it bad.
Dentist, I think, is depression.
Yeah,
More so.
depression and suicide.
Yeah, which is odd.
Well, I mean, would you want to look at people? No, I figured this out once. Every time you go into the dentist, they tell you the same thing. They're like, well,
brush
really
more,
need to be
floss more.
brushing up by that gum line a little bit better. You could, and my dad did an experiment on this, and he didn't go to the dentist for years. He has great teeth, by the way. So this wasn't detrimental to him, but he did this experiment where he went to the dentist, and then he followed their exact instructions to the letter every day faithfully. And he went back and they said the same thing to him that he that they had said the first time. And he's like, wait, so I did everything you said and it's still not good enough? No, screw this. It's a scam. And so then he didn't go for a long time because
I
of
go to the
that.
dentist when like I need to get a tooth pulled. Like when shit goes bad, that's when you go to the
Yeah.
dentist. You don't go there for preventative reasons. What are you talking about?
I do the annual checkup thing. You know, I go in. But ever since I stopped drinking soda, I don't have teeth issues anymore. When I would drink soda, you know, you go in, you might have a cavity or whatever. Stop drinking soda. It's a miracle. You just don't have cavities. It must be unrelated.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I live and die by coffee most days, so I'm okay.
Oh God, I hate coffee.
I heard
I
you
know.
can't do coffee.
Yeah, so many people like it, but not my thing. Anyway, so I've got this document. Sorry to not trying to delay things. We've
It's
got
your
this
stream, man.
document. Well, I mean, sometimes it is. But have you ever had an I am a lawyer, you know, moment with cops? No, no way would I do that ever. I don't say much of anything to them other than no.
Yeah, that's
about
I
it.
was gonna say sometimes my bar card is conveniently located right next to my driver's license, though.
Oh yeah, okay. So you do that move?
Yeah. It's like, here, let me get that. Oh, I'm sorry, that's my bar card. Here's my driver's license.
No, I don't. They, you know, last time I got pulled over, it's like, hey, where are you going? Like, I'm taking my son to a speech thing. It's like, do you know how fast you're going? No. Do you know what the speed limit is? No. Well, shouldn't you know how fast you're going? I don't know. Like, that's it. What else am I going to
I
say?
just said don't answer questions. You know, I give them my driver's license and everything, and they're like, do you know how
Yeah.
fast you're going or where you're going? I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't answer questions, but here's my stuff.
Yeah. It's like a mix because sometimes I've found that like if you say the don't answer questions thing, they get like belligerent and angry. If you just say no, they just get disappointed. And it's gone both ways for me. So
You got it. Yeah, you do have to be able to read the cop, you know,
Yeah.
which way you're going with that.
Now, the last time I got pulled over was not too long ago. I was really mad about it too, because I wasn't. So I got pulled over for 80 and a 65, and I was definitely doing it. Like, there's no question that's. I mean, I don't know if it was 81, 79, whatever, but it's an accurate enough assessment. And so I didn't like argue with the cop or anything. It was just like whatever, accept my fate. But I was so damn tired because it's early in the morning. That I also was just like, I don't want to do this. But the main thing was, well, hold on. The reason I was mad is because I was in my Mustang, which goes very fast. And I got pulled over for doing 80 when I wasn't going fast. Like I was just driving. I would be
Didn't
driving.
feel fast.
Yeah, I'd be driving 80 miles an hour in any car on that trip, right? Like, but when I take my Mustang out to drive fast, you don't go on highways. This is on a normal highway. It's like, you can't go there because that's where the cops are. You have to go to the back roads in the country. And it's like, if you would have pulled me over at any other time, you probably would have nailed me for a ridiculous speed and it would have been worth it. This wasn't even worth it. This is just garbage. It pissed me off. That's what made me upset. Real quick, CP, odd choice of name, sent a sticker. Thank you very much. Justin Rogers says, Nick, can I get a toast for Olivia and I, as we got married yesterday? She is and always has been the greatest woman I have ever met. I'm the luckiest man in the world. Taylor absolutely took a few bites. Yes, I can do a quick toast for you. Cedar Rose, welcome to paralegal status. How you doing? How you doing, elbows? And let's get this toast and then we'll get into the document. Cheers to Justin and Olivia on this quest. Hold on, get rid of that for a second. On this new journey, new quest of marital relationships. Look, they say the first year is the hardest. Really, the first year is the most adjustment. Marriage is always hard, but it's always hard in the best ways, and it's always hard in the ways that are most rewarding, so long as you rise to the challenge that is presented to you. May that be a fruitful and fun challenge for you to pursue until you're both dead. Cheers.
It's good.
All right. So here we go. Here's the document. So this is motion to dismiss charge in count 3, third-degree sexual assault, and motion to dismiss the effective complaint. So we have the motion for the specific charge and then the whole, the complaint itself. Now, or defective complaint, sorry. Lots of times lawyers lead with their stronger argument and then follow with a weaker argument. That's a kind of stylistic choice, and you can kind of guess what's going on here. They know they're not going to get this case dismissed for a defective complaint, but you make the motion anyway. But they do, I think, have some special, they have a special legal issue with count 3, and I think it's a good question. So defendant approaching specially by her attorney and reserving a right to challenge the court's jurisdiction moves the court to formally dismiss a charge in count 3, third-degree sexual assault, felony, Wisconsin statute 940.225, subsection 3. The defense seeks to dismiss this charge in count 3 due to lack of evidence, as more specifically set forth herein. So let's, the defense also asserts there's insufficient evidence to support the claim that ST was sexually assaulted under the statute. State alleges that a dildo was placed into the anus of the alleged victim, ST, yet the state lab report yields an inconclusive for DNA evidence. See attached Exhibit A.
Do we have the exhibit? I don't know if I see it. Oh, it's just a report.
So.
Okay.
Which is the State Lab of Hygiene report dated April 1st, 2022. The report seems to indicate that the swab from the dildo, item J1, indicates that the possible contribution of DNA from ST is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture.
There's like 3 or more DNA sources, right?
3 DNA sources, 2 of them male is the...
The other thing I realized is that this is in his basement. It's not like this is found in her house.
Right.
This is in his room.
So I'm already I'm hooked on this. This is funny to me because I don't know if you remember when they first started this, or when this was first reported. And they started kind of describing everything. It was kind of vague. It was like, well, they were engaged in sexual activity. She asphyxiated him and then, dismembered him. That was kind of the order of operations. And then a little bit more details came out. And they described the asphyxiation as her being on top of him, laying in a prone position face down for the asphyxiation. And at that point, I was like, he's getting pegged. That's what's happening here. They don't want to say it.
Right.
That's what's going on. And now I am vindicated by the DNA results on this thing.
Are you more proud that you were able to guess that, or disturbed that you were able to guess that?
I mean, they say pride cometh before the fall, but I think the more appropriate answer is pride goeth with the shame.
I feel like, there you go.
No, I just thought it was like, come on, please, guys, stop getting pegged. Don't do it. It's a common theme from the past couple years on my show with my friend. We talk about don't do this because the women don't respect you. And I think this is evidence of that. Like, if you get pegged, she doesn't respect you. She clearly didn't respect this guy. She choked him to death.
I'm not sure that was the turning point for her, though, in all due respect. I think there might have been some lack of respect in the first place, maybe.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because that's how you progress to this. It's not like a precursor to the disrespect. It is just merely a piece of the puzzle of disrespect all around. So, but anyway, yeah, that's my friend Drex. That's his one advice to every
Drex,
man
I
out
met
there.
him.
Yeah, he's hilarious. Okay, so number 3, the state alleges sexual intercourse, yet the alleged victim's appendage, penis, was apparently found separate from the decedent's body. The decedent was not able to consent, as specified in Wisconsin statutes 940.2253A. The state seems to rely on comments from the defendant, who was under the influence of trazodone and methamphetamine on February 23rd, 2022, when detectives were interrogating her about the alleged sexual assault. The defense argues that the defendant's alleged answers to questions are not reliable due to being under the influence of drugs. Okay.
Maybe, perhaps.
Possible.
Weaker argument, though.
Yeah, I don't know that meth would preclude answering. Trazodone is an opiate, I believe, right? And
I don't know.
if I'm
Up on
not
the street
mistaken,
drugs these days.
well, it's not a street drug. It's
I know.
okay. I seem to recall, because I don't like prescription opiates at all. I've had a couple knee surgeries, and I've had my wisdom teeth pulled, and I had a tooth implant. So I have been offered like codeine and oxycodone and stuff like that. I've taken one once and I hated it. It made me very sick. Not my thing. I do not like any sort of depressant. Like, I don't like weed because of that. And I think trazodone is one that's recommended as a more mild opiate. Or no, tramadol. Trazodone is an antidepressant. Okay, I'm thinking of tramadol. Okay, my bad. My bad. Thank you. See, you could tell I'm also not up on that.
Right.
I heard TR and I was like, well, that's the opiate thing. Okay. It's also not a controlled substance. Oh, cool. Trazodone's not a controlled
It's
substance.
not a controlled substance.
All right. So the jury instructions state and pertinent part as follows: third-degree sexual assault, as defined in 942.225 sub 3 of the Criminal Code of Wisconsin. Well, the Criminal Code is committed by one who has sexual intercourse with another person without consent. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements are present. 1, the defendant had sexual intercourse with the victim. 2, the victim did not consent to the sexual intercourse. Sexual intercourse means any intrusion, however slight, of any part of a person's body or of any object into the genital or anal opening of another. Emission of semen is not required. Very critical. You cannot just say, well, I didn't finish, though. That's not a defense. Did not consent means the victim did not freely agree to have sexual intercourse with the defendant. In deciding whether the victim did not consent, you consider what he said and did, along with all the other facts and circumstances. This element does not require that the victim offered physical resistance. So sexual contact also requires that the defendant acted with intent to cause bodily harm to the victim, to become sexually aroused or gratified, and to sexually degrade or humiliate the victim, even though some people are into that. So that's kind of weird. So these are the jury instructions definitions. Sexual intercourse means any intrusion, how slight. We just talked about that one. So the defense argues there's no evidence that the defendant put anything into the genital opening penis of the deceased. So they're not sounding here. They're not doing that.
Right.
How familiar are you with degenerate sexual activity? I mean, you're a criminal lawyer, so I have to assume you've encountered a decent amount of it.
I am aware. But no, yeah, I mean, holes is holes, right?
To some people. Well, I just want to make sure that, like, if I say sounding, you know what I'm talking about. It seems like you do.
I don't know what sounding is. No, what's
Oh,
sounding?
you don't? You
No,
don't know
what's
what
sounding?
sounding
Please
is?
define. No.
You're trolling me.
No, I don't know what is
Okay,
sounding.
okay. All right. Just the way you were asking the question, I thought you were. So sounding.
It's hard to
is
tell
the-
sometimes.
Yeah. Sounding is the intentional insertion of things into the urethral opening of a penis.
Ew. See, I'm
For-
not that degenerate, apparently. I didn't know the term.
Yeah, for deriving sexual pleasure. It sounds horrible to me, but I guess some people are into that.
Yeah, that's probably why I don't remember the term, because I'm just going to wipe it from my memory now.
Yeah, and it's a good thing to do. I mean, but yeah, so they're saying, well, she didn't shove anything in there. The defense argues that any claims that defendant placed an object, dildo, into the anal opening of the deceased is without merit based on the state of Wisconsin lab or hygiene reports. Well, I mean, if his DNA is on it, I mean, there's some evidence, I would assume. The defense argues that ST was not a person at the time of the alleged incident, as ST was deceased, and therefore the Wisconsin statute does not apply. The defense asserts that once the person is deceased, that they no longer are a person as defined under the jury instructions and statute. I think this is actually a sound argument.
That's a sound argument, and I believe they missed the mark. The aim small, miss small kind of approach to when you're bringing motion sometimes or arguing things.
Yeah.
I think if they had focused entirely on that, they might have been successful. I think they went too far. Because that's a sound argument, right? You can't. I mean,
how do you rate? There is a specific crime for sexual
desecration
contact.
of a corpse.
Yeah,
or
for
whatever.
sexual contact or any kind of offensive contact with a corpse, but it is not sexual assault.
Right.
And so, oh, go ahead.
No. I was just saying, if they had just focused on that, I think they would have won. And when I first heard about this motion and that particular component of it, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I think that's going to get dismissed, and it wasn't, because I think they kind of buried the lead.
Yeah, and this is the weird thing about it. Oh, Lane K says this is that law. No, I don't think so. That would be the mute. Maybe we should look it up real quick.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wisconsin statute 940.225.
I have to jump in like 2 minutes though, because I do have a court hearing at 1:30 my time.
Yes. So is sub 3, which is the sub 3, third degree sexual assault, sexual intercourse with a person without the consent of that person is guilty. Sexual contact in the manner described in sub 5B2 or 3 with a person without consent is guilty. So 5B2, intentional penile ejaculation of ejaculate or intentional emission of urine or feces by the defendant upon the defendant's instruction or by another person upon any part of the
I like
body
how they
clothed or
say upon
unclothed.
the defendant's instruction.
Yeah.
Clever way of on purpose.
Yeah. Any part of the body, clothed or unclothed, of the complainant, if that ejaculation or emission is either for the purposes of sexually degrading or sexually humiliating the complainant, or for the purpose of sexually arousing or gratifying. No, so I don't think this isn't that statute. This has nothing to do with a deceased person. We would understand this to be a live person under a reasonable reading of the statute, because there typically are other statutes for dealing with that.
Necrophilia, that's the term, right? Necrophilia.
Yeah, that's the term. So sub 3, parts 7. Okay, hold on. Subsection 7, but that's not listed here, and that's not the charge. 3 sub 7, death of the victim. This section applies whether a victim is dead or alive at the time of the sexual contact or sexual intercourse.
Okay.
Okay, I see what
They added that to the statute?
that's subsection 7. Yeah.
Okay. Well, then it is proper.
I guess. But see, here's the problem. Hold on. Let me read this again. Sexual
I think
intercourse
they
with
should
a
have a
person
special jury instruction at the very least.
without the consent of that person, though. Is there any evidence that this is non-consensual? Okay.
I thought they were talking about the sexual assault after his death, because they're alleging
Right.
that she did sexual things. That I would presume, if the statute applies to also dead people, that it would be non-consensual. I don't know how you would consent after you die. But as far as the acts that took place before that, is that what they're charging her with too?
I don't know. Okay, so the jury instruction references into the genital or anal opening of another.
Crap. I gotta
the
go.
def-
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just lost
yeah.
track of time. I'll be
No,
back.
so-
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Good luck in your court.
Thanks.
Peace. Okay. So let's see where we go with this. The defense argues there's no evidence to support claims the defendant engaged in this conduct based on a lab report. The defense argues there's no evidence that the defendant intruded into the deceased's genital opening, penis or anal orifice, as defined under the jury instruction. So the defendant didn't. Okay, so this is maybe being a pedantic argument here that the defendant didn't do it. But if you make, typically this is going to include, if you make something to intrude, it's as if you intruded. It's like if you use a thing. The defense asserts that there was an appendage, penis, that was detached from a body when law enforcement came into the home. The defendant was not at the Stony Brook home when police arrived, and the defendant was actually at the Eastman Avenue apartment on the date in question. There were apparently other alleged body parts found in a Jimmy Choo bag, alleged body parts in an Under Armour bag, and a crock pot box found in the Chrysler minivan. Defendant apparently blacked out as she reported to police. The defense asserts and argues that it would be unlikely and almost impossible for any sexual assault to occur with how the dismembered body was found by law enforcement. The appendage was not attached to the body when it was found, and the appendage was unable to function due to its condition. The defense argues that there's no evidence to support a sexual assault other than the defendant's own statements when she was under the influence of methamphetamine. Those statements are going to be the subject of a motion to suppress hearing. Defense argues that no sexual assault can be proven due to the penis being disconnected from the body that was found. Well, I mean, but you could chop his dick off and you could still anally violate him, even his corpse, I guess. But the question is this non-consensual activity? That's where I'm having the trouble. Does consent end at death? Like, because if consent ends at death, I think we've got a severe infringement on our, again, keep the government out of my bedroom, please. If consent ends at death, I mean, how do we even know? Like, how can we even rely on the law at that point to protect our interests? She did not use his cut off penis to peg him. Allegedly, she used a dildo that was found on the scene that has his DNA on it. He could have used that on himself. We have no idea. Turtle Boy's in front of the courthouse with a megaphone leading a protest for that Karen Reed case. He spoke of on your stream when he was a guest. Cool. Oh, and by the way, I have seen people saying that the LeBron James's son is apparently in cardiac arrest. I know people are speculating on why that might be because he's a teenager, et cetera. And I'm sure it's related to vaccines and COVID and stuff like that. But let me just say this. I didn't even know LeBron James had a kid. Had no fucking idea. I mean, he's a basketball player, so I'm sure he has like 27 children, but I had no idea. I'll say this very clearly. This is all I'm going to say on the matter. I didn't know this kid existed. I don't know anything about him. I don't have any particular care, love, or non-love for LeBron James. But you know what? I do pray for a full and speedy recovery for him, and that this is a minor incident that does not impact his life in a significant way going forward. And prayers for their family as they deal with this issue. I don't want to make it a political thing. I don't know anything about any of it, and right now I think everybody should just be united in hoping that this kid has a full life ahead of him as opposed to something shorter. So cheers to him. I don't know him at all, and I don't really care. That sounded cold. What I say is I don't care. I don't care about any other issues that can be attached to his condition. I don't know him, and I don't have any desire to either go positive or negative for him, other than the general thing of, I think parents burying children is the most horrible fate you can inflict on someone. And I wouldn't want that for anybody on earth. Even the most vile and hated person or people in my life, I would not want to inflict that upon them. So hopefully everything turns out okay. All right. So the state alleges that a dildo is placed in the anus of the alleged victim, ST, yet the state lab report yields an uninformative for DNA evidence based on swabs from the dildo. The swab from the dildo shows the possible contribution of DNA from ST is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. The defense attaches Exhibit B, which the state claims was used on the decedent's anal area. The swabs from the object are apparently inconclusive and uninformative per lab results. So there you go. That's their argument. The defense asserts that there was no sexual intercourse occurring between the defendant and decedent. The defense argues that the police reports claim that the defendant stated they were getting to that, which the defense argues that it means nothing happened. The decedent apparently had a chain that he apparently put around his own neck. Defense argues there is no evidence that any object touched the alleged victim's anal or genital area. Attaches a lab report from the State Lab of Hygiene, which details DNA test results. The jury argues that the fact of this case do not apply. I don't think the jury, I think it's defense to Wisconsin statutes because the sex organ was detached from the body that was found. The body was apparently dismembered, such that it is unclear what occurred, as body parts were apparently found in different locations. Defense argues that it is impossible for the state to even be able to show probable cause that a sexual assault occurred due to the fact that the body was found allegedly dismembered in many parts. Yeah, I think MLS is right, though. I think they might have buried the lead on this stuff because how do you show a sexual assault occurred if Schabusiness says, "Hey, we were getting down and I'm dropping that heavy D into him," that doesn't mean it's not consensual. I didn't get the impression, by the way, that any of this was non-consensual. I got the impression that him dying was non-consensual, right? Like, I don't think he was like, you know what, choke me until I don't wake up type thing. But I got the impression that the sexual encounter in general was probably consensual. People get into some weird stuff. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Let's see what else is on this thing. Let me take a peek. Redacted. Okay, so here's the here's this. This is evidence report, confidential report of laboratory findings. The following items of evidence were examined in the DNA analysis unit of this crime laboratory. A buccal swab standard reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. Now, the buccal swab is the inside of your cheeks, your chipmunk areas. That's a buccal swab. Item B, right-hand swabs reportedly recovered from Schabusiness. Left-hand swabs from Schabusiness. Oral swabs reportedly covered from Shad Thyrion. Swab reportedly from Blade. Swab reportedly from red substance inside the box. Oh, what's in the box? Swabs reportedly from red substance on bedroom light switch. Sweatpants. Penile swabs reportedly recovered from Shad Thyrion, and a swab reportedly from the dildo. Blood was identified on the right and left hands of Taylor Schabusiness. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on the blade, red substance, sweatpants, and the dildo. Oh, blood on the dildo. Now, the blood could get on the dildo in multiple ways, and we hope it's because it was on her hands. Right? Like, we hope, for his sake, that it's because it was on her hands. Hold on. Sorry, I had a message I had to attend to real quick. Sorry. I'm following up on invites and stuff like that. All good. Okay, so back to this. Blood was not detected on the red substance from the bedroom light switch. Presumptive testing for saliva was positive on the penile swabs from Shad Thyrion. At least he went down swinging. At least he went down swinging. Sperm cells were not identified on the penile swab of Shad Thyrion. So he didn't finish, which is, that makes me sad. All right. Could you at least, like, if you're gonna go, right? You'd hope that you go after finishing. I mean, to me, that, like, one more for the road. Actually, I think that's the name. I'm going to write a country song. It's called God, Give Me One More for the Road. And it's about that last orgasm on your way out the door, I think. Give me one good try for the road before I go, or something, right? Below listed samples were prepared for analysis under the indicated subdesignations. Okay, so we got the swabs. So DNA analysis, differential extraction was performed on the following items. So the one we're curious about is J and J1, resulting in a non-sperm fraction and sperm fraction for each sample. So was there penile swabs from Shad Thyrion? The below listed items underwent attempted DNA isolation and further testing as described. So J1, so human DNA is present. Male DNA is present to a high ratio, and further testing autosomal and YSTR. So we have DNA on all of the things, human DNA on the, or male DNA on the dildo. There's already a song for this? Oh, of course there is. Autosomal STR DNA results and conclusions. Buccal swab standard entered into quality assurance, blah, 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 blah. Single source female profile in the buccal swab from Schabusiness. Oral swabs from Shad Thyrion, single source male profile. Right hand swabs from Schabusiness. 3-person mixture, at least one male. not eligible for entry because it's not up to standard. Assuming a 3-person mixture in the presence of DNA from Schabusiness, the following propositions were used to assess the mixture profile. High likelihood, very strong support for inclusion of Shad Thyrion, but there's another person on her hands. That's not weird, right? On her hands, that's not weird because she was apprehended after, interacting with other people since then. Holy shit. We've got Cedar Rose. Welcome to Paralegal. I think I said that one. And then we got RIP says, any chance of you covering Pat Tomlinson's case? Oh, the weird, crazy sci-fi guy. Yeah. Yeah, that would be, he's, am I thinking of the right guy? He seems insane. So that would be good. Buckle, not Buckle, isn't it? I think it's Buckle. Okay, back to this thing. Left-hand swabs for Schabusiness. 2-person mixture, 1 male. So hers plus 1 other guy. And it's a very strong support for inclusion for Shad Thyrion. So there's that. Swab from the blade, single source, Shad Thyrion. Swabs from the substance inside the box, 2-person mixture, at least 1 male. Shad Thyrion is a major male contributor. Minor contributor is not suitable. Look, touch DNA, lots of DNA could get in that box and you'd have no idea how it got there. It's a box. It's been touched by several people. Several items could have gone in there. Swabs from the red substance on the bedroom light switch, 3-person mixture, at least 2 males. Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion are strong inclusions. Swabbing of a reddish brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants, 2-person mixture, 1 male. The major female contributor is Taylor Schabusiness, and the minor male contributor is Shad Thyrion, is the source. Now, this is interesting. So there's a reddish brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. Oh, well, actually, it's probably, if it's a reddish brown stain, it's probably old. Excuse me. It's probably old. Reddish brown stain on the left leg of the sweatpants. 2-person mixture. Again, major is Taylor Schabusiness, minor is Shad Thyrion. So that could have been from the incident. It also could be a prior stain that has contact or touch DNA from him, or even a contribution of blood DNA as well. I mean, possible. But if it's an old stain on pants, you never know if it's from current or prior incidents. Swabbing of the reddish brown stain on the left side of the sweatpants, at least 1 male. High, very strong support for inclusion of both Taylor and Shad. Swabbing of reddish brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. Shad Thyrion's the source. Penile swabs from Shad Thyrion, non-sperm. Shad Thyrion is the source. So apparently Schabusiness didn't even touch this guy's dick, which is rude. But that's not true. That's a joke because she chopped it off. So we know that's it's a fucking weird case, guys. This is a fucking weird case. Swab from the dildo. Okay, 3-person mixture, at least 1 male. Assuming a 3-person mixture, following propositions were used. Taylor Schabusiness, very strong support for inclusion. So she's on the dildo. Shad Thyrion, uninformative. Statistical values in this range have been observed both for individuals known to be in a mixture and known to not be in a mixture. Therefore, no conclusion will be made regarding the presence of DNA from this POI in the mixture. So then we have a different DNA result. So oral swab from Shad, single source. Assuming that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present on this item, this profile will be used for comparison purposes. Swab from dildo, mixture of at least 2 males. So there it is. So you got at least 2 males and Taylor Schabusiness on the dildo. Additional possible trace alleles were also detected, so other people could be on this. However, no conclusions will be made regarding these trace alleles. Mixture is suitable for exclusionary purposes only. Possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. So this is interesting. It's exclusionary purposes only. You can only exclude people from the dildo. You can't include them to it. But I have some theories on why you could have 2 males on a dildo that have nothing to do with there being a 3rd person present and actually have nothing to do with the dildo being inserted into the male at all. That is certainly a possibility. But evidence disposition, they're all taken care of. And then here's a bunch of technical shit. Okay. All right. So there's the motion. They lost this motion, but it tells us a little bit more about what's going on, what their strategy was. Not a great strategy. I would have just argued that the entire thing is consensual and there's no evidence of a lack of consent to sexual activity. That's the weird thing for me. Where is the evidence of a lack of consent for sexual activity? Not might she have raped him? Because of course, maybe she did. But is there any evidence that she raped him? Because remember, this is the state having to prove this. How are they going to prove non-consent from a dead guy? And it also doesn't appear to be a struggle scenario, right? Like Taylor doesn't have defensive wounds on her. The guy either put a choke chain around his neck or she did, which is like it's not like you can slip that around. Like that's not an accident, typically speaking. He might have been getting pegged, but presumably that'd be because he wanted to. I don't know. This is kind of a thin one. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, this is a weird thing to me because we've got confirmed sexual activity, seeming pegging. But here's so the two male DNA thing. Couple ways you can do this. Multiple people have handled that dildo and there's some mix of touch or contact DNA on it. The other option seems pretty possible to me. Do not mean to be crude and graphic, but it is entirely possible that Taylor Schabusiness is for dem streets, okay? And that she had multiple men's ejaculate in her either at the same time or separate times in which she utilized that dildo on herself. Again, not trying to be crude, but there is a plausible way in which male DNA gets onto that dildo without entering a male orifice. I really am like, typically I would just make a big joke out of something, but I wanted to convey that's a serious possibility that would be arguable. As of right now, the only evidence that dildo went in that guy would be from something Taylor Schabusiness said at an interrogation. I did this to him. He asked whatever. He asked me to stop. Whatever she says is going to be the key. And that's the defense's part of the defense's claim here is like, but she was on these drugs, mind altering substances. She's not able to answer competently. It should be excluded. But just so everybody knows, all of this stuff is still in. This charge has not been dropped, but we had to go through the document. How dare you besmirch the good name of Taylor Schabusiness? I know she's queen. She's queen, and she would never stoop to that level of hoedom. She's very low on the hoedom pole, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, she's a refined lady, obviously. But yeah, so that's a weird factor of this case. A weird facet. We had to go through it, okay? We had to get through it. This is a weird one. Like, even as funny as this case is, like talking about the gritty details it's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. It's a little out there. And I'm crazy, so it being out there is something. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do next. I'm gonna go through the existing super chats and rumble rants, all of them, and the locals ones if we can get to them until the court comes back. Let me pull up the court screen just in case it does come back. We can get it up really quickly. Giggity. There we go. Wait. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Where were we on this? Oh, wait. Yeah, here we go. Ninja Work 111 says, what's Schabusiness? Sir Ian says, brother, is it possible to have Viva or Barnes on to have a conversation over Rumble's removal of Fuentes' speech? They're calling people who have concerns with Rumble's decisions as J haters. Okay. Viva and I disagree about the removal of the speech of Nick Fuentes. Let me say this very clearly. Viva and Barnes and I love those guys. I love them. They're awesome, fantastic. I'm a huge fan of both of them. I think they're great men of good integrity. And us having a disagreement over a definition or an application of a policy doesn't mean shit in the scheme of things. It's just a disagreement. I would love to have either or both of them on. Viva is typically not able to come onto my night show because it's so late. But yes, I will happily either go on a show or invite them on to talk about it. But I do want to say something about the J haters thing. I don't know that they're referring to everything as J haters, Jew haters, whatever. But certainly part of the people responding to Viva in particular are anti-Jewish. And you can tell because they say it, like they talk about it, and it's pretty obvious. So obviously it's not everybody, because like I'm not Jewish. I don't care. My disagreement has nothing to do with Judaism at all in any capacity. But yeah, there are some people, and when you're online and you get tons and tons of comments and interaction because you're stupid enough to be in a social media creating space, then you can start to notice patterns, and it can feel like everybody might be coming from that pattern. So I'll give Viva and Barnes the benefit of the doubt here, that there is a perception that it's coming from a largely anti-Jewish people, and that's the whole kind of crux, isn't it? Though that Fuentes gave an anti-Semitic speech, and the Groypers tend to not really care for the Jewish people. So it would make sense if he is getting messages relating to this and posts and stuff that are very insensitive towards Jews. Like you could get how that would happen. But I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they probably are talking about a specific group of people, because I don't think they would consider me a Jew hater. All right. Kilroy was here, says, try having to wake up at 5 a.m. to go to work at 6 a.m. where you work outside in Florida. No, that sounds terrible. I go to sleep at 5 a.m. Murderbit says, we'll hang out as long as I can, but I gotta be headed out soon. Nice. Well done. Holy Diver says, can't have psychotic without hot. Guys, I need a smasher pass in the YouTube chat and the Rumble chat on Taylor Schabusiness. Okay, ignore the murder part. This is critical. Ignore the kinky murder part. You don't know Taylor Schabusiness. You don't know what she's into, how much you want to be tied up. None of that factors into it. On looks alone, no murder, no drama. You're just like, see her in the street. Is it smash or pass? All right. Because, I mean, obviously pass if it means I'm going to die from it and not even ejaculate. That's bad. But like, if you just run into her on the street, okay, well, I'll put a poll up on YouTube. Can't do one on Rumble because people started answering before I'd finish asking the question. No murder or horrific kink, smash or pass on Taylor. Okay. So smash, pass. This is the every woman in the street. That's all she is for the purposes of this poll. She is the every woman. You don't know anything about her. Smash or pass. It's anonymous, so you guys can answer honestly this time, and that'll be that. For me, she's a pass. For me, she's a pass. She's not like super fat from what I can tell, but she's not skinny. I like thin women, particularly thin women, not just not fat women. And that's not a commentary on any body type or shape or whatever. I just have a preference towards really thin women in general. There are plenty of women who are not thin, but not fat, who are beautiful and gorgeous. Don't get me wrong, but she would be a pass for me. Now, with the murder, she's a smash. With the murder. That's what, yeah. Crusader says, Miss Schabusiness, do you love black people? Mike Hawk is small. Says, thought of having a Warhammer stream with Arch and Sargon. Yes, happy to do so. My daytime schedule has not allowed me to hook up with them lately. I thought when you first asked, you meant Az and Sargon, but yeah, we'll do a painting stream sometime soon when I can. But also, yeah, just a Warhammer stream with Arch and Sargon. Glad to. That'd be a fun one. 200 Watt Studio says she's thinking about her bucket list. Adrian Hansen says he meant gem bag. It's a truly outrageous bag. Slagla says, Nick, tell them to turn up the volume on their mics. Okay, thanks. Well, we just got to get the judge to actually talk into his. That's the main thing. The audio's been pretty good. Pretty good. Outside that. Here we go. Oh, so here we go. Here's maybe you guys don't know what Schabusiness looks like when she's not in court. So we can pull this up and you can get an idea. Here's Schabusiness outside of it. A little too much that girl makeup, but like she's not bad. Like her body's not it's not ugly. So yeah, it's shitty resolution, but yeah, anyway. So let's get back to here. Okay. 200 Watt Studio says defense should go after the Dr. Drunkita. Sherry Lawless says to the left, all his body parts in the box to the left. Nicholas Cruiser says all of Nick's fetishes. We haven't even begun to scratch the surface of my fetishes. Alan Rees says separate balls with the willy. That's line crossing. I agree. I was really glad to find out that his balls did end up in the bucket with the penis because they'd be lonely if they didn't. Show her mugshot. Oh, hey, we back. There's no audio yet, but we are back. She's got that. See, the no makeup look. She doesn't look. The makeup's pulling hours on her. But before people criticize too much on the no makeup look, they want her to look plain and crazy. They don't want her to look hot. You don't want her to be hot to claim she's crazy. I know that doesn't make sense with the hot, crazy matrix, but you want her to look insane. And she's kind of pulling it off. Hey, Taylor, what you doing, girl? Stare into the camera for me. Stephen Walk says, was a special scavenger hunt after playing Peggle. Oh, God damn it. Bad Weather Biker, Ricada Law, imagine how efficiently she could have disposed of her victim with the Tack Right Mini chainsaw. Kevin Dufresne says, she's just a wholesome Mexican American channeling her inner mantis. Y'all leave her alone. B. Van Haren says, 3 GN domestic and now crazy lady. Dana loves Zumba. Impressed it was a full set in the bucket with the head. Yeah, I think so. That's considerate. Goes against her insanity defense, I think. You brought the balls with it. Well, that's where they belonged. Joe Spinella says, did they call Data from Star Trek to the stand? God, that doctor was weird. Nick Naylor, twould be great advertising space for a chainsaw. Oh, up on his giant forehead. Doc Salty says, I guess the victim isn't going to get ahead in life anymore. If only they weren't messing around. What's wrong with you people? What's wrong with you? As a commenter says, defense attorney, we're looking for Wisconsin chic meets Renaissance fair goth meets methed up by life bingo night mom. Trial consultant, I got you, fam. Rita Castillo says, let's fucking go, Pinchy Nick. Raketa's lubed, used, and smelly Baldo says, it's so dark in this closet. Please use me again. Exactly says, I had Percocets when I had my wisdom teeth out. Felt like I was on a cloud. And see why people get hooked on them. I took 6/30 and figured I should stop. Or 6 out of 30. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm on a cloud. I feel like I'm in a well. Nothing makes sense. My brain doesn't work. I hate it. Dr. Diddler says, someone say self-diddling. Bad Weather Biker. Raketa Law, now tell him what a Philadelphia sidecar is. Oh, God. 200 Watt Studio. She was never happy with this pullout game, so she took it into her own hands. Okay, let me get these Rumble rants because we're going to probably be getting started really soon here. And by the way, guys, thank you so much for contributing on YouTube and Rumble. Super chats, the Rumble rants, they mean the world to me. You know, they're the bread and butter of creators who do live streaming. So it's really, really appreciated. Thank you. Wesley, 1924. Her face is like a baby's when it makes its first poop and doesn't understand what this new sensation is. Yeah, kind of. Where she's sitting there just all the time. Kenzie Fam says, keep gaming like a lawyer rock star. Also, is she part of the Yellow Jackets? And yuppers, this is some Yellow Jacket shite. I don't know what's the Yellow Jackets?
Anything to bring up before we bring the jury back in? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring the jury in then.
All right, so then we got Tor Theo says, I personally don't see how showing the correct result of what the accused did is prejudicial. The face is in that state because of the actions in question. Yeah, faces of the dead are exceedingly disturbing to people who don't look at them often. And so I find it prejudicial. Most courts do too, unless the face is particularly relevant. Now, he did testify about some burst blood vessels and stuff on the face, but he didn't talk about them on the photo, which is the issue. Because that it could have been relevant in that way. Here are the burst blood vessels. Here's where you see these evidence of strangulation. Danconi Copper.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. The case is still with the state, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Saunders. Do you have another witness?
State calls Officer Tim Kenny.
Danconi Copper. The AI music video the internet needs but doesn't deserve. Daryl Brooks, What Schabusiness, featuring Taylor Schabusiness. Oh, hopefully someone can make it. Just Revere says, my wife has it.
Right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
My wife has it after figuring it out. She's just gotten worse, pretty much stays in bed all day now and has for the past 4 years. Severe PSC with agoraphobia is how it manifests. Real, multiple personality, I think they said.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol officer with the city of Green Bay.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
12 years.
And is that the sum total of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
I do.
And did you have reason to assist Officer Russell with photographing an individual on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you respond to take these photographs?
I was at the Green Bay Police Department and he took me to an interview room.
This is the first person
did Officer Russell have
not
custody
look
of an
terrible.
individual?
That's a handsome dude right there.
Did you learn who that individual was?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Taylor Schabusiness.
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out where she's sitting for us?
She's sitting at the defendant's table.
And then what she's wearing?
Looks like a black cover with a black and blue blouse.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
And then what were you asked to do with respect to photographing Ms. Schabusiness?
There were, I guess, cuts on her hands and blood on her clothing, which I was asked to photograph.
And did you document, I guess, the exterior clothing areas?
Yes.
Those are photographs that you took?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Just Reeves says, Doubt should make sure I'm not an hour behind before Rumble ranting.
82
Yes.
through 86. I'll ask you to lift your
Yes, you
votes.
should.
I'll ask if you recognize those.
Yes.
And what do you believe those to be?
These would be the photographs that I took of her external clothing.
Thank you. I'd move exhibits 82 through 86.
Any objection to 82 through 86?
Exhibits 84 and 85 appear to be the same, so I argue duplicity, so I'd object.
Yeah, I saw the Melly
Okay.
trial ended with a hung jury. Yes.
Well, what I'll do is I'll hold receipt of those exhibits. I'll hold a decision on receiving those exhibits till the break. Nonetheless, go ahead. Are you planning on publishing them?
I was.
Okay,
They're,
let me
they're
see
different
them.
photographs.
Let me just see them. Mr. Freilich, you're objecting to duplication of which ones?
Exhibit 84 and 85, Your Honor. They appear to be the same picture photo. Sweatpants.
Any response, Mr. Saunders?
They're different photographs. One is an overall of the legs. One it focuses on one leg in particular.
Yeah, I'm satisfied these photos are different. Mr. Freilich is right. They are taken of similar areas, but they're differently focused, and the photos are different. So I'm going to overrule the objection. I will receive 82 through 86, and you can publish those to the jury if you so choose.
Thank you. Go ahead. Judge, can we get the lights dimmed?
Yeah.
Just briefly. Thank you. Okay, officer, are we observing exhibit 82 currently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and what does 82 depict?
That would be the outer sweatshirt she was wearing, which had dried blood on it.
And then 83, are we viewing that now?
Yes.
Okay, and what is 83?
The rear of the sweatshirt, which had dried blood on the lower part of it.
And then 84?
Would be the black sweatpants she was wearing.
There you go. Some
And then
sweatpants.
85.
The left leg of the black sweatpants.
Did you also observe a substance on that area?
Yes, there appeared to be matted blood in the area of the knees.
And then 86.
Would be the right leg of the black sweatpants.
And do exhibits 82 through 86, do those appear to be consistent with the clothing that Schabusiness was wearing as you encountered her on February 23rd?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Officer Kenny, you made some assumptions with regards to what was on those sweatpants, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any testing, correct?
I did not know.
Do you make comments like that before you verify what the results are? Say
As-
practice?
As to what it appeared to be?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, you were given a police cell phone from Officer Garth Russell, correct?
Correct.
And
Correct.
there was some discussion when Ms. Schabusiness was in the interview room about bringing her water, correct?
Possibly.
And then you were told, or someone was told not to bring the water, correct?
I don't recall, but it's possible.
Now, you observed cuts on Ms. Schabusiness'
Cuts?
fingers.
I think it was cups. It's cups. Just Jen C
Okay,
says,
that's
I'm
okay.
not familiar with
Sorry.
this case. What's a good reference link to get caught
Could you
up?
repeat that last
Always
question
like to
back,
sit in with trials with
please?
Nick. When she got arrested, I did a video on the initial case. You could probably find it on my channel, but I don't know where other good reference videos are.
Okay. You did observe cuts on Miss Schabusiness's fingers and thumbs. Is that fair?
Yes.
Some of the cuts were quite deep. Is that fair?
Yes.
You used a cell phone to take the pictures that we just saw. Is that right?
Correct.
And then what did you do from there? Did you have to download it, or what did you do?
I returned the phone to Officer Russell, who advised that he would later upload the photos into the case.
Okay. Were you present at Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And did you go there with Officer Russell and Lieutenant Buckman?
No, I left the station and went there. Officer Russell, I believe, stayed at the station, and I went to assist with the scene there then.
Okay. Were you part of the arrest of Taylor Schabusiness or Scott Thomas?
No, I was not part of the arrest.
Okay. You were just there to provide cover?
I came after the fact, I guess, to assist with security and look for lack of a better term, body parts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you find any?
I did not know.
And we're talking about the Eastman Avenue apartment. Correct?
Yes.
Digital Cocaine says, Nick,
And
did you
you see
consider doing
gold,
the
colored,
boyfriend
Town and
hitman
Country
murder
minivan?
trial?
Yes.
Boyfriend
And where
deletes
was that?
girlfriend's ex-boyfriend.
I believe
Opening
it
was
was
today, I
parked
believe.
on the
I
north
didn't know it was
side.
happening. I just saw it
Right
on
in front of, right in front of the
YouTube
building.
a little bit ago.
Yeah, in the parking lot on the north side.
Okay. Did you see anything unusual about the minivan?
No.
That's the thing. People are
All right,
asking
thank you
why
very
she's
much,
not
Officer
just
Kim.
pleading guilty.
No, thank you.
Because the offer is life
Thank you.
without
You
the
can sit down.
possibility of parole, most likely. She doesn't have, there's no like win to plea. At some point, when your plea deal is you'll go
Yes,
to
next
prison
witness.
for the rest of
It
your
calls
life,
Officer Leah Whitman.
you take the risk.
Okay, officer, if you want to step up over this way, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
All right. My name is Officer Leo Whitman, WHIT.
Okay, there we go.
The witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm
Hello.
employed through the City of Green Bay Police Department.
And how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been employed in that
She's
capacity?
cute.
A
About
little over
time.
3 years.
Were you working as a patrol officer with the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that location?
I was going to assist in picking up a suspect in a case that occurred on Stony Brook Lane.
And what did you do at the Eastman Avenue residence?
I just held a perimeter spot at first on one of the corners of the building, and then we were told that we were going to make contact with the vehicle that was seen in the parking lot, and I assisted in being like I was part of the arrest team with that.
After, I should say, which individuals were, I guess, arrested at that point?
It was Taylor Schabusiness.
After that, did you conduct a protective sweep of that residence?
I assisted in it, yes.
All right. And did you look at any other individuals inside the apartment?
Yes, a male by the name of Scott Thomas.
And when you were done doing the protective sweep, what did you do after that point?
I assisted with putting up crime scene tape around the van, as well as kind of blocking off the entrance to the Eastman apartment complex. And then I started a crime scene log as well for
Okay.
Eastman.
And what is the purpose of a crime scene log?
It's just to protect the integrity of the crime scene, making sure nobody that is unauthorized goes in to the crime scene, and everybody that is authorized to assist in the investigation, signs in, and then signs out so we can keep record of who goes in and out.
And was that done with respect to the Eastman Avenue apartment building?
Yeah.
As well as the van that was outside?
Yes,
And both areas were sort of cordoned off by crime scene tape as well?
correct.
When you were completed with those tasks, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes, I was asked to go back to the police department and assist in collecting clothing that Ms. Taylor was wearing.
And what clothing did you assist in collecting from?
I collected a black tank top, black sweatpants, a black bra, and then purple underwear.
And I guess, was that done in a separate area that wasn't being monitored, I suppose?
Yeah, we went into a separate interview room where there were no cameras, and my body camera was off, so we could give her privacy while she undressed.
And the items of clothing that Ms. Schabusiness was wearing, those were the items you listed off earlier?
Yes.
And did you take custody of those?
Yes.
When you're taking custody items of evidence such as clothing, what steps do you take to ensure the integrity of that item of evidence?
I've ensured that I was wearing gloves so I didn't get any of like my DNA or anything on the clothing. And then I packaged them in a brown paper bag.
Lady, I think this
due
chat
to
wants you to get your DNA
them
on her,
saying,
on them.
I was told by a detective that there was possibly some red matter on there that could have been blood. We put them in a brown paper bag to make sure that if it was still wet, it wouldn't get contaminated by any kind of like plastic or anything.
That protocol you outlined, is that consistent with your training and how to collect items of evidence?
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case as well?
Yes, correct.
When you collected the, I think you said tank top, bra, sweatpants, and underwear, is that right?
Correct.
What did you do with those items once they were bagged?
I gave them to Detective Kemp.
And I guess, was he responsible for then entering it into evidence to your knowledge?
Yeah, yep. He took custody of it and entered it into evidence or the drying rack for clothing that's soiled in either like bodily fluids or anything. I'm not sure what he did afterwards.
And was Ms. Business provided alternative clothing?
Yeah, they provided yellow scrubs, I would call them, for her to wear.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Whitman, did you observe cuts on Taylor Schabusiness's fingers or thumbs?
Not that I recall. I wasn't looking. I was just focused on getting clothing and making sure she got dressed.
You initially went over to 2353 Eastman Avenue?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And that was on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
And did you ride with anybody?
Sorry.
Did you ride with someone or did you take your own squad car?
I was in my own squad car.
Okay. And then you met up with Officer Garth Russell
Correct.
and Lieutenant Buckman?
Correct.
Anybody else?
I think there was a couple other officers there as well.
Was there an Officer Fisher there?
Yes.
And did you park a distance away?
Yes.
And then you walked up?
Correct.
Did you walk up on your own or did you walk in conjunction with the other officers?
I walked up on my own.
Did you park quite a distance away so you could see what was going on?
Yeah, I parked in, I believe, the northwest corner of the parking lot, so I was still out of sight, but I could see the van and the entrance to Eastman from my point of view.
Were you told to be looking for a van?
Yes.
What kind of van?
It was just a tan Chrysler van with the license plate of 580ZJZ.
At some point then you walked up to the van?
Correct.
The back of the van had snow on the back windshield?
From what I remember, yes.
Snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And when you walked up, it was dark outside?
Correct.
What time was this about?
Oh, I don't recall.
After midnight?
I can't really give a
Because after
for sure
midnight,
time
morning
on
will
when that
come.
happened.
Did you at some point hear anything or see anything with regards to lights coming on the minivan?
Yes, the lights, like the flashing lights came on, indicating either the van was being unlocked or locked at that time.
Did you walk around the van?
Yes.
Is that before you heard the lights come on or saw the lights come on? Or
Yes.
after? Before?
Before.
Okay. And this van were there vehicles on either side of the van?
I don't recall.
Were numerous vehicles parked in front of the complex?
Yes.
Did you walk around the entire perimeter of the van?
No.
Which side did you walk on? The driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
Did you have a flashlight?
Yes.
Did you use it?
Yep.
What did you do with the flashlight?
I just watched the ground to make sure I didn't compromise any kind of evidence that might have been on the ground at the time.
Did you use your flashlight to look in the van?
I looked into the driver's seat and that was it to make sure it was unoccupied.
At some point, did you have contact with Officer Russell near the van?
Yeah.
Was he raising his voice as to be careful where you step?
Yes.
And then at some point then, did you see someone come out of the building?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Taylor.
And what did you do then?
I just assisted with the arrest team.
Okay.
I didn't put handcuffs on, but I was there as a presence in case they needed assistance.
You walked up to the front door where Miss Schabusiness was, correct?
Correct.
She was standing on the porch under a overhang, correct?
Correct.
She was outside.
Correct.
She was cooperative.
Correct.
When you looked at her, her demeanor, was it calm?
Yes.
Did she cooperate with you and the other officers?
Yes.
Was it Officer Garth Russell? Was he the one that put handcuffs and arrested her?
I don't recall.
Did you see Miss Schabusiness fighting?
No.
She was compliant.
Yes.
At some point then, did you see Officer Russell take her back inside the apartment building and go over by the stairs?
I don't recall that.
At some point, did you and other officers become concerned for your safety?
No.
Did you have to draw your service revolver?
We did. Yes.
You did? You
We
took
did.
your
You had to?
duty weapon
Why?
out.
Yes.
And then did you hear yelling for a male to come out of apartment 1?
Yes.
That was Scott Holmes.
Oh, because the
Yes.
guy was in the he was in the apartment. Yeah.
Part of that process.
Briefly.
Did you assist Officer Russell with bringing Miss Schabusiness to the squad car?
No.
There's not much less
He did that on
flattering
his
than a
own.
police officer uniform, though. I gotta say.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
And
know.
you
I'm not sure.
did you assist the other officer that was dealing with Scott Holmes?
Yes.
After all that was done, then were you told to go back to the station?
Yes.
Who told you to go back to the station? Do you know?
I believe it was Detective Kemp called me.
Who did?
Kemp?
Okay, Kevin Kemp,
Yes.
detective, right?
Detective, yes.
Did you do a protective sweep?
I assisted with it.
Did you find any body parts or anything that was cause for concern?
Not to my not to my knowledge.
Okay, and you helped with doing the crime scene log?
Correct.
Is that where you log people in and log people out?
Yes.
Did you put up crime scene tape?
Yes.
Where?
It was around the van and then around the front entrance of Eastman to kind of block that part of.
Around my
The
wrists
crime
and to
scene
the bedpost.
did all
No,
that
no,
before you
stop!
left,
This is
correct?
not pouring up. Oh my God!
How long
It's
do
a
you think you were
trial.
at Eastman Avenue?
I don't know, maybe an hour.
And then you collected these items, the tank top, the sweatpants, the bra, and the underwear, correct?
Correct.
And they were all sealed in a brown paper bag?
I did not seal them. I just put them in the brown paper bag and gave them to Detective Kemp.
Okay, and then he dealt with that?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Kevin Scott.
Timothy Tinkleff says Schabusiness looks vaguely familiar to me. I was trying to remember the place, but I can't quite peg it. A 6'4" midget says this proves Lofty should never be a sub. Lol, Lofty,
Face her right
get
up this
help.
way. And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you on your oath.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
How long is the case expected to last? Through the week. 1 week case is the plan.
Say the witness is yours.
And they're moving through witnesses pretty quick
Thank you,
here.
Mr.
So.
Scott. Can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
How long
Nerd.
have you worked as a DNA analyst?
I've been there for about 10 years.
Is all of your work as a DNA analyst, is that with the State Crime Lab in Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Could you briefly address your educational background and training that you've had that qualifies you to work in that capacity?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science degree majoring in biochemistry from UW-Madison. When I was first hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year of in-house training at the lab that covered
Joel
every
Reese,
aspect
that's
of
rude.
DNA analysis that the lab uses. In addition to that, I receive at least 8 hours of annual training every year.
And is there any certifications that you or your laboratory hold in order to conduct DNA analysis?
Our laboratory is accredited. Accreditation is a process in which the lab undergoes external audits by an outside agency in order to ensure that we are following our own procedures and established procedures in the forensic science community.
No, you mentioned previously that you are required to have about 8 hours of training every year. Do you
8
do
whole
all of the training
hours?
that is required of you?
Yes, I do.
And is it fair to say you typically have more than 8 hours of training in a year?
Some years I might. 8 hours is just the minimum.
Do you, as part of your work with the crime lab, put together a statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
What is a statement of qualifications?
A statement of qualifications is similar to a resume. It's a document that we use at the lab that outlines my position, training, and experience.
Mr. Scott, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. Can you review that document for me?
Yes, Exhibit 87 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
Do you believe that is an accurate and up-to-date statement?
Yes, it is.
I move for admission of Exhibit 87, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 87 will be received.
Mr. Scott, can you discuss
No poll
what your
for the
general
nerd. I mean,
duties
I
are
guess.
as
Here
a
we
DNA
go.
analyst at the lab?
Yes, as a DNA analyst, I examine crime scene evidence for the presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I then attempt to extract or release DNA from those bodily fluids or from any other source of DNA such as skin cells from touched items. I then attempt to generate a DNA profile. I analyze those DNA results and I make comparisons to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals. I will then prepare a written report of my results and conclusions.
And do you have any sort of estimate as to how many times you have conducted analysis of DNA samples?
I've worked somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 cases, and each case can consist anywhere from one item of evidence upwards of several dozen, depending on the case.
Is it fair to say that in your career you've analyzed thousands of DNA samples?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court in the past regarding your findings as to your DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Have you been accepted as an expert witness in courts in the state of Wisconsin regarding DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, but I can't figure out why.
Mr. Scott, as part of your work with the State Crime Lab, were you asked to assist in an investigation of a homicide case from the city of Green Bay with a case name Shad Thyrion?
Yes, I was.
And in terms of how cases are identified at the lab, can you talk about what the lab does when they receive a request from law enforcement to analyze for DNA?
Yes, when a case is submitted to the lab, law enforcement will bring the evidence to the lab or otherwise ship it to the lab. Our evidence technicians will give that case a crime lab case number, and each item submitted under that case will get a crime lab item designation. Each item gets its own item letter, starting with letter A. Next item would be letter B, and so on.
Did you have any more? I apologize if I cut you off.
Once
Jesus
I'm
Christ
assigned
says-
to a case, I will then pick up
Nick, you know
those items of
they made this
evidence,
guy
point out
remove
to my
his
lab bench,
fedora before taking the
and
stand.
then start the physical examination of the evidence at that point.
When law enforcement submits a case to the lab for DNA analysis, are there any sort of submission guidelines that the lab gives to law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we do have submission guidelines for evidence that's submitted to the lab. This attempts to reduce the number of items that's submitted to the lab as a resource management tool, just so we aren't overwhelmed with a large number of items. For a homicide type case, we ask that the submitting agency, the law enforcement agency, try to limit their first round of submission to 10 items of evidence.
Are there occasions where a law enforcement agency may then submit subsequent items to the lab after the initial 10 are sent?
Yes, that does occur sometimes.
And what are typically the circumstances in which a law enforcement agency might submit things in addition to the 10?
It will depend on the case. Most often it's because a probative link to a possible perpetrator has not been established yet.
Is it typical that once a probative link to a perpetrator is established that no additional items are sent to the crime lab?
Again, it will vary by the case, but I would say typically that's true.
Essentially, what is the purpose or the investigative purpose of using DNA analysis in a case? Or can that vary by case?
Yes, that can vary by case.
Objection leading.
Obviously, is one of the primary goals to identify a potential perpetrator.
Objection leading.
Yes.
And typically, once that has been established, you may not receive additional submissions unless there's some other specific evidentiary purpose for submitting items to the lab.
Objection leading.
Overruled. Answer if you can.
Oh, come on.
Could you please repeat the question?
Is it typical then that once that identification has been made regarding a suspect, that additional items would not be sent to the lab unless there's some other specifically identified purpose for the testing?
Generally, that's true, yes.
In this particular case, or actually I'll ask before this particular case, generally do you prepare a report regarding your findings of DNA analysis?
Yes, I do.
And in this particular case, did you prepare such a report?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Scott, I've shown you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Can you read that document and identify it for the jury?
Yes, Exhibit 88 is a copy of the DNA report that I authored in this case dated April 1, 2022.
What is the lab case number that's associated with this case?
Our crime lab case number is M22-636.
And what is the case name?
The case name is Shad Thyrion.
Shad Rock.
Mr. Scott, does the report outline the items that you received from law enforcement for purpose of analysis?
Yes, it does.
And what items were received in this case?
I received a buccal swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. That was item A. Item B was the right hand swabs reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. Item C was left hand swabs reportedly.
We just went through all
recovered
this
from
on
Taylor
the motion,
Schabusiness.
so this is going to be kind of repetitive
Item
and boring.
D was oral swabs reportedly recovered from Shad Thyrion. Item E was swab reportedly from a blade. Item F was a swab reportedly from red substance inside of a box. Item G were swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch. Item H was sweatpants. Item I was penile swabs reportedly recovered from Shad Thyrion. And item J was a swab reportedly from a dildo.
I would note you listed several items that were obtained. Many of those are swabs. One of those items was not a swab. Can you talk about the difference between receiving swabs and receiving an item?
Yes, typically the evidence submitted to the lab will either be an item, like a physical item of evidence, such as the sweatpants in this case, or it can be from a sample taken from an item of evidence by the law enforcement agency, which is typically a swab of a item. Swabbing is an oversized Q-tip that is moistened with some water and rubbed up against the item of evidence, hoping to transfer any DNA that's on the item of evidence onto that swab. And then we use the cotton head from that swab for our further DNA processing. And depending on the law enforcement agency and how they do things, either those swabs or the full item of evidence is submitted to the lab.
And with respect to item H, the sweatpants, where you receive the actual item, what is your process then for processing and analyzing an item such as that?
Once I pick up the item of evidence, I will perform a physical examination, typically looking for any staining that may be on the item, that may be from a bodily fluid that's relevant to the case. This is commonly reddish brown color staining, which could be from blood, which is what I was examining the sweatpants in this case for.
Jesus Christ, how many maul swords do you think this guy has?
Is receiving a
All
swab
of
versus
them.
receiving the item,
Literally every
those
one of them.
forms better or worse than the other, or are they both commonly accepted forms?
They're both commonly accepted forms.
Yeah, prior to conducting DNA analysis, do you sometimes do screening on the items that you receive?
Yes, screening is what we refer to the physical examination and testing for bodily fluids and sample collection from the items.
And did you do any such screening in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what screening did you conduct?
So for this case, I was testing some of the items for the possible presence of blood. From the right hand swabs, item B from Taylor Schabusiness, and the left hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness, item C, blood was identified on those swabs.
Okay.
Then from a few other items, the swab from the blade, the swab from the red substance inside the box, the sweatpants, and the swab from the dildo, presumptive testing for blood was also present, or presumptive testing for blood was positive on those 4 items.
Can you describe the difference between actually being able to identify blood with one form of testing and then the presumptive testing with respect to the other items?
Yes, at our lab we commonly use 2 different types of testing for blood. One is referred to as a presumptive testing for blood. This is a very quick test that relies on a color change after dropping a couple chemicals on the sample, and it doesn't require very much sample to be taken. However, that test is called a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could possibly cause a positive result, even if blood is not present. This is some things that might cause that are rust, some metals, and some vegetable extracts could induce a positive result even if blood is not present. However, that is the more typical test that we use at our lab, just because of how quick and how little sample it uses. Another type of test that we have is a confirmatory test.
Flamingo Key, I have no idea, but I would assume so.
On an object.
If they cared about it.
For this case, I performed that confirmatory test on the right and the left hand swabs. Those were both positive, and I concluded that blood was identified on those swabs.
And with respect to the items where you have the presumptive test, is that the only test that you did was the presumptive test? That is, you didn't then use the confirmatory test on those items?
Correct.
And can you explain, is there a reason why you make the choice to do presumptive with one and confirmatory with the other items?
It can depend on the sample. If the presence of blood is very important to a case, I might choose to perform that confirmatory test, or if for some reason I might think that the test was a presumptive test was positive due to one of those things that might cause a false positive result, I might choose to do a confirmatory test. It could also just depend on the amount of sample I have available to me.
Were there items where either a confirmatory or presumptive test for blood was conducted where blood was not located?
Yes. From the swabs from the red substance on the bedroom light switch, that test was negative, and I concluded that blood was not detected on those swabs from the light switch.
And are there other types of presumptive testing that can be done for other substances?
Yes, we can also test for saliva and semen.
And did you conduct any presumptive testing for saliva?
I bet you can.
Yes, I did. I performed a presumptive test for saliva on the penile swabs from Shad Thyrion. That test was positive, and I concluded that presumptive testing for saliva was positive on those penile swabs.
There wasn't any when he got
Is there
it,
a
but there was
confirmatory
later.
test for saliva like there is for blood?
We do not have one at our lab.
So there's merely the presumptive testing for saliva, and that is what you did on the penile swabs?
Yes.
And did you do any testing for the potential presence of sperm?
Yes, I did.
And where did you conduct that test?
I tested the penile swabs from Shad Thyrion, and I did not identify sperm cells. I concluded that sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs.
And those are all is that all of the screening tests that you did prior to DNA analysis?
For bodily fluids, yes.
And just to confirm, you do that prior to the DNA analysis?
That's correct.
Subsequently, did you then perform DNA analysis on the items that you received?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Just briefly, before we go into those specifics, can you describe for the jury what DNA is?
Yes, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for all structures and functions within our body. DNA is inherited, so you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father.
And
you got 2/3 of your
a
DNA from an
tool
egg
in criminal investigations or in identifying potential individuals?
Yeah, so DNA is valuable because different people will have different DNA profiles. With the exception of identical twins will share the same DNA profile. Almost everybody else will have different DNA profiles, and that allows us to compare DNA profiles taken from items of evidence to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals to see if those profiles match or not.
And what are the common sources of DNA that we can find in the human body?
DNA is found in nearly every cell of the body. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA. So if those bodily fluids are present, I would generally expect to find DNA as well. DNA can also be found in other cells such as skin cells that are commonly left behind on touched items.
Is the DNA from a particular person the same throughout their body despite the source of that DNA?
Yes, regardless of which specific source or bodily fluid your DNA comes from, your DNA will be the same throughout your body.
Jason Jones says, I swear I
turning
had no
back to the DNA
idea
analysis that you
last hour listening to
conducted
this that
in this
Schabusiness was
case,
a
can
white
you,
guy that looked like a backup
first
dancer for the
describe
Cats
the
Broadway show.
autosomal STR
What?
DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Could you please clarify your question?
Sure. Well, what is autosomal STR DNA as opposed to other types of DNA like YSTR DNA analysis?
Yes, so at our lab, we have two different types of DNA analysis available to us. The more common one is referred to as autosomal STR DNA analysis. Autosomal refers to the DNA that everybody will have, both males and females. Everybody has 23 pairs of chromosomes in their body. 22 of those are referred to as autosomal chromosomes, and the last pair are referred to as the sex chromosomes. So males will have an X and a Y sex chromosome, and females will have two X chromosomes. When we perform the autosomal analysis, we generate a DNA profile from any DNA that's present in that sample. The other option available to us is YSTR testing. YSTR testing generates a DNA profile only from the Y chromosome. So since only males have a Y chromosome and females do not, that YSTR testing will essentially ignore any female DNA that's present in a sample and only generate a profile from male DNA that's present. This is very helpful in samples in which there is a lot of female DNA and a very small amount or relatively small amount of male DNA compared to the female DNA. So if that male DNA is relevant to the case, we might want to perform this YSTR testing to try to help us determine the DNA profile from that Y chromosome.
Rowan
Now,
Coward
unlike,
says, Betty has a
autosomal,
jar of DNA with a My
DNA
Little Pony in it at home. Nah, come
Y
on, man.
STR profiles are not as discriminating because they are not unique to any one individual. Unrelated, or while most males will generally have different Y profiles, it is possible that unrelated males could just happen to share the same Y profile by chance. And we do expect that all paternally related male relatives, so male relatives who share a father-son type relationship, we would expect that they would also share the same Y profile as well.
So prior to doing your DNA analysis in this case, is there something that you need to do to prepare the samples to be analyzed?
Yes. So once I have my item of evidence, I will take my sample for DNA analysis and then extract or release the DNA that's present in that sample. This is done by adding some water with some chemicals and heating it up in order to break open those cells and release the DNA. I then purify the DNA sample by removing everything else that's not DNA. And once I have my purified DNA extract, I will then quantify that sample to see how much DNA
Wonder
is
how many
present.
times he kept DNA to
If
try
there
and
is a
clone a
sufficient
girlfriend.
amount of DNA present in that sample, we will then
Oh my
try
God.
to generate a DNA profile. And depending on how much total human DNA or male DNA that's present in the sample, we will then choose at that point whether we attempt to generate an autosomal profile or a Y profile.
As you began your analysis of the individual items in this case, did you note items that appeared to be sort of what you might call standards for the individuals that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And which items were those?
So item A was a buccal swab standard reportedly from Taylor Schabusiness. A buccal swab is a swabbing of the inside of somebody's cheek, hoping to gather DNA from that person's mouth. We then process that buccal swab standard in the same manner as an item of evidence to generate a DNA profile, and we use that DNA profile as that person's DNA profile for the purpose of comparisons. I also received oral swabs, item D. Those oral swabs were from Shad Thyrion.
And were you able to develop single source profiles for both item A1 and item D1?
Yes, I was.
And what is a single source profile?
So when we generate a DNA profile, that DNA profile will either be single source or from just one individual, or it could be a mixture of DNA. So that DNA profile could have DNA from multiple individuals.
Which of those are more easier to work with when doing comparisons?
Typically, single source profiles are easier, as we can just do a direct comparison between that single source profile and the profile from the DNA standards in order to see if they are consistent with each other or not.
Obviously easier.
So once you develop those single source profiles, presumably both for Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion, did you then conduct comparisons for subsequent items that were analyzed?
Yes, I did.
And specifically as it relates to item B1, what was item B1?
Item B1, to back up a little bit, item B were the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness. When I took a sample from that swab, I just cut a little bit of the swab off for DNA analysis. That cutting from the swab was called item B1 for the purposes of tracking within our system. So item B1 is
Nick
also
attracts
from the right-hand
juveniles
swabs from Taylor
fans?
Business.
Juveniles
And
fans?
what did your
People who are
analysis,
fans of
what were the
juveniles?
results
That's
of your
gross. No,
analysis
thank
with
you.
respect to that item B1?
I developed a 3-person mixture. So 3 different individuals contributed DNA to this mixture.
Oh,
At least one of those 3 individuals was male. At that point, I analyzed this DNA mixture using a computer program called StarMix. StarMix is a tool that we use at our lab to help us interpret DNA mixture profiles. It works by modeling the DNA mixture by trying to determine the most likely individual contributor profiles that, when mixed together, can explain the mixture that we observed or that we detected from the item. So at the end of the interpretation, what we have is a list of the most likely individual profiles that can explain this mixture. Once we have that list, we will then compare the DNA profiles from the people thought to be involved in the case in order to see if they do have one of those possible profiles. If they do not have one of those possible profiles, they are excluded as a possible contributor to the mixture, meaning that DNA mixture cannot be modeled using that person's DNA profile. Therefore, their
I'll
DNA
be right
is not
back. I got to help a
present.
kid with something. Be right
If
back.
their DNA is one of the possible profiles, then we will get a likelihood ratio. And what that likelihood ratio is a level of support for the strength of the comparison. Essentially, the higher the likelihood ratio is, the more support there is that that person's DNA is present in the mixture. And the lower the number is, the more support there would be that that person's DNA is not present in the mixture. So for this particular sample, the right-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness, I analyzed this assuming a 3-person mixture using StarMix. I also assumed the presence of DNA from Taylor Schabusiness. Since this was a swab from her hand, we would expect to find DNA from her. It did also appear that her DNA was present in the mixture. So when I analyzed this mixture, essentially I told that computer program that one of those 3 contributors is Taylor Schabusiness, so then it would model the other 2 contributors. So once we had that interpretation and made the comparison to Shad Thyrion, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe this DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion and one other person, than if it were a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present in the mixture.
Now, the way in which you report this data as a ratio, is that the standard process when you have DNA mixtures? That is, does the lab actually tell someone that a person's DNA is present, that it is the source of DNA, or does the lab always report it out as a ratio like this when you have a mixture?
It will depend on the type of mixture and how much DNA each contributor contributes. But when this StarMix computer program is used, then yes, this ratio is how we will report out all comparisons.
Okay. Is there any way to sort of quantify for the jury or describe how big of a number 1 quadrillion is?
1 quadrillion would be 1 followed by 15 zeros. It's also 1,000 trillion.
Now, was that 1 quadrillion, at least 1 quadrillion times, is that the exact number of the ratio in this case?
No, the numbers can go much higher. We cap that likelihood ratio at 1 quadrillion just to keep that number down in a range that's more recognizable.
So it's possible that in this case, the likelihood was even greater than 1 quadrillion. You simply will never report a number that's higher than 1 quadrillion.
That's correct.
And did you follow that same process for the left-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness in item C?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to develop a mixture in that case as well?
Yes, I did. From the left-hand swabs, I developed a 2-person mixture. So 2 different people contributed DNA to that mixture. Again, one of those 2 people appeared to be Taylor Schabusiness. So when I analyzed this mixture using Star Mix, I assumed the presence of DNA from Taylor. When I compared the DNA profile from Shad Thyrion to that mixture, I found that it was at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and Shad Thyrion than if it were a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and a random unknown person. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present in the mixture.
And item B and C, the 2 items that we just talked about with respect to the DNA analysis, again, were those the 2 items that you had tested for the presence of blood as well?
Yes, blood was identified on those 2 items.
With the confirmatory test?
Yes.
And so again, the result in terms of the 1 quadrillion times, that's essentially the maximum number that you could reach, and that was in item C1 as well.
That's correct.
Let's move on to item E. What was item E?
Item E was a swab from a blade.
What did I miss?
And
Anything?
what sort of analysis did you conduct with respect to item E?
I developed a single source male profile, so just a DNA profile from 1 male individual. I then compared that male profile to the profiles I developed from the standards in this case, and I found that that profile is consistent with the profile from Shad Thyrion. Now, anytime we make a direct comparison between 2 profiles and find that they are consistent with each other, I perform a statistical analysis on that evidentiary profile in order to estimate roughly how rare or how common that profile is in the general population. If that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, with 7 trillion being roughly 1,000 times the world's population, if that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion, I will state that that individual is the source of that DNA. So for this particular sample, the swab from the blade, that single source male profile, I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that DNA.
And item E, is that a test that, or is that a swab that you also did a presumptive test for blood on?
Yes, that test was positive for the presumptive test for blood.
Moving on to item F, what sort of testing was conducted on item F?
Item F was a swab from red substance inside of a box. I developed a 2-person mixture, so two different people contributed DNA to that mixture. At least one of those 2 was male. For this particular mixture, 1 of those individuals contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture, and I was able to determine the major male contributor, which is the DNA profile from that 1 male individual who contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture. I then compared that major male contributor profile to the profiles from the DNA standards, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that major male contributor profile. Now, there was a minor contributor as well. However, the amount of DNA that we detected from that minor contributor was very low, and it was not suitable for comparisons.
That the idea that there might be a minor contributor that is contributes such a small amount of DNA to a mixture, is that something that you encounter regularly in your DNA analysis?
Yes, we do.
Just generally, how is it possible that small amounts of DNA can be found on swabs of certain items? How do we transfer
Oh
DNA
my God,
from one
this
place
is
to another?
Object calls for speculation, Foundation, Your Honor.
Yeah. You can't know how anything got anywhere. Overruled again, but
So just to clarify, are you asking like how DNA transfer occurs?
Correct.
the danger here is that
So when we think of DNA transfer, we tend
the
to think of
jury
it in
will
terms of
conflate it with
primary
how it
transfer
did
and
occur,
secondary
not
DNA
how it
transfer.
could occur.
So primary transfer would be the direct transfer of DNA to an object. So if I handle an object, such as my water bottle here, some of my DNA might transfer to the water bottle through that direct contact. That would be primary transfer. Secondary transfer is also possible, in which DNA is transferred through an intermediary object to an object that I never directly handled. So if some of my DNA is on this water bottle and it comes into contact with another object, it is possible that some of my DNA might transfer to that second object, even though I never had any direct contact with it.
In that DNA transfer that you talked about what is possible, does DNA always transfer when someone handles an item?
No, not necessarily. There are a number of things that can influence how much, if any, DNA is transferred. But just because an object is handled, that doesn't necessarily mean that enough DNA will transfer for us to be able to detect. It can vary by the person as well. Two different people could handle an object for the same amount of time, and we might only detect DNA from one and not the other.
I think you
There's
mentioned
so
earlier
many
certain
jokes in that
substances
line.
like blood, semen, saliva tend to be good conveyors of DNA. Is that true?
That's correct. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA.
So, are you familiar with the term touch DNA?
Yes.
What does that generally refer to?
Touch DNA generally refers to DNA that is transferred to an object through touch or through skin cells that are left behind on that object during handling.
And generally, if we were to compare touch DNA as opposed to the transfer of the bodily fluids that we suggested earlier, which are more effective at transferring DNA from one place to another?
Typically, bodily fluids would have more DNA than touch DNA, but of course, it could depend on how much bodily fluids there are and or how much touch DNA is on the object.
Thank you. After that educational aside, I'll transfer back to the report and I would ask you to discuss item G in the analysis that you conducted on item G.
Item G was swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch. I developed a 3-person mixture, and at least 2 of those 3 individuals were male. And I analyzed this assuming 3 individuals using star mix. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness to this mixture, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shad Thyrion and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Shad Thyrion and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present in the mixture.
And then moving to item H, what was item H?
Item H was the sweatpants that I examined in this case.
And what did you do to then further evaluate those sweatpants prior to doing DNA analysis?
I examined the sweatpants looking
Yeah,
for
Virus,
staining
he's great
that
at
appeared
it,
reddish brown
explaining it.
color. That could be blood.
Problem is when people are
I did
good at
observe
stuff, it's not always
staining, reddish
interesting.
brown staining on the sweatpants. And I ended up taking 4
Entertaining.
different
It's not always
samples
entertaining.
from 4 different reddish brown stains.
And again, did you do presumptive testing for blood on that item? H?
Yeah, yes, I did. All 4 of those stains were positive for the, or they were presumptively positive. So presumptive testing for blood was positive on those sweatpants.
And 4 different swabs that you generated, then we'll take those one by one. Can you first address item H1 and the analysis you conducted on H1?
Item H1 was the first sample I took, a swabbing of a reddish brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a 2-person mixture. One of those 2 appeared to be male. One of those individuals contributed more DNA than the other, and I was able to determine a major female contributor, which again is that DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Taylor Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor DNA profile, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that minor male DNA, so the lesser contributor of DNA to the mixture.
Yeah, and did you conduct a similar analysis on item H2?
Yes, item H2 was a swabbing of a reddish brown stain on the left leg of the sweatpants. I again developed a 2-person mixture, and one of those 2 was male. I was able to determine a major female contributor, and I concluded that Taylor Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that minor male contributor DNA.
And again, those source attributions, is that because it's more than 1 in 7 trillion times more likely that it would be them than some other person?
So that 7 trillion number is not a likelihood ratio. It's a different type of stat. So it's a probability. So the probability of randomly
Not
selecting
likelihood,
an
it's
individual
probability.
from the population in general, that probability is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion. The probability of randomly selecting a profile that would match that evidentiary profile by chance.
Now moving to item H3, which is the 3rd swab from the sweatpants, you conducted a similar analysis, but the result ended up being a little bit different. Is that right?
Yes, this one was a little bit different. I developed a 2-person mixture. At least one of those 2 appeared to be male. For this particular mixture, I analyzed using star mix, assuming a 2-person mixture. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 1 other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shad Thyrion and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Shad Thyrion and 1 other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. That also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present in the mixture.
And Mr. Scott, can you explain why with this 2-person mixture you used the star mix to conduct your analysis as opposed to the sorts of source attributions that you did with the previous mixtures?
Yes, with the previous 2 mixtures, there was enough of a difference in the amount of DNA that was contributed by both, in which I was able to easily determine the profile from the major contributor and the minor contributor. With this 3rd swabbing.
By the way, if you
swabbing of
guys
the
like these trial
reddish brown stain
streams,
on the left leg,
please click the like
H3,
button
there wasn't
on whatever
as clear
platform.
of a difference between the contributions of DNA.
Shit helps a
between those 2.
ton.
And then the final swabbing of the sweatpants, item H4, what was your analysis as it related to that item?
This item H4, another swabbing of a reddish brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that DNA.
Move on to then item I1. What was item I, and then tell us what item I1 is.
So item I was the penile swabs from Shad Thyrion. Item I1 is the cutting that I took from that
And
swab.
thank you for that. I will have a liquor
for
to
the
your honor.
purposes of DNA
Because we're over
analysis.
2,100 likes on YouTube. That's fucking
And
crazy.
what sort of analysis did you then conduct on that item?
I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Shad Thyrion is the source of that DNA.
And with respect to item J, what is that item?
Item J was a swab from a dildo.
Gotta say, Rumble,
what
you
sort
gotta
of
catch up
analysis
on those
did you
likes.
conduct on
YouTube's
that?
putting you to shame right now.
I developed a 3-person mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male. And I analyzed that mixture using Star Mix, assuming 3 individuals. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shad Thyrion, and I received an uninformative likelihood ratio. So uninformative just means that statistical values in that range have been observed both for individuals known to be in a mixture and individuals known to not be in a mixture. Therefore, no conclusion will be made regarding the presence of DNA from Shad Thyrion to that mixture. Essentially, there is no strong support that his DNA is there, and there's no strong support that his DNA is not there.
And then you mentioned, so does that summary that we went through, does that cover all of the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Yes, it is.
And you talked earlier about the YSTR DNA and conclusions that that there is YSTR DNA analysis that can be done. Did you utilize that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you test for using the YSTR method?
So using that YSTR method, I tested the oral swabs from Shad Thyrion for use as a standard for comparisons. And I also tested the swab from the dildo. So that swab from the dildo had a large amount of female DNA and a relatively small amount of male DNA. So I decided to perform this YSTR testing on it as well.
And with respect to item J1, what was your YSTR testing conclusion?
I developed a mixture of at least 2 males. So at least 2 different males contributed DNA to this mixture. This mixture is suitable for exclusionary purposes only. So I cannot make an inclusionary statement, or I cannot say that somebody is consistent with the DNA in this mixture. I can only make comparisons, and if there are enough differences between the mixture and the individual standard, I might be able to say that that person's DNA is not present, so they would be excluded. Otherwise, if they cannot be excluded, they would be inconclusive. So for this comparison, I compared the YSTR profile from Shad Thyrion to this mixture from the swab from the dildo. And I concluded that the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture.
Mr. Scott, the conclusions that you testified here to today and the conclusions that are contained in your report, are those your opinions to a reasonable
degree of medical certainty?
Professional responsibility?
I believe so.
Responsibility? I mean, okay.
I would move for the admission of the exhibit, Your Honor. I think it's 88.
You gonna object to it? No.
No objection.
88 will be received.
No further questions for the witness at this time.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Scott, good afternoon. As to the testing and swabbing of the dildo item,
Gonna focus on the fact
you
that the
saying
dildo, you
that,
can't
you cannot
actually use it
confirm whether or not
as inclusive.
Shad Thyrion's DNA is on that item? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. He had an uninformative conclusion for the autosomal results and an inconclusive conclusion for the YSTR results.
If that item was touched on someone's body would it be likely that DNA would show up on that item?
DNA can transfer to an item. That's possible. However, it is also possible that an object could be touched and we would not be able to detect enough of that person's DNA to develop a profile.
If I shook your hand, would my DNA likely transfer to your hand and vice versa?
It's possible.
What if I shook your penis? What if I put my hand on a dildo and then put it inside of you?
I tested
a profile from a light switch.
Yes, I had a swab that was reportedly from a light switch.
Do you know which light switch it was?
It was from a red substance on a bedroom light switch.
Okay. And it's true that blood was not detected on that light switch. That's item G.
Correct. Blood was not detected on that item.
But you don't know what location, correct? Where they came from, which light switch? What
I mean, he has to undermine
If I remember
the
correctly,
DNA on the
thought it
dildo.
was
He
from
has
Taylor
to do it some
Schabusiness's
way.
Apartment, but I don't have that information in my report.
That would be at Eastman Avenue. On Eastman Avenue, you know?
I would have to check my my notes that I have with me to see if that information is available. I don't remember offhand.
You tested some penile swabs from Shad Thyrion, correct?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that?
See if
What was
he
the
had
purpose
sex
of
with
the
Taylor
testing? They
Schabusiness.
were submitted to me.
Okay, but you were looking for DNA, correct?
Yes.
His DNA?
I was looking for any DNA that was
Any
present on the
DNA,
item.
yeah.
Okay. And sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs from Mr.
James,
Thyrion.
I'll talk about why the DNA on the dildo matters
That's
so
correct.
much in a minute. We get to a good stop point.
So when you do DNA testing, you just test whatever you're asked to test, correct?
Typically, we do have the ability to choose which items that we want to test, and occasionally, if a case has a probative result, we may not continue testing other items depending on the circumstances of the case. But in general, I would test most of the items that are submitted to me.
Okay. I know that you found some very strong support for inclusion as it results from the right and left hand swabs of Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
That's correct.
And basically, are you saying that you found DNA from Shad Thyrion on Ms. Schabusiness's hands? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there is very strong support that DNA from Shad Thyrion is present on those swabs.
Okay. And if people are hanging out, going out for dinner or using drugs or whatever they're doing, and they have physical contact in some way, shape, or form, DNA can be transferred, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You did look at swabs from the inside of a box, right?
That's correct.
That was item F1.
Correct.
And the major contributor to the inside of the box was Shad Thyrion, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No DNA from Taylor Schabusiness was found in the box or on the box, correct?
Right, yeah.
So there was a minor contributor. However, it was not suitable for comparison. So that could be from anybody, including Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay. If I, just hypothetically speaking, if I picked up a
It'd be from
box and
literally anybody,
put it in the
though.
back of my car or put it downstairs in the basement,
Anybody,
wherever,
anywhere,
would
ever.
my
So
DNA
I hate
be
that he's like,
transferred to the box?
including her.
It's possible.
Not that any of this matters.
When you refer to a minor contributor, what does that mean? Can you explain that for me?
Yeah, so in a profile that has a major contributor and a minor contributor, the major contributor would just be the DNA profile from that one person who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And the minor contributor would be the profile from the person who contributed the lesser amount of DNA to that mixture.
And when you talk about DNA being found, you're not necessarily saying it's blood, saliva, semen, or anything. You're just saying that it's DNA, correct?
Correct. Typically, when we generate these DNA profiles, they would typically be from any source of DNA that's present on the item, whether it's skin cells or blood or saliva.
And hypothetically speaking, if I have people over to my residence and I have a get together, and people touch the light switch, maybe they go in the bathroom and use the switch, does that, would their DNA likely transfer to the light switch?
It's possible.
Is that how sometimes you can have a 2 or multiple person mixture? Is that how that results?
If there's DNA from multiple individuals on the item, then there could be a mixture, yes.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Redirect?
Sort of a small point of clarification, as it related to item F, which was the swab reportedly from a red substance inside a box. You didn't actually do that swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct. I received a swab from the law enforcement agency.
And the swab itself specifically denoted that it was from a red substance inside the box, correct?
Yes, that was the information that was given to me.
Typically, if you saw that, that would not be suggestive that the entire outside of the box would have been swabbed and included in that as well, correct?
I would assume it was only from the swabbing of that substance inside the box, not the outside.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything on those questions, Mr. Fraley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Really didn't
Excuse.
attack the. Okay. All right.
Okay, state's next witness.
Really think you should have focused on trying to talk about how DNA could have gotten onto the dildo other than through sexual activity. DNA on the dildo matters because did she actually peg him with the dildo? Was it incidentally on there? Could it have gotten on there by contact with a bodily fluid of his while it was not ever inserted into him? This is for the sexual assault charge. This is part of it. They try to get the sexual assault charge dismissed, but it requires either genital or anal penetration. How do they prove it? The only proof that they have, some crazy statements from her, and then the dildo having DNA on it that could be his. I would have gone after it. I think that's the only thing you can go after on this particular witness. Whose dildo was it? Had she used it for? He's not the guy to answer that question. That's a different person, right? Probably Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay, we're right up here, ma'am. And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her, raise your right hand, she will place you under oath. There you go.
This is too many gingers for this trial.
Nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Yes, please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Olivia Sassman.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
She the sister of the other one?
How are you employed?
I currently work for DCI, the Division of Criminal Investigations, and I am the Evidence Program Manager.
DCI, is that a state agency?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you previously have employment with a different state agency?
Yes, I used to work for the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Okay. And how are you employed with the crime lab?
I was an evidence specialist.
What does that mean?
That means that I receipted any evidence that came into the lab. I also released evidence once we were done testing it.
I don't know if Schabusiness will take the stand, but I want her to take the stand.
Wisconsin State Crime Lab receives items of evidence?
Yeah, so law enforcement agencies can either submit evidence in person or they can mail it in through USPS, FedEx, UPS. And once we receive the evidence, we enter it into our laboratory information system and we create a case.
And then as part of the receipt process, is there also, documentation that's completed with respect to the condition of some of those items?
Yes. So agencies will send in a transmittal that lists all the items of evidence that they are submitting, and then we provide them with a receipt. If there is something wrong with the evidence packaging, we will make a note of it on the receipt.
Chad is thirsty as hell. How long is the trial supposed to last? It's supposed to be a 1-week trial, so it should wrap up by Friday is the idea. Yeah, what is she so happy about? She read chat. Never do that. Oh shit, we got Sam Walther says Schabusiness, Schabusiness roll call. My name is Taylor. I like to peg. If you don't like it, I'll eat your leg. Eric the Red says, how long would it take the witch defendant to eat the DNA? Not long. Not long at all. Neo Zed says, objection, DNA is institutional transphobia. Also, if evidence J doesn't fit, you must acquit. Salt A, I want crazy mommy milkies to peg, choke, and behead me. Also says, I wonder if they did a semen analysis. And Salt A says, is she getting herself off? The eyes say a lot. They didn't find any semen.
I'll start with that one.
Which is actually the saddest part of this story.
Exhibit 89.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is a receipt of physical evidence.
And is that a form that's typically completed by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab as part of a receipt of evidence in a case?
Yes, this is the receipt that we provide to law enforcement agencies once we're done entering their case.
Okay. And I should have asked, you being employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, were you employed in that capacity in March and April of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And then with respect to Exhibit 89, does it indicate who from the lab would have received the items of evidence that were submitted?
It said that I received them.
Okay. And is there also an area to sign and date that?
Yes.
What was the date of that receipt at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
March 10th, 2022.
Thank you. And does it indicate an agency, or I guess the Wisconsin State Crime Lab's case number?
Yes, it does.
What is that?
M22636.
And does the receipt indicate how the items were received by the crime lab?
It says they were received in person.
And then does it indicate who submitted them?
Nathan Kolinsky.
Is he with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, he is.
All right. And then how many items were received by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
10 items.
Are those items A through J?
Yes.
All right. Are those items that kind of get designated by the crime lab?
Yes.
All right. And then, so basically Exhibit 89 is a receipt that the crime lab received these items on that date.
Yes.
Okay. And then I think earlier you also mentioned part of your responsibilities were also releasing evidence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And
I thought that was the
I guess when
defendant
are
who was
items
releasing
released to the
evidence.
Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
We release the items when the analysts are done testing them.
And I believe in front of you, or sorry, to your left is Exhibit 90. Is that still up there?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 90?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is an evidence release form.
And does that just indicate that the previously mentioned items A through J were returned to the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Does it also indicate who released those from those crime lab?
Yes,
And who would that have been?
I released them.
And is there also a signature and date on that?
Yes.
What's the date that they were returned?
April 21st, 2022.
And again, those are documents that you would believe you would prepare based on your signature and time and date?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'd move exhibits 89 and 90.
Any objection?
No objection, subject to cross.
89 and 90 will be received.
In either document, is there any notation with respect to an irregularity or issue with the state of those items of evidence?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination,
Okay.
Mr. Fraley.
Yard, could I have exhibits 89 and 90?
Go for Big Guy 911 says Crime Lab Mommy gives Dr. Mommy a run for the money. Hot young
Assessment,
soul sucker for the win.
Good afternoon.
You work for the Division of Criminal Investigations, otherwise known as DCI,
Yes, I do.
and that's part of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
No, yes.
And
No,
your role is to be the evidence specialist.
At DCI, I'm the evidence program manager. When I was at the crime lab, I was an evidence specialist.
Okay, so you supervise other people?
No, I'm at DCI. I'm in charge of things like audits and scheduling those things and making sure all the evidence rooms are running smoothly.
Okay. Back in March and April of 2022, you were the evidence specialist, is that correct?
Correct.
And that job was to do what? Track evidence and keep it in proper custody?
Yes, we would receive the evidence as it came in. If the analysts needed the evidence, we would release it to them, and then we would release it to the agencies once we were done with the analysis.
Exhibit 89 is here, and it's the receipt of physical evidence. You saw that, correct?
Yes,
You have it up by you?
I do.
So you received items A through J, is that correct?
Correct.
And these items were in sealed manila envelopes, correct?
Some of the items.
And the items that you received were basically buccal swabs or various swabs from different items. Is that fair?
There's also a pair of sweatpants,
You
but
rece-
everything else is, and a dildo.
Okay, you received all that?
Yes.
Tell me more.
When you get it, when you get this this evidence, where do you put it?
It depends on the type of evidence that we receive.
Well, I'm
Sorry.
talking about this case.
For swabs,
Yeah,
we would put them in the freezer for
Okay.
storage.
okay,
For the sweatpants, we would put them in our general storage.
okay. And at the DCI, Department of Justice, you have like a evidence room where you keep things?
At DCI, yes.
Okay. And is it secure,
Yes,
locked?
yes.
And are you responsible for who takes items out and who puts items in?
At DCI, it depends on the location. We have multiple DCI offices around the state.
All of the items that we're talking about, were they kept in Madison?
Yes, they were kept at the state crime lab,
Okay.
not at DCI.
Oh, at the state crime lab. Okay. But were you working there at the time?
I was working for the crime lab, yes.
Okay. Can other people have access to these particular items, or is it only analysts?
So the only people that have access to the evidence room are other evidence specialists and supervisors.
Okay.
So an analyst cannot access them.
If an analyst wants to do testing on these items, what do they have to do? Do they have to confer with you and get approval from you?
They have to contact us, and then we will provide them with the evidence.
And is that what happened in this particular case?
Yes.
When an analyst wants to do testing, do they do the testing on one day and then put it back?
Usually, no. That's a better question for the analysts. They tend to keep the evidence until they're completely done with it.
Could they keep it for days on end or not?
Yes, they can.
And so when they go home at night for, after work, where do the items stay?
The analysts have their own secure locations to store the evidence.
Okay. When you received these items, do you inspect them to see whether they got damaged in the mail, or there's any issues with the packaging or labeling or anything like that?
Yes, so we will check the evidence packaging to make sure there's no tears or damage. And then if there are labels on the packaging from the agency, we will make sure it
Pixelated
matches the
Apollo. It's
transmittal.
the internet. Everybody's
Have you ever
down bad.
seen
Brother.
items that
Or
are
sister? I
received
don't know.
by the state crime lab that are damaged?
I've seen damaged packaging before.
When you got these items A through J, were any of the items, the packages damaged?
No, they were not.
Okay, everything was intact?
Yes.
Anything about the items that you received that were cause for concern?
No.
I'm
Sister,
sure in
okay,
your
sorry.
experience, you've seen
Nice to meet you,
labels
by
that
the
are
way.
mismarked and things like that, correct?
Yes,
It happens sometimes, right?
it does.
Did that happen with any of the items that you received with regards to this case?
No, it did not.
And then is it protocol then to fill out this form and identify the item and then describe what it is?
Yes.
Do you fill out this form?
Yes.
And then do you sign it as the recipient?
Yes, I do.
And you received items A through J on what, March 10th of 2022?
Oh, you are a
Yes.
brother. Okay.
That was at 11:01 a.m.
Yes.
With regards to Exhibit 90, the evidence disposition -release form, is that a form you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And does this evidence disposition release form contain all of the same items that are on the other one? Or does it contain more?
It contains more.
Why are these two forms different? Why do they have different items?
So the evidence receipt
Oh,
form,
shit.
that is all the evidence that was
Hey,
submitted.
brother.
To the,
Hey.
Sorry, I didn't
the
see you there.
evidence release form.
No worries.
All of the evidence has being sent back to the agency, and that includes a DNA packet that the analyst creates, as well as all the extractions from the analysis that they completed.
This Exhibit 90, did you sign this evidence disposition form?
Yes, I did.
Yes,
Did
I
you
did.
type it up?
Yes, I did.
And was it dated April 21st or April 22nd of 2022?
So I created it on April 21st, 2022.
And then someone else signed it on April 22nd of 2022?
Yes.
Why is that?
So we returned the evidence through Speedy, which is a courier company. And so Green Bay Police Department would have
Speedy
received
delivery.
it on April 22nd, 2022. And that is their signature.
So after all the testing was done and all these items that the Wisconsin State Crime Lab received, Speedy Delivery Service was used to transport it back to Green Bay to the police department?
Yes.
I love how this
Why
lawyer
didn't,
only asks
someone
questions he
from
knows
the
the answers to.
State Crime Lab deliver it to the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not our policy to deliver the evidence back to agencies. We either ship it back or they have to come in person and pick it up.
Did you call the Green Bay Police Department to ask them to come and pick up these items once they were done being tested?
No.
Why not? Wouldn't that be something you would do?
Yeah.
Generally, we always ship the evidence back unless it's for an agency that is near the crime lab in Madison, or if it contains a lot of large items, like, for example, like a rifle, which would be much harder to ship back.
Was everything shipped back?
Anti-gun propaganda.
Shipped back to the Green Bay Police Department?
I
on
can't
April
believe Nicole
21st of
Kidman went
2022, or
into
was it a different day?
criminal
It was shipped back on
investigation.
April 21st, 2022.
Man, she aged
And
bad.
Is it true that the Green Bay Police Department received these items the next day on April 22nd of 2022?
That's what they wrote on the form.
A day later.
Yes.
So we don't know where
A
this
day
stuff was sitting
later.
for a whole day, do we? Thank you, nothing further.
Redirect?
No.
Thank you, you can step down.
Oh my gosh. This court has a lot of fucking white noise.
That might be me.
State's
I'm in
next
Germany.
witness.
Why would you be in Germany?
Why?
Yeah, why are you in Germany? What are you doing out there?
I'm doing a motorcycle trip through Eastern Europe. I'm in Dresden.
Do you bring your own motorcycle or do you rent one there in Europe?
I rent one here, but it's pretty easy to find German motorcycles in Germany, so it wasn't that hard.
No, I was just curious, like, because it seems really annoying to bring a motorcycle overseas.
It's horrifically difficult to ship a motorcycle from America to Europe. I
You should
tried
just
for 2 years.
ride it across the ocean. Okay, who we calling here, Judge? How you been, man? It's been forever.
I know. I feel like we're not even friends anymore. We have to meet all over again.
We have to have a fight now.
It's been Vegas. Vegas, I think.
Yeah, it's been then. Oh, by the way, you are fully invited to Nashville September 16th. I'll get you all the details.
All right.
If it's
thanks.
If it's something
I don't think I'm going to be able to make that anime Tapakioka, whatever.
Yeah. No, September will be way more fun.
This is yours, Mr. Saunders.
So
But yeah, I'll send you all the
introduced
details.
you as AJ. Is that a preferred nickname you go by?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but your proper name is Alexander.
Yes.
Okay. So is it okay if I call you AJ?
That's fine.
All right.
My
So
preferred
AJ,
pronoun is the great.
How old are you?
25.
Do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes.
Did you grow up here as well?
Yes.
Did you go to high school and middle school here?
Yes.
So many jokes.
AJ, do you know somebody by the name of Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
And how do you know Shad?
I've known him since middle school.
And what middle school did you go to school with him at?
I think I saw him before a couple times in like.
Did you and Shad ever
we
kiss?
mainly ran up at Bayview.
Okay. Bayview Middle School.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Nate
throughout,
Rates, welcome to Paralegal.
Schooling, and I guess now you're an adult. Did you keep in touch with Shad?
Well, after about maybe it was the first year I moved into my apartment was when I started really connecting with a lot of people from that I ran into or I've talked with.
Anyone thinking I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6?
There's a
Keep in mind, this
reacquainting
could be
period, I
one of the
guess.
12.
Yeah.
AJ, do you also know somebody named Taylor Coronado or Schabusiness?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
Since middle school.
Similar
How
to
do you
Shad.
know her is not when did you
remain
meet her?
kind of friendly with Taylor as well?
Yes.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. So AJ, I want to ask you about.
He's the third contributor of DNA
February
on the
21st
dildo,
of
probably.
2022. It was a Monday. Do you
Is it
recall
true
the
they
date
never
I'm
did
talking
it? They
about?
never did a taste test on that dildo. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know when this happened, but
Well, they couldn't let it
Sure.
near the one
So,
chunky
do you
cop. He
recall
would
a
have
day
eaten
where
it.
you were, I guess, hanging out with
Oh.
Shad and Taylor?
okay, I didn't. You were saying the date, but I didn't.
Sure.
I didn't have context. So.
You're wondering if the trials of technicality since she admitted
So
to
I
it
wanna ask you
already?
then, let's
No,
get this way.
reason of insanity.
At some point, did you become aware
That's the whole
that
point.
Shad had passed
The
away?
state still has to prove that she
was
did it.
Only.
You can't just
af-
say I
it was
did
only
something and
after,
get convicted. They
when
have to have
the
a
day
sufficient
I-
factual foundation for
before
it
I was
anyway.
heading out to vacation to see my parents.
Okay.
My dad specifically.
All right. And was that in February of 22?
No, it was like a week after. I think it was. So it was in February. No,
Maybe it was consensual.
I had vacation in June, but I don't remember. I'm sorry.
What a great witness.
I have a lot of mental problems. I have to keep it constant catalog.
Why would
So,
yes, thank
Are you
you.
referring to when you learned that Shad had passed?
What a
All I know was
Fucking
it
hell.
was like a week.
sorry, I got lots
It
of
was a
mental
week,
problems. is our star witness, folks.
after like something like that. I don't know for sure. All I knew was basically the day after, a couple days after, I was going to the Eastman apartment buildings.
It's okay if I
Where
drank on the
Taylor
stream,
was
right?
at the time.
Yeah.
And ironically, the same day that I went there, the police were knocking on my door specifically to try and get into reach for me with the situation.
Knock, knock,
They
knocking
only-
on
the only
tech
thing that I knew at the time
support.
was basically
They held up a bucket. You know this
they
guy?
asked if I knew the whereabouts of Shad and Taylor. So
It
like,
wasn't a
that's, like,
lineup or a show
that's,
up.
like,
It was
the
a bucket up.
closest thing I can remember. It's just
Sure, and
so.
I know we're talking about something a long time ago, and dates may be a little fuzzy. Is that fair?
Yeah, so sure you don't.
So that time you were talking about where law enforcement was asking you some questions, do you remember telling them about a time you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor?
Yes.
Okay.
The night of.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I was drinking a little bit belligerently, so the only time that I looked at like the clock was like before I left my apartment.
Terrible witness.
So
He
it
has
was,
mental
like,
problems and admits he was
after
drinking
10:30,
belligerently
around that time frame.
for the events he was witnessing.
And he only looked at the clock when he
Basically, it
was
was like,
maximum intoxicated.
I just decided to stop dissociating all that.
I looked at
and
the clock just before I
felt
hit the
bad
floor.
for not talking to a whole lot of friends that I used to talk to, like Taylor and Shad. So I just hit up Taylor randomly. I was like, "Hey, like, what's up?"
Just hit her up,
hang
huh?
out. And then
Want to hang out? Got a dildo and another guy.
basically, I went over to the
Some
apartment
meth.
and when specifically when I got there, we were just chilling, chopping it up, like how we always do.
Waving dildos around, like
And,
men do.
Basically,
What do you do with your bros?
I was like, Taylor was
Oh,
even
look-
asking, like,
oh my
"You wanna-
God, what is-
you want to hang out with Shad?" She was asking.
Look, she's
me,
laughing.
like,
That's a
for
great look
consent
for
to
the
hang out
jury.
with Shad, to bring him over. And I
Well,
was like,
sure.
"Yeah, that's
Her
fine."
defense is not guilty by reason of
so,
insanity.
Could I stop you right there? I'm sorry.
She's
I just have
dying.
a quick question.
She's dying. She's like, I can't
when
believe
you
we're
said
hanging out
you
with
were
this
at the
fucking
apartment,
idiot.
Which apartment is this?
The Eastman, the Meadowview East apartments.
Okay. Is that kind of where you thought Taylor was staying, or whose apartment was it?
It was it was the same apartments that I lived there. So it was like,
Sir, could you avoid
I'm
coming to
sorry,
the
what?
court on
Sure,
marijuana?
so the apartment is on Eastman that you're talking about?
yeah,
Okay, and I'm sorry, I interrupted. You were with Taylor, and then she brought up hanging out with Shad.
Yeah.
Did you meet up with Shad that night?
yes, I did.
The whole cross-examination
where
should
were
be,
you
sir, do you know what year it
hanging
is?
out with Shad then?
We picked them up, went back to the apartments, and was just chopping it up.
Did you
Is
vote
that
for
the same
Obama in
apartment you were just talking
2020?
about?
Yes.
All right. And I want to date myself. Chopping it up. What does that mean?
Oh, it's just like kicking it, talking about whatever.
In this case,
just
it means
small
something
talk
different,
or
homie.
Anything. Just kind of having conversation.
Your man Shad is in
Pretty good.
pieces.
Chill atmosphere.
Yeah, it was a good
Well, it
time.
means putting
No-
heads
no
in
major,
buckets, that kind of
issues
thing.
or anything that stick out to you?
I never saw one thing that.
Kind of Shad was acting normal.
Yes, he was.
Taylor was acting normal.
Yes.
And you said this was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night?
This was when I went to the apartment, like around that time frame.
Did Taylor
and
ever
this is
offer you
still
head?
The apartment on Eastman?
Just Shad's.
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you leave that
In a bucket.
apartment?
I left. I did leave.
I did leave.
Left,
I'm not still there.
By the way,
probably,
this
like,
guy's a graduate of
a
Harvard
couple
Medical
hours.
School.
maybe like 1, 2.
The Asian
I
guy
don't know
didn't
for
get
sure.
in, but
It's-
he
like I said,
graduated.
I only looked at the time before I left the apartment, and I was a little drunk. So
But at some point, you left the apartment. Were Shad and Taylor still at the apartment when you left?
from when I saw it, I don't know, but that's what, yes, from what I saw.
And then after that point, had you ever seen Shad again?
What?
After that point, after you left that apartment, had you ever seen Shad again?
No.
Well,
Ironically, I
here and
did
there.
the day after, or like
Well, I saw the pictures of him in court, though.
the first week into the situation, and I call him, I message him about a song that he posted on his Facebook, which was like some it was like some rap song.
I'm falling to
I just, like,
pieces.
randomly
Imagine, Nick,
sent
if
him a
someone put
message
your
that
head
day.
in a
It's like, yeah,
bucket and these were the
so-
witnesses
and
the
I was,
state
like,
brought
feeling a
to
little-
prosecute the guy
when I
who did
don't
that
have people
or the
talking
gal
to
who
me a
did
whole
that.
lot, I get a little anxious, and
This
I'm like,
is
hey, what's up? Like, I'm a little concerned immediately. Okay. But like, I
He was a
didn't.
little concerned.
I didn't realize until after I talked. My friend mentioned to me specifically about what happened.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping around on you here. I want to go back to when it was you and Taylor, and you
Yes.
went to go pick up Shad. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How did you pick up Shad?
with our hands.
How did you and Taylor go and pick him up?
Okay. Well, we took a minivan.
Who drove?
Taylor.
Do you know whose minivan that was?
No.
Was it a minivan that was at that apartment that you were at?
Yes.
And you went to Shad's house to pick him up?
Yes.
This is kind of like Woody Harrelson in blackface.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Freilich, do you have any questions?
Why
Yes, I
did
do.
you even have that witness?
Mr. Gannon, good afternoon.
I just have to pay my bills here, sir. So some
You
pro forma questions.
Knew
Have you ever had sex with my
Taylor and
client?
Shad since middle school.
How many times have you had sex with my
And
client?
You went to school at Bayview Middle School? Yes?
Yes.
And then did you go to high school together as well?
A little bit until the freshman year.
Okay. Did you go
I went
high-
to 3 different high schools in my freshman year.
Okay.
I can't believe it.
Bouncing a lot.
That's okay. Did you go to high school with Taylor Schabusiness
Yes.
at Bayport?
Yes.
And you kind of knew her pretty well, correct?
Yes. Enough
Biblically.
to associate with her.
You were friends with her?
Yeah, to associate and be friends with. Yes.
I called her queen.
Was it your understanding that at least in high school, Shad Thyrion and Taylor
I made
Schabusiness
friendship
kind of were
bracelets for
boyfriend and
her.
Girlfriend, they dated a little bit.
Yes.
She was my
I
pimp,
don't-
actually.
I don't know how the connection between them, but it seemed like at the time after the breakup with Corey, it seems like that's
What's the
like
level
person
beyond
that
friend zone? Is it nerd zone? Is
She
it like
always
the
chose-
Pluto
No, it's the
orbit?
driver
That's what, like,
zone.
whenever I see Shad,
You drive me
times
and my
over,
girlfriend around, you bitch.
especially when he's like chilling, I see Taylor or a couple other friends in that circle in there.
Okay.
They were pretty cool people.
Sure. Did you sometimes go over to Shad Thyrion's mother's house, Tara Pakinich on Stony Brook Lane?
Yeah, the year that I moved out, I visited a couple times, at least a handful of times.
Okay. Would you go over there to maybe eat or play video games and watch TV?
We wouldn't do a whole lot, but I just came. Typically, I was like the runt that would just be chilling with the whole pack.
Of course you were.
Basically,
Yeah,
dogs
we
that
know,
we're chilling
dude.
with, you know what I'm saying? So
You,
it's
you,
like,
you just kind of hang out with the group?
yeah, just hanging out with the group.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Right.
Would you sometimes go over to Shad's father's house, Michael Thyrion's house?
Yes.
Okay. And was it such that Shad Thyrion, he lived with his father, Michael Thyrion?
At the time that I heard of, yes.
So you had been to Shad's father's house and Shad's mother's house, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that you'd been over to the apartment on Eastman Avenue where Taylor Schabusiness was living, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And sir, you'd go over to that residence to kind of chill or hang out, listen to music, watch TV, whatever, correct?
Yeah.
You had Taylor's phone number?
I had her Facebook.
Okay. And as
Oh,
far
he
as
didn't
Shad
even have her
Thyrion,
phone
you had
number.
His phone number or Facebook information?
Whoa, this guy
Yeah, I had his
sucks.
Facebook at the time too.
fair to say that all three of you, yourself, Mr. Gannon, Taylor Schabusiness, and Shad Thyrion, you all had each other's contact information, correct?
Yes, but after like a rough like patch with like a friend, I was like chilling. I just started dissociating, and I just like I do that a lot for the past 10, 20 years. I just like if
No kidding.
if there's like a sort of discrepancy, I just like cut you off. It's like block you or whatever.
What a
And
boss.
That's the reason why the day before that situation with the murder, I hate Taylor because I just wanted to associate again.
Okay.
So
Now, Taylor Schabusiness has a father. Do you know her dad?
yes,
Okay. His name is Arturo Coronado. Is that correct?
yes,
Had you been over to Arturo Coronado's house?
yes.
And was that with Taylor?
It was not the. This was like maybe like a year or like so before.
Well, he was offering free candy, so I mean, who wouldn't go?
There's been very few times since I've
Downfall of many weirdos.
But had you been over to Art's house with Taylor in the past?
Yes, I have.
So you kind of knew Taylor pretty well, fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And you knew Shad very well, correct?
Yeah.
Was it such that there were times when maybe you'd be hanging out with Taylor and Shad where they would be using marijuana together?
Prior
Yes,
acts aren't relevant.
Wait. Nope.
Stop.
Your Honor, I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Questions withdrawn. Okay, ask another question.
There we
Mr.
go.
Freilich.
Did you see Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
February 23rd.
Yes.
No.
How about
I like
day
the one with
before,
like a
February
2 and a
22nd
3.
of 2022?
No.
You
How
saw
does
her
this
on
guy
February
know?
21st of 2022, correct? That was a Monday?
I don't know what day that was.
Okay.
That's just a little bit too out of my polymath. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. But you did all hang out together.
Out of my what?
And you drove over to Michael Therion's house. Is that your testimony?
And people doubt that women are the cause of chaos, but this chick is a solid 2.5.
How
and she
dare
ended up
you,
with a head in a
sir.
bucket.
She's at least an 8 without makeup.
I don't know.
Okay. You're not good with dates.
You gotta
correct?
add 7 points
I'm
for the
better
crazy
with dates,
Bronco.
Just not like
I'll give her a flexible 3.
recently up for like the past 5, 10.
I don't think this guy needs
Okay.
to worry about being a polymath
fine.
at all.
So-
actually,
When prior to you being told that Shad Thyrion was deceased, the days before you were told that, you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor, correct?
Yes.
And did you notice anything odd about Taylor as far as her mannerisms, her eyes, her speech, anything like that?
No.
Did you,
polymath.
have any feelings that she was acting weird when you had contact with her? Bizarre?
No.
Had there been occasions where you've seen her and you felt that she was acting very odd or
Object,
unusual?
Judge. Relevance.
Mr. Freilich?
Well, I think it goes to his observations of my client, Your Honor.
Well, then you need to narrow down with it for a time.
Well, if we're
frame.
going to talk about his observations of your client, we should
So
probably
I'm
talk
gonna
about his
sustain
secret
the
stash of
objection as to
photos with a
Mr.
telephoto lens.
Freilich.
Okay, sure.
His collection of
Mr.
hair.
Gannon,
Yes.
in the week before you had contact with the police where you talked to the officer, had you you saw Taylor Schabusiness at that period of time? Is that fair?
Yes.
And did you?
I can never
when
get
you
over
saw
the whole
her,
Taylor Schabusiness
Was it just
thing.
one time or was it
They
several
showed her when
times?
she
It
got
was only
arrested.
one
She's
time.
wearing like a
And that one
flat
time when
brimmed
you saw
baseball
her,
hat, and it
did
has
you
Schabusiness
observe
in
her to be
Old
acting in
English.
any kind of bizarre manner?
Because of course it does.
No.
Okay.
I want that hat so bad.
Gangsta.
Taylor Schabusiness, girl, if you ever see this, please, I'll like pen pal you for that hat. What do you need? I'll fill the commissary.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
That Schabusiness hat is the business.
The redirect should have been, what's your astrological sign? Do you even know? You do know? Okay, we have to
Ladies and
completely
gentlemen,
discount
we're
this
gonna take our
witness.
afternoon recess. It's just
I'm
minute before
a
3.
Gemini.
Oh, look, I
reconvene
timed
at, 10
my
after
appearance
3.
perfectly.
So all rise for the drill.
Amazing.
I have 7/8 of
Amazing.
a bottle of wine, and I don't have to get on a motorcycle again until the morning. Perfect. Look at her smiling. Folks, all of you who criticize people like George Zimmerman, Kyle Rittenhouse for being stone-faced in their trials, this is why they're told to do that. You don't want your client looking like this, smirking in front of the jury. It looks horrible.
I think they do.
Oh, to
For
go
this one.
crazy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I get a sense, Mr. Saunders, as far as witnesses go? Last night we went to about 5, although that just kind of went off the rails a little bit as far as timing. And I guess I'm wondering if you can give me a sense of what we're looking at this evening.
Have 6 more witnesses that would be available today. I would think they'd be on the shorter end, but I think we could finish then.
All right.
No
good.
6-foot witnesses,
We're in
guys.
recess
Right.
till
Just like you, Your Honor.
3:10.
They'll
Anything
be on
else
the
I can
shorter
do
end.
fairly?
No, Your Honor, thank
Very
you.
good. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to object to your tie selection.
Okay, we'll pull this off for until it's
Pull it
back.
off,
How
Nick.
you been, man?
I've been great. I've been living large, man. I missed you. I missed you, brother. We haven't been
I
out together in
know.
forever.
I know your nighttime schedule doesn't comport with mine so much, and then
No, I don't
haven't-
have one. I sleep at night.
Yeah, and I haven't been doing any daytime stuff, which is why I haven't done any trials. I just have not had the time to do them. So our schedules have been way off. But yeah,
well,
man,
I
it's-
do catch your shows in replay. You're the boss man. I am so amazed and impressed by your success. It's it's just gratifying to watch. You're Superman, dude.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. So yeah, are you familiar with this crime or anything about it?
Only in the most superficial sense. So obviously, a lot of folks in our community have had me on their shows because I guess they're hoping I'll show up drunk like I am tonight. But
Get wrecked, everyone else.
But I only know it by second. I mean, it's not a self-defense case, right? So they found the head in
No.
the bucket. She choked the guy to death, I guess. And then
Wait.
she cut him up and put him in a suitcase and put his head in the bucket. And
They found both heads in the bucket.
both. Okay, right. I forget
They
that
found,
part.
and we found out today the very important detail that not only was the penis in the bucket, but also the penis in the balls.
Okay.
And it was my favorite exchange of the entire trial, because the investigator goes,
Who said balls?
exactly. The investigator goes, so yeah, we looked in the bucket, and there was his head was in there, his genitalia, and the defense attorney goes, let me stop you right there. What do you mean by genitalia? Andrew, what genitalia is going in a bucket?
Did you investigate this case deep? Like
Like
balls deep?
But was it the refuse from a hysterectomy? Like, what genitalia are going in a bucket? It's not. It's gonna be a dick. But then
I have
then
to
he's like,
confess,
well, the penis and the
from what
balls.
Little I've seen of this defense attorney, he's just so apparently going through the motions to make sure he doesn't get sued for malpractice. He's like, I'm going to do just enough to make sure everyone knows I worked for this guilty verdict.
Yeah. So the trial's being done in 2 phases, I guess. The first phase is, did she do this? Second phase is, was she insane? So maybe he'll liven up during that insanity phase. But it's weird. It's weird to me. Like his questioning's not great. One of the things, he tried to get the sexual assault charge dropped, basically saying at the time any alleged sexual assault occurred, he's dead, so it doesn't matter. Even though that's in the statute that you can sexually assault the dead, I guess. But
Fair enough.
But then the problem is, so it requires penetration of the anus on a man, or of his urethra, I guess. So They have this
rape
have-
of a male, right?
right. They have this dildo that has DNA definitely from Schabusiness, or like most major inclusive from Schabusiness, but a non-indicative inclusive of him.
Nick, what have you been up to?
So it's like, well, and a third male, a second male also on there as well.
Oh my gosh.
But he doesn't ask the DNA guy about the other possible ways that the DNA got on there other than this guy having it shoved in his butt. And it's like, there are other ways, like he could just simple touch DNA, right? Like if he's using it on her, or if he's using on that Patel guy, or whoever he's using it on.
In fairness, he may not want to ask, right? So if the DNA was taken from, close your ears, boys and girls, but fecal matter on the dildo, that would kind of.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and the report doesn't seem to indicate that, but maybe that would be something that they would have as a further detail, and maybe that's why he was hesitant to ask. But it just bothers me because it's like, okay, well, just him incidentally having DNA on there doesn't mean much of anything.
If your client's innocent, you want to ask all those questions, right?
Yeah.
But if your client's guilty, you have to be careful.
Right. And this chick's guilty, but she shouldn't be. Because, Andrew, like, what did she do wrong here? She gave that guy the time of his life, his closing moments.
Come on. What the argument should really be, all the nasty stuff happened. He was already dead. It's desecration of a corpse, misdemeanor at worst.
Yeah. Yeah, but they've
the
got
stuff that
assault.
killed him was consensual. He assumed that risk.
Yeah, so that's the thing, because they've got her at murder 1, which I think is a stretch. I mean, that is a weird thing here. So the murder 1 would imply that she had a criminal intent to pull that chain and kill him with it. And I don't know that they can prove that.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. How do we differentiate this from sexual asphyxiation? Right? Where they're doing the choking thing and it goes a little too far and she had no idea he was going to die. I mean, like, look at the New York City subway choke case, right? Look at the chokehold case. I was just an expert witness in. You put a chokehold on someone, they should be fine. But holy crap, they died. No one expected it. You had no reason to expect it. It shouldn't have happened. But they just turned off. Is that murder? Or is that literally, legally an accident?
Yeah, it's a tough question. So what they would do is, here, I'll see what they wrote for their probable cause. I mean, they're really going with the after effects, which is the desecration of a corpse, to prove out the intent, I think, on the first
I think that's a weak argument.
I agree, but I think it'll be effective for a jury, though.
Well, all right, fair enough. It looks awful.
Yeah, that's the problem. She seems like a cold, horrific monster. She seems like she's trying to cover up a crime rather than she's insane, panics because she's on all kinds of drugs and this guy's now died on her. But the other, she said some stuff in her police interview, which is a source of a lot of this. Like she mentioned that she played with his dead penis for hours. For example.
But that could contribute to the insanity defense. I mean, but the trouble is, I listened to the opening statement by this defense counsel, and I didn't hear what I would have said if I was setting up the kind of defense I would set up, that they were having consensual sex, they choked each other all the time, they never had a problem before. He just turned off. She panicked. She didn't know what to do. She knew they were doing drugs. She knew that would get her in trouble. She'd been in trouble with the law before. She didn't intentionally kill him. It wasn't even negligence or recklessness. He just stopped. And in desperation and panic, she did all these other things that look so terrible.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the reasonable defense.
If that's going to be your defense, you have to set that all up in the opening. You can't let the jury listen to all this horrible testimony and then try to wrap it up in that at the end. They're done by the end.
So Pegasus says, how do we know it was consensual? Well, interestingly, and again, this is a framing thing.
Well, were they a couple?
at least at one point.
They
But-
weren't strangers, right?
Right. No, they definitely knew each other. And this guy was saying they used to date in high school at least. And she's only 25. So it's not like this is forever away. But I want to do this, though, because this is the difference between court and true crime or court and crime drama on TV is how do we know it was consensual isn't the question. The question is, can the state prove it wasn't consensual? And we get wrapped up in this framing question where the assumption is sexual assault that then Taylor Schabusiness has to go back and justify that it was consensual. No, the presumption, the presumption in the most horrific rape case you have ever heard is still the presumption is that it's consensual.
Right. You're presumed innocent of the rape charge until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's presumptively consensual and lawful. And if I were doing the opening, that's what I would have driven home. These are people, they may have sexual practices different than your own. You may find these uncomfortable, but we live in goddamn America. It's a free country. We can fuck and choke each other however we like, as long as it's consensual. And there's no evidence, none, that the prosecution can put forward that this was not consensual. And if it was consensual, it was lawful, it was a terrible accident, there is no crime.
Bingo. That would have been a way to go about this. Now, I don't know about all her like prior statements to police. You know, who knows what she's actually said or confessed to. They've tried to get some of it kind of excluded on the basis that she was on trazodone and meth at the time she was questioned, so it's unreliable. But that was not excluded, to my knowledge. Her prior statements are not excluded. So I don't know what they all are, and there could be some things undermining that. But that is a basic defense strategy for this. Is why are we
I'm only
charging a
halfway
tragedy
done,
as
folks.
murder?
I'm only halfway done. It's going to get better.
Why are we charging a tragedy as a murder? A tragedy is a tragedy. We don't need to make two by making a mockery of the criminal justice system, something like that. It's a very, very principled speech about freedoms and rights and all of that stuff. But yeah, and you have to have the due process and presumption of innocence in your opening if you're going to go for it. But allegedly, he didn't.
You want to convict her of desecration of a corpse? Fine. That's a great fallback position for the defense. She lost. Even then, I would argue insanity. She lost her mind under the stress of this tragic event. She was not in control of her mental resources. She wasn't at fault even for that. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you feel she has to be held accountable in some fashion, give her the misdemeanor.
Right. And then the best part of that is, the alternative is for effectively involuntary confinement at a mental institution during the course that she would have been sentenced to prison. She gets a treatment of therapy and release upon confirmation that she's no longer crazy or that she has a manageable diagnosed illness with medication therapy that she'll persist during probation. And it's all done at that point. This case is interesting to me because I'm surprised they're trying it as murder one instead of, I guess they probably get a lesser included of manslaughter in there.
Did they ever offer her a plea? And the punishment for not taking the plea was the murder one?
I'm going to guess the plea offer was life without parole. Let me see if they have anything.
By the way, folks, the hat is not to hide my balding. I'm balding. The hat is marketing.
I'm not immediately seeing anything where a plea offer was mentioned. A lot of states, they have to offer a plea offer, but it doesn't have to be a good offer. So she's being charged with murder one. The state could say, admit to everything and we'll give you life without parole. That could be her plea offer. So I don't know what she was offered. I can't find an easy story on it.
But I haven't heard what she told police in their interviews. That may have been enough to warrant a first-degree murder. I don't know.
Right.
But if she had a benefit of counsel, then a first degree should have been off the table.
Now, I wonder if the sexual assault makes it first-degree murder versus something else, right? And so that's why the sexual assault charge is critical.
But was he dead then?
Yeah, it's true. No, I think the sexual
mean-
assault is allegedly after he was dead. Well, that's what the
So-
defense said. The defense said, it's any of this would have been after he was dead. He couldn't, that he's not a person under the law at that point. But I don't know if that'd be my argument. Still say there was no sexual assault. Everything done was consensual. It just went bad. It seems like a better defense, but I don't think anybody's going to buy it.
No, you could play it.
It's pretty
I
horrific.
mean, ladies and gentlemen, Jory, clearly, none of you would ever do anything like this. She's clearly a broken, insane human being who needs medical care, not prison.
But in the event that you would do it, wouldn't this be the way you would do it? Can you blame her?
Schabusiness in a bucket.
Oh my
She should open up a bucket company. Schabusiness bucket company.
Buckets, totes, and crock pot boxes. All the moving equipment you need for the grossest jobs. We provide blankets to put over the top of everything.
Frustrated by your husband? Call us.
Get you a stack of 3 mattresses, a choke chain, a dildo, a lot of meth, and promise of a good night, baby.
Yeah, comments. I should be her lawyer, except that I wouldn't take it. I'm too busy riding around Eastern Europe on a motorcycle.
Let's see. Melted Mind Media says he lived to pleasure his sword to be beheaded by hers. We all know the risk when we play these Midwestern meth games. Jesus Crisp says this guy looks like he would be the fall guy for a domestic terrorist plot. The last guy. Law Kong Express, knock, knock. Chandler Halderson, your dates here, but seriously, free Zechariah Anderson.
Turn and face her, and she'll place you under oath.
Pinochet's helicopter tour says this dude looks like the guy on the Zigzag cover, and Pam Ronning says Bronca. That's what they all say.
Truth and nothing but the truth in the matter. Now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kyle Service 537 says now we just need to get Sean in here in the commentary. Would be epic.
My name is Craig Pakala.
Is that,
CRAIG.
I hit the bathroom. I'll be right back.
AKKALA.
It's all me,
boy.
folks.
Big Wisconsin boy. Sorry.
Sorry, officer, how are you employed?
I'm a detective
I am now
with
in
the City of
charge.
Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Since they
Approximately 30
invented
years.
donuts.
And is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
No, it is not.
You have prior law enforcement experience in a different jurisdiction?
I was a police officer in the state of Michigan.
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
Approximately 24 years.
In your current assignment as a detective, how long has that been for?
Approximately 8 years.
And I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that date?
I was.
And were you called in to assist in an apparent homicide investigation on that day?
I was.
To where were you dispatched to, or where did you respond to?
My initial response was to the Green Bay Police Department at 307 South Adams in Green Bay.
And what did you do when you got to the police station?
When I arrived at the station, I was soon thereafter asked to respond to 2353 Eastman Avenue to assist officers who aren't seen there.
What was the reason you were dispatched to the Eastman Avenue residence?
Shortly before my arrival at the Green Bay Police Department, and I was contacted at approximately 4:45 in the morning. Shortly before my arrival there, I was advised that they located the suspect involved in the incident and also a vehicle that she was driving at that address.
And when you got to the Eastman Avenue address, what did you do?
When I first arrived at the address, I made contact with 2 different supervisors, one of which was Sergeant Jeff Schilling, and the second one was Lieutenant Tom Buckman, at which time they informed me of the status of the scene.
When you arrived, had the area sort of already been secured by other officers?
Yes, it had.
And can you describe how it was secured?
Officers, prior to my arrival, they noted some red substance in the snow along a sidewalk trail, and that area had some cones by it, or they're soon about to put cones by it. The entrance door to the apartment complex itself, and then within the complex common hallway, they had evidence tape securing that area.
And were some officers also providing security or monitoring of the crime scene to see who was entering and leaving?
There were.
What did you do, I guess, after speaking with those initial supervisors who were on scene?
After I spoke to the officers and supervisors that were present, I determined that we would need a search warrant to proceed with the search of the interior of the apartment, which was apartment number 1. I took note of the description of the building and area to be searched, including the apartment. I also took some preliminary pictures of the exterior of the building, including the suspect vehicle and the entranceway to the apartment, which was number 1.
I want to ask you about some of those pictures. Showing you what was previously been marked Exhibit 80. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that?
That is a picture of the side of the apartment complex as previously described. That is the north side of the apartment complex. The main entrance to the apartment 2353 to the common area is on the right side of the picture. That has some evidence tape in front of it. And that is a picture of 3 vehicles parked in a southbound direction. And I was informed that the middle vehicle, which is a van, was that in which the suspect arrived to the scene in.
And Exhibit 80, as you're looking at it, does that appear to fairly and accurately depict that area and those vehicles as you encountered them when you arrived on scene?
That is correct, it does.
And that's a photograph that you took as well?
I did.
You then, yeah, that's fine. You then indicated you were waiting for a warrant to authorize the search of the inside of the apartment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was one then obtained?
I did obtain a warrant.
And did you then participate in the search of that Eastman Avenue apartment?
I did.
And what apartment number was the subject of the search?
Number 1.
All right. And I guess was that reported to be the apartment where Ms. Schabusiness and Mr. Tomes were residing?
That is correct.
And I guess what was, generally your role in searching the apartment?
My role in searching the apartment was to look to evidence or look in areas where evidence that were listed in the warrant may be found. I did receive information of the type of crime that was committed at a prior address. So I listed those items which would be used in that particular crime, and we searched the apartment for those type of items.
In the course of your occupation, have you received training in searching areas such as apartments for items of evidence?
I have.
And have you received training?
He's trained in searching
collecting,
buffets.
Physical evidence such as DNA and blood and other substances?
I have.
And in the course of your 30 years in law enforcement, is that something you've done in the past?
Yes, I have.
In this case, when you were sort of searching the residence, were you wearing any special attire?
I was.
Can you describe what that was?
I believe I had on
A
some
G-string.
protective wear on my feet, but I also wore rubber gloves at any time I handled or collected evidence, especially that containing DNA.
The steps you took were consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right. So I want to then show you what's been marked.
Did I miss anything? Has this guy been interesting at all? You're muted.
I unmuted myself just quick enough to cough. Sorry. No, it's been very boring. The trouble with this case is there's not enough facts in actual dispute to be interesting. It's like, is she crazy or not crazy? That's really the only core issue.
Well, the thing that makes this case interesting is the true crime, salacious, gritty nature of the crime. Like that's what does it, but like from a legal standpoint, yeah, it's not much. It's really, most of these fact witnesses are just establishing what happened, but the story with what
no
what they're
one
establishing is-
disputes, right?
Yeah, it's
So-
consistent with everything.
Except this court report is like, I can't believe I slept with this witness.
Oh. All these Wisconsin cops and prosecutors are shaped the exact same. It's so
And they,
funny.
they
to me.
talk and present exactly the same way. Are you exactly identical to every other police officer who's ever testified in Wisconsin court? I am.
Have you ever seen the movie The Way of the Gun?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. It's like in my Bible.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. He looks like the end scene with all the old men, all the old.
All right. yeah, right.
all
One of those guys, not a lead, but one of the
Yeah.
side guys, right? Yeah.
But just they all have that old man cop body, like with a little 38 revolver in their hands, shooting up everybody.
By the way, the gun handling in that movie, world class, excellent.
The
By
Way of
the
the
two
Gun is-
leads, by the two leads,
Yeah. Ryan Felipe and Benicio del Toro.
the wonderful gun handling. They had whoever advised them was an expert in gun handling.
That movie it's such an unsung hero of a film. It's so good. The only bad part is Juliette Lewis screaming.
Yes, she's horrible. Yeah.
Sarah Silverman gets punched right in her stupid fucking mouth, and that was awesome.
The single best part of the whole movie.
Apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman is a single bedroom apartment. Entrance to the apartment is located on the east side of the hallway, the common entrance. As you walk in, there's a kitchen to your right, which is kind of an open kind of concept type kitchen. To your left is a bedroom, or I'm sorry, to your left is the living room. The
He's got a
living room
side
has
job as a
window
real estate agent.
showing the parking lot, which was indicated in this picture.
It's an
As
open
you
concept
proceed
type of
east,
kitchen.
there is a bedroom located
Describing
on
one
the
bedroom
furthest
apartment
east side of the room in the
part of
north
Green
corner,
Bay.
and there's a bathroom to
It's
the
an
right
open
of that bedroom.
concept. Really open floor plan. It's a studio apartment.
I'll ask you to look through those and ask if you recognize those exhibits.
I do recognize those exhibits.
What are those?
Those are photographs I took of various locations within the bedroom as described in that apartment.
And do those appear to be consistent with the scene you encountered on February 23rd, 2022 on Eastman Avenue?
Yes, they do.
I'd move those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection, subject to cross. 91 through 94 will be received.
So then, Judge, I'd also ask permission to publish those exhibits.
No objection. All right, those can be published.
We got Kyle Surface 537 says we need more Bronca.
All right, so Detective, are we looking at Exhibit 91 projected?
Yes, you are looking at Exhibit 91.
All right, and what does 91 depict?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, what does 91 depict?
91 depicts the bed located in the bedroom of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue.
And then Exhibit
It
92.
looks so classy.
What does that depict?
That depicts a cell phone that was on the bed at the time I took the picture.
And is that consistent with the area that you
Love the
recovered
two-tone
that cell phone
walls.
from?
It is.
For instance, it wasn't moved from its location to your knowledge prior to taking this photograph?
That is correct. It was not.
And then did you collect that cellular device as part of your evidence collection in this case?
Yes, I did.
I also then want to move then to 93, I think. 93, is this what we're looking at?
Yes.
And what does 93 depict?
93 is a light switch for that bedroom as described. That light switch is located on a west wall. As you walk into the bedroom, it'd be to the left or to the north.
And it's the same bedroom, and I guess the sole bedroom in that apartment that we looked at earlier.
That is correct.
All right. And then Exhibit 94, what does this depict?
Exhibit 94 is a close-up of image 93 of the light switch. And I also have scale indicators on there showing the location where I took the picture or where it's located.
Thank you. So then with respect to Exhibit 94 here, did you conduct any further processing of that area?
I did. I collected a DNA sample, or I collected a swab of a potential DNA sample of the red substance on that light switch.
And how did you collect that DNA sample?
I collected that by way of using a swab, sterile swab, in a prepackaged container, so to speak. For this particular swab, because it was dry, I added distilled water to the end of that cotton swab. And then I simply rubbed the swab on there. And then I packaged that swab. And
I also
sealed it
rubbed
at
my
the
own
scene.
nipple at the same time.
And, the swab that you collected and the procedure you just described, is that how you're trained to do it?
I am.
What did you do with that swab once you were completed with the processing?
When the completion of that particular swab, it was packaged and sealed. All items of evidence were returned to the Green Bay Police Department, where they are submitted into our evidence department, a secure property locker.
And I do want to just go back a little bit. I'm going to go to, I believe this is Exhibit 92. Sorry to jump around on you.
You're fine.
Is this Exhibit 92?
It is.
You're fine.
You indicated that phone was collected by yourself. Is that right?
That is correct.
When you enter an item of evidence such as this into evidence, I guess, does it get assigned a unique identifier of some kind?
When we enter an item of evidence, we create a number showing who collected it or who processed it into evidence. Yes.
Okay. And was that done to your knowledge for this phone?
Yes.
And do you recall what the number was offhand?
No, I won't be able to recall that.
Okay. Are there a lot of numbers that you're keeping in your head with respect to the exhibits you collected?
That is correct.
Are you actually keeping any numbers in your head, or write them down?
Details?
I would have.
Okay.
Yes,
Would that assist you in refreshing your memory and what the exhibit number for that item is?
it would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Exhibit 95. Do you recognize Exhibit 95?
Exhibit 95 are my details related to this case and the search of that apartment.
And I'd ask if you could review the details, particularly the top of page 2. And then I'll ask if that helps refresh your recollection as to that item, that exhibit number.
It does refresh my memory.
Okay, and then what is the item number of that cellular device?
That cellular device that was collected, which was on the bed, is evidence number 22-209-240-370-004.
So in all seriousness, this prosecutor has well prepared this witness.
370 is my
Yeah.
personal computer number that's associated to our reporting system. 004 is merely a item that I collected associated with my computer number, and that is just a sequential order that they're placed in as I put these items into evidence. So that was the fourth item that I categorized.
Thank you, Detective. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
This
Thank you,
defendant's not
Detective
25,
Bagley.
is
Good
she?
afternoon.
She can't be
Good afternoon.
25.
Yeah,
Sir,
she is.
You
No.
were
That's
contacted by
35.
your Lieutenant Pagoon on
Meth.
February 23rd
Oh,
of 2022
That's
to come into the
85.
station. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Regarding an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the information that you received was that a mother discovered something in a bucket in her basement,
Oh,
correct?
look how
That is correct.
sympathetic. A mother discovers
There are
something
different
in the bucket.
officers or investigators or detectives already involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
That being Detective Like, Detective Groff, Detective Kempf, correct?
That is correct.
And you gained information that someone by the name of Stephen Hendricks had called Brown County Dispatch at about 3:25 a.m. to report this. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And then while en route to the Green Bay Police Department, you heard other officers calling out with a need to possibly go to 2353 Eastman Avenue. Is that fair?
That is fair.
So when you got to the station, you were briefed by Lieutenant Bagoon, correct?
He was one of them, yes.
And were you told to go over to Eastman Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And so did you go there by yourself?
I did.
Okay, and you met up with other detectives, correct?
At the scene at that time, I was the only detective at the scene.
Okay. There are other officers there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Garth Russell was there?
I don't recall Garth Russell being there.
Okay. Do you know who else was there?
The two that I made contact with were Sergeant Jeff Schilling and Lieutenant Buckman, Tom Buckman.
And what time did you get to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
I don't know the exact time, but it was after 4:45 and still in the hours of darkness during that day.
All right. There's snow on the ground, correct?
There
It's
was.
cold outside, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you made your way up to the front door of the apartment complex, correct?
I did.
Had individuals already been arrested by the time you got there?
They had, yes.
All right. When you walked up, did you see crime scene tape at all?
I did see tape in the doorway entrance, yes.
Okay. Later, did you see crime scene tape around the Town and Country minivan?
I don't recall that.
Okay. All right.
Imagine the minivan was full
and
of
then
chili. Would you recall it then?
Your plan was basically to go into apartment number 1 at this apartment complex to conduct a search, right?
That is correct.
And did you have a search warrant at the time?
I did.
Okay. And so then you walked into the unit, correct?
Following the search warrant, yes.
And the bedroom and living room windows face the parking lot, is that correct?
The living room window for sure does face the parking lot. I'm uncertain on the bedroom window.
Were any individuals inside of apartment number 1?
No.
And so you walked around and started looking for things, correct?
Was this lawyer like
began my
court
search,
assigned to this
You
case?
searched the living room and the kitchen?
I don't think so.
I searched.
Does she have
the
money?
bedroom area.
I don't know. Someone
There's one
mentioned
bedroom
though
there,
that he was
correct?
like some.
In the
Somebody.
bedroom area, did you find any body parts or human remains?
No, not outright. No.
I mean, I get
No,
I get a
not
weird
outright?
vibe.
Did you
I get a
find
weird
anything
vibe
of
from him. It's
evidentiary
like
value in
he
that
may be
bedroom?
competent, but he has nothing to work with. So
I
he's kind of
believe
going
I
through the
collected
motions.
items of evidentiary value. Yes.
What did you collect? A
I-
telephone?
I collected 2 cell phones.
Where were the cell phones?
Where are they now?
No, where were they?
Oh, one was depicted on the
In a bucket.
bed in one of the images, and the second one was in a purse.
Exhibit 91, that photograph depicts a bed, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's a phone on the bed, correct?
Yes,
Bed's got a gray comforter on it, correct?
it does.
And there's a phone cord there.
Correct.
And there's some other device. I don't know if that's a fan or something else. Is that true?
Correct.
And then Exhibit 92 is just basically a close-up picture of the comforter, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 93 is a light switch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that light switch is on the wall in the bedroom of Unit 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
That light switch is cracked, correct?
It is correct.
And there's smear marks on it, correct?
Yes, I would describe those as smear marks.
You looked at those smear marks. Was that an issue for you? Like, as far as, were you concerned about what that was?
I was concerned due to the marks and the coloration. I felt it was a value for evidence to collect that, yes.
And did you collect it then?
I did.
You had no contact with Taylor Schabusiness on this particular date, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
All the contact with Ms. Schabusiness was with Detective Groff and Detective Kempf, correct?
From the best of my knowledge, yes.
You never talked to her at all, correct?
No, sir.
You never saw anybody in the gold Town and Country minivan that was
Innocent.
parked,
No,
correct?
sir.
You saw, that's true, right?
Yes, sir.
You never saw any people inside the van when you walked up or when you left, fair?
Fair. I did not.
And you never saw that gold Town and Country minivan move at all, correct?
No, I did not.
How long were you at the scene at Eastman Avenue?
I was at the scene initially for approximately an hour. Then I left to complete the search warrant and returned. And then I was at the scene for several hours to complete the search.
And this apartment complex, is it called Meadowview East Apartments?
I believe that's the name of that section, yes.
And the vehicles, they park basically in a line next to each other. Is that fair?
That is fair.
In front of that, there's a sidewalk, correct?
There is.
And the police tape was around just the gold minivan, or was it around the vehicle on either side of the minivan?
I don't recall the police tape organizational or if there was police tape around the minivan itself.
Okay. At some point in time, was it such that a gentleman, maybe part of the facility or whatnot, but he was shoveling and he continued to shovel down the sidewalk underneath the police tape into the crime scene? Did that happen?
I recall a person shoveling, but as I said, I left I was gone from the scene, so I don't know where he shoveled to or if he made it to the crime scene area.
Whose responsibility was it to protect and preserve the crime scene and where the yellow police tape was located?
Lieutenant Buckman and or Sergeant Schilling would have assigned a patrol officer in uniform and or a squad car to sit and watch that scene.
Okay. In preparing for trial and reviewing all the records, you did review most of the police reports, correct?
I reviewed my police reports.
Okay. Did you review other officers or other detectives' reports?
I did not.
Okay. But did you come to find out that really did happen, that someone shoveled on the sidewalk into the crime scene underneath the police tape?
I observed upon my arrival back, there was somebody shoveling, but they were a distance away. So as far as that explanation of what you're describing, I wasn't aware of that.
If I told you that happened, would you be shocked?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Okay, questions withdrawn.
Actually, that didn't
So,
call for
when you
speculation. Well, I
got
guess
there,
I don't know
you
if I
took
would be
pictures
shocked.
of the
I'll
doorway to
speculate
the
on it.
apartment, correct?
The doorway is depicted in the picture, correct?
Did you dust for prints on the minivan at all?
I did not.
You collected some additional DNA swabs in 2 different areas of the apartment. Is that fair?
One different area, I believe.
Okay. If your report says 2
Regardless
different areas, would
about
that
what
be
you think
accurate?
about this case on the merits,
it would be.
this is a classic case of defense
And
against
as you were
ineffective
searching the
assistance to
apartment, did you
counsel
note a red substance on the hallway
and a
wall
claim against my
leading from the living room to
lawyer
Ms.
malpractice
Schabusiness's
insurance.
bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
No,
And then at some
I
point,
went
did
through the
you
motions.
determine
I did it.
you were not going to be concerned about that?
I collected that in the same manner as I did the other item of DNA evidence. However, I did indicate in my report that it was, it did not appear to be a biological substance.
Okay. How did you determine that it was not a biological substance?
By taste.
Because under normal circumstances, and when I say normal, it's just based on my past experience, when you try to collect a sample and you add distilled water, which is the proper protocol to
You sometimes
rehydrate
need to have
something.
chloroform
if
on
that
hand to
does
help
not
collect
come
the
off
sample.
very easily, it could be anything from paint to nail polish or something of that nature.
I
And
can
this
think of
did not
things
come
that
off the wall
don't
as
distill well in
it
distilled
as
water.
it should have if it was a substance of DNA interest.
Yeah. Well, sorry, dude. You ain't been around.
In the bedroom, did you find anything else
Buy a
that was
hot tub.
concerning?
I collected another item of evidence in the bedroom, yes.
What was it?
I collected some syringes that appeared to be somewhat melted, for lack of better terms, together.
Nothing further.
Yeah.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Okay.
No, we're done, Your Honor.
Thank God.
We're done.
State's next witness.
State calls Nate Kalinsky.
No, I cannot put closed captioning on. It is on, but Court TV does not have it on for whatever reason. Hold on just a Yeah, hold on. I'll be right back.
Unlike me, Nick has a family to respond to. I mean, I have a family, but they're 4,000 miles away, so I'm good. All right, questions to me. Put them in the chat. What do you want to know? Okay. No, I don't think Nick is gay and late. I think Nick is awesome. Next question. I'm riding the same bike I ride at home. I'm riding a BMW R1250 GS Adventure. I rented the same bike here that I have at home.
Okay, sir, if you want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat.
I will come. I'll ride in the UK. I might do Scotland, Ireland.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Someone says, Branca,
Nathan
sorry if I
R.
was a drunk dick at the
Kalinsky.
live
Last
show
name
in
is
Vegas.
K-O-L-I-N-S-K.
Don't worry about it, man. I was also a drunk dick at the live show in Vegas. It's fine.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I am a evidence tech with the Green Bay Police Department.
I'm a hair implant technician.
So our job is to, once the officers package and seal the evidence, they hand it over to us, and our job is to keep it safe and secure, basically until the case is over.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in that capacity as an evidence tech?
Yes, I've had
About
excellent
6.5 years.
schnitzel. Yes.
In addition to maintaining custody of items, is it also the case that you're responsible for transmitting certain items to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Crime Lab, yes.
Yes, of course. I would defend
further testing by
Schabusiness. I'm a
Yes,
criminal
yep,
defense
we,
attorney.
Send it out to the crime labs, and then the crime lab also mails it back to us. We receive the packages back.
And how is it that items are sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
They are either mailed, or in certain cases, we will drive them down and we do just a physical hand drop off with the crime lab.
Is there any documentation that memorializes that transmittal?
We have a form on our end that we fill out, and then the crime lab has
Adriana, I
receipt
lived in
form
the
that says
Netherlands for 2 years. I love the Netherlands, but it's not good writing area. Sorry, it's mostly flat as a pancake.
Yes, this is a transmittal. Looks like to it's all three, so it's a transmittal to one of the state crime labs.
And is that a
No,
form
I
that,
cannot carry a gun in Europe.
would bear
Sorry.
indicia
I
that
wish I could,
you
but
were
I
sort
can't.
of involved in the transmittal of these items?
Yes, correct.
And what is that?
What does it
We
look
have
like?
you
I'm in a
listing,
bathroom. It's because
do you
I'm
want
in
me
a
to read them off or just
Holiday
give the numbers?
Inn in
Well,
Dresden, Germany.
first I'll ask,
That's
is there
why.
any indication that you signed it or notated on it?
Looks like has my name on the bottom of it,
And then it went through, and these look like there's little checkoff on the side of the form just to.
August asks,
that just to make
Branca,
note
do
of
you
every
know what
one that we
the
have, just to
defense
ensure we
narrative for this case
bring
is?
everything
I
down.
don't know, really.
Is that consistent with your
So
practice?
that's
Just
a
to make sure
problem
you've
for this
transmitted
defense.
all the
I should
items
know.
you're supposed to?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so it's a form you believe you kind of filled out as well here?
Measure twice, cut once kind of thing. Yes.
Sure. And then what was the agency case number associated with this transmittal?
So that is going to be agency case 22-209240.
And is that?
I'm happy to cover the Andrew Tate case.
Thank you.
I
move,
definitely have strong
94.
feelings about it, but it's not self-defense. So if somebody like Nick wants to
That'll be
cover
received.
Andrew Tate, I'm
What
happy
items of
to be a
evidence did
guest
you
on the
transmit
show,
to the
or
Wisconsin
someone else
State
wants to
Crime
do
Lab
it.
in this
But
case?
I'm not going to
So
do an
this
Andrew Tate show
one-
myself. So
Is Andrew Tate's case going to be
Yeah,
televised?
I don't know. I
That'd be
mean, listen,
amazing.
Are a buckle swab.
it's not a
taken from
self-defense case,
Taylor
so it's not my thing. But
Schabusiness,
Yeah.
swab
if
taken
someone,
from the right
if you
hand
were going to
of
cover it, I'd be
Taylor,
happy to be a guest. But
swab taken
it's
from the
not going to
left
be
hand
my
of
thing.
Taylor.
I mean, if it's
Oral
going to be
swab
televised,
from
if
Shad
he has a trial, it's
Thyrion,
televised.
taken
I'll
at the
definitely
autopsy.
cover it. But
A swab of
I don't know how
blade of
Romania
exhibit
works with their courts.
543033. Swab of red substance inside exhibit 543072. Swab of red
I dated her in
substance
college.
on light switch
543872.
from suspect's bedroom. Black sweatpants with dried blood
She
on
was
it.
okay, just okay.
A penile swab and swab of
What?
exhibit 54303.
Back off, dude. We just met.
And based on your recollection and your review of this exhibit, are those items that you would have been transmitting to the crime lab?
Correct, yes.
And are you aware of how you transmitted those items to the crime lab?
I believe for this one, they were dropped off. We drove down and the Madison lab has different rooms. You can go in and like hand over evidence and then they'll give you the receipt right away that you dropped them off.
Okay. So in this instance, you
all these guys look
personally
so
delivered them.
I drove
Midwestern.
them down.
Everyone's always so well fed.
When you are transmitting items, in this instance personally, if there's an issue with transport, if there's a disruption of the evidence, is that somehow noted?
Yes. Mhm.
And was that done in this case?
No, it was not.
So there's no belief in your part that any of the items were tampered with or manipulated in any way?
No.
Apart from the transmitting, I think you mentioned earlier, one of your responsibilities is to, I guess, oversee the storage of evidence in the police station itself. Is that
Yes.
right? And can you describe the Green Bay Police Department's evidence room for us?
So we have several rooms that are throughout the basement, and all the rooms are generally the same. They're all locked rooms. They have an alarm system.
So this guy was
entry
completely
system, and they have
prepared for this
cameras
question.
and
The
motion
prosecution
sensors.
has done an
So there
excellent
are
job preparing its
only, I
witnesses,
believe, 5
which you're
people
allowed to do. You're
inside the
allowed to
department,
prepare your
including myself, that
witnesses.
have
And this
access
guy was
to these
clearly
rooms.
ready for this
That's
question.
very tight control. Our belief is that the fewer people that can get in there, the more secure the evidence is.
So I guess, is it the case that any member of the Green Bay Police Department can just go in the evidence room?
And no,
Is that something that either yourself or your colleague would be present for or supervise?
yes, if there's anybody outside of the 5 of us that wants to be in there, we have to escort them in the rooms. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Do I address you as Mr. Kalinsky or evidence tech Kalinsky?
Mister's fine.
Okay. So these items were transmitted down to Madison by who?
That would be, I believe, myself. And then there are normally 2 of us that go with. Sometimes it's a light duty officer. Sometimes it's my coworker, Gene. Depends on who's free at the time.
And then do you have to park and then physically carry these items into the state crime lab, or how does that work?
Correct. There's a parking right across the street from the door. You walk inside, walk upstairs, and they go in these little large closet-sized rooms where they're there with the little desk. You hand them over one by one.
Does that mean you're all
They
in the
receive them,
closet?
and then you get a paper receipt
Large
from them with everything that
closet-sized
they
rooms? That's
received. It's basically
contradictory.
their
Doesn't even make
transfer of
sense.
custody from us to them.
Kind of like that library.
Or is it like not large comma closet
Similar
size, but
to it. We
large
just don't
closet
lose
size?
contact with it. There's no slot or anything where they were the entire time.
Closets, 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 closets.
Yes.
And after the lab analysts did their testing, how did you get these items back?
We either pick them up in person if we're there for some other business, or they mail them back to us.
Do you know if these items got mailed back to you?
I'm not sure. The paperwork would say it. I can't remember off the top of my head how they got back to the department.
You've been an evidence technician for 6.5 years. You've got a lot of training and experience, correct?
Yes.
You know how to package items, you know how to make sure they're safe and secure, correct?
Yes.
You follow certain procedures when you.
That's what your wife told me.
Aw.
Correct. Yes.
Any issues at all with sending the materials down or getting it back?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
So they're just burning through like quick witnesses here. Hopefully they'll.
This judge is very fast. I noticed
Yeah.
that.
State calls
There's-
Gene
the
Rakers.
judge looks like a minion of the Underdark or whatever, though.
I have a hand up from the juror.
What? What?
No problem. Sorry.
What? What is it? What?
Okay, ma'am, just step right up over here. And then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Jean Rakers.
And I
First person
can't get
to
a
use the
date on
fucking mic.
Tinder.
Yours.
How are you employed?
I am currently employed as an evidence technician with the Green Bay Police Department
This woman is 29 years
How long
old,
have you been
folks.
employed in that
Women,
capacity?
don't waste your
for the
youth.
past 4 years.
Is one of your colleagues, Mr. Klinsky, we just saw?
Yes,
All right.
Yes.
You work in the same
Yes.
role as him?
yes, I do.
Do you have the same job responsibilities?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you about Green Bay PD case number 22-209240. Is that a case that you remember being involved in?
Yes.
All right. And I want to show you what's previously been marked exhibit number 90.
Oh my God, the comments is so funny. Folks, I'm not kidding. This is literally what a 29-year-old
Yes, I
woman
do.
looks like.
What is that?
This is a transmission of evidence from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison to the Green Bay Police Department.
And I guess what are those documents used for?
It itemizes the evidence that is sent between agencies. So in this instance, these are items that were returned to the Green Bay Police Department from the State Crime Lab in Madison.
And does the form indicate which items were returned to your department?
Yes, it's the State Crime Lab assigns a letter to each piece of evidence that's designated on the form. And then our evidence exhibit number is also stated on the form.
And does the form indicate who would have been the person taking receipt of those items of evidence with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, my name is signed on the bottom and I indicate that I received it on April 22nd of 2022.
And so it's your belief then in reviewing that document that you received those items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move 95.
Any objection, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Her falling eggs are going to cause hail damage on the courthouse.
Oh my God.
Can I see that exhibit?
Sure. All right.
Ms. Rikers, you've been working for the Green Bay Police Department for 4 years as a evidence technician, correct?
That's correct.
And you worked with
Jerry, they
evidence
usually
tech
don't
Nathan
ask
Kalinsky.
you
Yes.
You work
to
in
like
tandem,
swear
correct?
on a Bible
That's
or
correct.
anything like that anymore.
Um,
They have it mostly
Your
set up
role
as
in this
a
particular case was
secular.
to
Oath or
send
affirmation?
items or receive items or both?
In this instance, I received the items that the crime lab sent. When they're delivered, I personally receive the box that they're delivered in, and I ensure that the seals are all intact. Then I open the box and verify that the items on the
Unlike her
list on the
virginity.
transmittal are indeed the items I'm receiving back.
And this exhibit number 90
Yes,
indicates that you
Your
received
age.
all of these items back on April 22nd of 2022, correct?
that's correct.
These items were sent from the State Crime Lab on April 21st of 2022 by Olivia Sassman.
Yes, the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Do you know why it took a day for you to get these items back?
Yes, that's generally the turnaround.
That's how
time.
long it
They're
took me to
sent
walk
on
through the
one day,
file
we
cabinet.
receive them the next day. And again, the boxes that we received are sealed. We verify that the seals are intact before we open it and verify the contents of them.
Who transported these items from
We used to
Madison
do that
back
with the
to
wives, by the way.
Green Bay Police Department?
The crime lab utilizes speedy delivery.
When these items came to the Green Bay Police Department on April 22nd of 2022, did you have to meet them at the front?
Yes, they call me up and I meet the delivery driver at the door.
And
You have
then you
to meet 'em
signed
at
the
the
release
bonus
at that
hole?
time?
That's correct.
And
I signed their little machine that they have indicating that I'm receiving it from them. I don't sign this transmittal form until I've gone through and verified that all the items on their list are indeed the items that we've received.
And on this form, there's a cross off. It's got evidence tech Nathan Kalinsky on there, correct?
Yes,
And then your name is stamped on there, is right? Is that right?
yes. That's just their form. They just have Nathan's name on there as a form. So if I'm the one receiving it, then I'm the one signing it and stamping it.
He said
Okay,
stamp.
then
It
you
made
keep
her
this in
think
your
of the
records.
prom.
That's correct.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Ma'am, before you step down, my clerk and I are running the numbers, and that can't be 95. What number?
This is exhibit 90,
Okay,
90.
You asked for 95 to be admitted. This is 90, but it's already been admitted. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on the numbers, okay?
I wrote
Late in the
90
day,
down.
Judge, sorry.
I did write 90 down.
Okay, very good. You can step down. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, we're coming towards the end of the day.
I would hope so. I'm down to less than half a bottle of wine, Nick. So.
Next witness then?
State calls Kendall Danelski.
Oh, good God.
I'm 7.5 hours in, man.
Everybody's so well fed. it's amazing. Except the judge.
Ma'am, if you want to just step up right over here and before.
Judge's like, I'm keeping these tapeworms.
The judge is, yeah, he's a slender man.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter.
I like him so far, though. What do you think of him? I like him. He's very fast, very efficient. Go, go, go.
Kendall
Yeah.
Danelski.
No, he seems good.
Oh, who is this?
Kendall
Ms. Danowski,
Danowski.
can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm a certified forensic computer examiner with the Green Bay Police Department.
So I'm a whore
What
for the
is
police
a
department.
certified computer forensic examiner?
I basically take all digital devices that come through the police department and extract and sometimes analyze that data.
How long have you been employed in that capacity at the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost 7 years.
Do you have any sort of educational background or training that is related to that position?
I do, yes. Training and certifications are very important for this position to keep up with the ever-changing technology. So a couple of the more
Another
valuable ones that
thoroughly
I've
prepared
had over the
witness.
past couple of years, I'm certified through IASIS, which is the International
Through IASIS.
Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, as a certified forensic computer examiner and a certified mobile device examiner. I'm also certified through SANS as a GFCE, which is another
GFCE?
crucial
Oh my God.
training and program that we
That
have to go
translates
through.
as
I'm
one
also
tequila
certified
lay.
through Celebrate as a Celebrate certified mobile examiner. And I'm also certified through Magnet as a Magnet certified forensic examiner. And lastly, I'm certified through ACE as an Access Data certified examiner.
Can you just describe for the jury generally what your process is when you are not analyzing actually, the download of
I flip my hair. I eat some cheese.
Yes, so I get the device in, and depending on the make and model of that device, it has to be placed into certain settings for extraction so that it can make a connection
course
and
it does.
communication with my computer. So I get the phone in the correct settings, and then I hook it up to an adapter, and then from there I use a set of software to perform the extraction. Once that extraction is complete, I then open it up in a readable program that I then can get out to officers and detectives to go through that data.
And is it typical that you yourself will review the data on the phone, or is your typical practice that you will conduct a forensic download of the device and then provide it to another party to review?
It is typical. I perform the extraction, view some of the data to verify things parsed correctly, and then I usually pass that data on to officers or detectives.
Can you estimate approximately how many times per year you conduct a forensic download of a device?
I perform.
Because there's all different kinds of cases. I mean, this is a homicide case, but there's many cases out there.
It's true.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Thank you. I perform about 600 phone extractions a year.
Have you performed roughly that many phone extractions over the course of your 7-year career at the Green Bay Police Department?
It increases every year, but roughly yes.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation of a homicide that occurred at 829 Stony Brook in around February 22nd and 23rd of 2022?
I was, yes.
And who asked you to assist with analyzing devices in that case?
Multiple detectives. For this one, I believe Detective Graff and Detective Luberta.
And do you recall specifically how many devices you analyzed or how many devices you downloaded on this case?
I would say 10 or more.
You would say 10 or more? Like how many
And
was it?
one of the devices that you were asked to download a device that was attributed as belonging to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
When you conduct a forensic download of a phone, do you use any paperwork to outline the work that you did with respect to that particular device?
I do, yes.
What is that called?
For every phone or computer that comes through my office, I create a cell phone or computer analysis worksheet.
Oh boy.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 97. Can you identify that document for me?
Yes, this is a cell phone analysis worksheet that I completed for exhibit number 370004.
That exhibit number, that 37004, where does that number come from?
That comes from evidence, so every case number is assigned to a case, and then the evidence within that case gets an exhibit or evidence number.
So when an officer collects an item of evidence, they assign it that number?
Correct.
Andrew's having more fun than me. I need to
that
drink
is
more.
the
That's
piece
true.
of evidence that was assigned
Probably
to you
do.
for
Just the end of the
download.
day.
It was, yes.
Does
Kinda
the
tired.
cell phone
Man,
analysis
it's
worksheet
11
for
p.m.
that
where I
particular
am.
piece of evidence, does it outline the process that you used
I'm
to
not
conduct the
normally up
forensic
at 8.
download?
It does, yes.
And could you describe for the jury what process you used in this case?
Yes, so for this particular phone, I put the phone in the correct settings for extraction where it could communicate with my computer. From there, I hooked it up to the Celebrate 4PC adapter, and then I used the Celebrate
all
4PC
sounds so sexy.
extraction software to perform that extraction. Once that extraction completes successfully, I bring that into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which is that software program that parses the data for me.
Are you able to determine when you do an extraction whether or not the extraction was successful?
I am, yes.
How do you do that?
I can compare the data on the phone after the extraction completes successfully to verify that the data on the phone is matching the data in the extraction. And also the program will show that the extraction completed successfully, or it would indicate if it did fail.
So for this particular device, in addition to doing the extraction and looking at the information on the extraction, are you able to manually manipulate the phone itself?
Yes,
So that's how you're able to confirm that the data is consistent on the device and on the extraction?
correct. That is always done after an extraction to make sure not to manipulate any data before an extraction.
In addition to conducting the extraction, did you do after the extraction was done, did you do additional manipulation of the device itself to obtain any evidence from the device?
Yes, after that extraction completed successfully, I manually navigated the phone and took additional screen captures using that same set of software.
And what is the purpose of doing those screen captures?
With certain types of extractions, some applications or data might not always be extracted or parsed correctly. For example, Google Photos might not always be extracted or parsed with that type of extraction I was able to get from this phone. So then I go on after that extraction completed successfully and manually navigate the phone and then take screenshots of those certain applications that were not included in the original extraction.
And for this particular device, did you then conduct a closer analysis of the content of the extraction, or was that?
Yeah, tell me about the content, please.
I went through and verified that the data was parsed correctly and that everything that officers and detectives might need were captured with the screen captures. But after that, that data was passed on to detectives.
You know specifically which detective was tasked with viewing the report from the extraction of this device?
Detective Luberta.
And you mentioned that certain data may not be captured by the extraction. Can you explain why that might be the case?
So certain types of extractions can extract different things. So there's different levels of extractions. For this one, I was able to get a full file system, which will capture a lot of application data, but it isn't a full physical extraction, which captures a bit-by-bit copy identical of the flash memory on that phone. So basically, everything that's on that phone would get captured. So for this instance, it did not parse the Google Photos, the Google Chrome history, or some recent Facebook Messenger chats. So I went through and captured screenshots of those.
In addition to capturing screenshots, did you advise Detective Luberta in any way about some things that she could do to obtain additional data that's relevant to that device?
I did, yes. So when manually going through a phone, the phone stays in airplane mode. So that means that I'm not connecting to the network
this
and no
is the chick
incoming
who
text
keys
messages
your
are
car,
coming in,
but
no incoming chats, things
she
like
doesn't
that.
cut
I'm
your
not
head off
connecting
and put
to
it
the
in a
network or
bucket.
internet. So I can only sometimes see a limited amount of data when I'm manually navigating. So I can always tell them, like, for instance, Google Photos, I could only get to a certain date without being connected to the network. So then I would say, maybe it would be a good idea to get a Google search warrant for that additional data that I might not be able to see on the phone.
What sorts of things might be captured on a Google search warrant that aren't necessarily readily available on the device?
More additional photos, Google searches, location data.
And do you know, does Google also store things in the cloud that might not be physically on the device?
It does, yes.
Do you know if Detective Luberta actually then did subsequently make a request to Google for the information that would have been related to this device?
She did, yes.
And did you have any
Is Taylor
further
a
contact with
prostitute? I don't know.
Detective Luberta about that?
I did, yes. She got that
That-
Google
I don't
return
think that's been
in a
alleged.
zip file from her search warrant that she created for that. And then from there on, she wanted me to put it in a more readable format for her. So basically, I took that zip file that she got from Google and just ingested it back into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, where it puts it in a readable, easier format that they're more comfortable with going through.
And the process that you utilize to take that zip file from Google and put it on the UFED reader, is that something that you're trained in and you do in the regular course of your duties?
Yes.
And were you comfortable that when you took the data from Google and put it into that format, that everything performed correctly in this instance?
Yes.
And again, did you do the analysis then once it was placed into that more readable format, or is that something tasked to Detective Luberta as well?
Passed on to Detective Luberta.
She looks like a modern summer camp counselor. Kinda, yeah. I see it.
Hey, dude, as long as we have a pause, I gotta go. I'm gonna fall asleep. But
All right,
thanks for
brother.
having me
Thanks for
on.
coming on. Yeah.
I appreciate it. Invite anytime. I'll do my best to join. Everybody, thank you for your kind words,
When you extract
even your
data from
insults.
a
And I'll
device,
talk to you all soon.
does
Take care.
does the device
See you later, brother.
tell you what date that particular photographs, for example, are taken? Or is that information always accurate when you put it into the UFED reader program?
It would be accurate, yes.
Are there instances in which you manipulating the device or taking it off on that date, the date that you manipulate the phone would also capture?
It could update some dates and times, yes.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Thank you. Ms. Danelski, good afternoon.
Hello.
So your role was basically to extract data off of a cell phone?
Correct.
Do you know who the cell phone belonged to?
This particular cell phone belonged to Taylor Schabusiness.
And you only looked at and examined one phone, correct?
I extracted multiple phones, but I didn't go through every single extraction.
Your testimony and Exhibit 91 deal with this phone that you're talking about belonging to Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
I believe this, is this Exhibit 97 or 91?
It's 97.
97.
97, okay. So basically you were looking to extract data off that phone for you to turn over to Detective Jenna Liberta, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for searches, correct?
A magnitude of things, cell records,
Okay,
call logs.
Okay, let me just ask, I just want to ask you, were you looking for searches like what this person was looking for on the cell phone?
That would be included, yes.
Okay, and then you were looking for photos, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for iCloud photos, correct?
Well, in airplane mode, correct.
Okay. And then you were looking to see
In airplane mode.
a
iCloud
GPS
photos in
location to
airplane
see
mode?
where this phone had been, correct?
You can check the Google Maps on the phone, but you cannot check the cloud when you're not connected to that network.
And cell phones oftentimes
Senator,
have
not enough
GPS.
info
So if,
for me
like,
on this one.
you want to know where your teenage kid is, you could put that on your phone and you can track where they are, correct?
Correct. Sometimes, yes.
Is that what you were looking for?
I was looking most likely for recent Google searches for the Google Maps application.
Okay. And you had a search warrant for this phone, correct?
Correct.
What was the condition of the phone? Was it damaged at all? Did it have a cracked screen?
The phone appeared to be in, I said, okay condition with an unknown substance on the front screen. But otherwise in working condition.
It was in working condition?
Yes.
Any issues with the charge or anything like that?
No.
I do not even want to know what photos are on Taylor
Any problems with the
Schabusiness'
extraction at
phone.
all?
No.
Thinking about that.
With regards to
Holy shit.
doing the extraction, is it such that sometimes the date might be off or the time might be off?
Usually the dates are accurate when they're set for the correct date and time, UTC -6 or 5, depending on the time zone we're in. That's adjusted in the program.
Okay. And the program that you use was Celebrate?
Correct.
After you, when you get the data, then do you put it on a separate zip drive or something, or what? How do you do that?
It goes on a shared drive that all detectives can access.
Okay. On the Fred computer?
No, these are not performed on the Fred computer.
Okay. So how would Detective Liberta then access this information?
So the original extraction is saved on a Synology that only I have access to in my office. And then that's where the original dump goes in the extraction. And then that UFDR file that I create from that Celebrate Physical Analyzer software, then I can send that to a shared drive that all detectives have access to. So that would be where Detective Liberta accessed the UFDR file.
And then this information, this data, is it stored at the police department?
It is, yes.
Where is it stored?
Permanently stored on a Synology in my office.
Okay.
Yeah, how many
And then if someone
terabytes
wants
you
to
got
look
in
at
it?
it, they have to go through you?
Correct, unless they can access the UFDR file that was created and put on that shared drive.
Is there any way that information, that data that you extracted Could it be tampered with or lost or misplaced somehow?
Not the original extraction that I save in my office, but the UFDR file could be deleted if a detective wanted to delete it for some reason or move it to another folder on that drive. But they can't actually manipulate any data in the program, like switch a text message, date or time, something like that.
Did anything like that happen?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And then you were talking about on these screen captures. Is it kind of like taking a screenshot of something where you want to capture like maybe a text message or picture or something like that?
Very similar, yes. I use that Celebrate 4 PC program, which basically has a screen capture function built right in, which will capture the entire screen of the phone when you basically click a photograph button on the program.
And then you said something about parsing data correctly. What do you mean by that?
I just verify, like you said, the dates and times match up. If for some reason Facebook Messenger didn't parse and I need to go through and take screenshots of that, I would note that and go into that application and create those screen captures.
Okay. And so your sole role is just to extract the data, get it to the detective so they can analyze the information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, man. You can step down.
Yeah, thank you, Nicola. Definitely. Use promo code NOSE on Field of Greens.
State's next witness.
The state calls Jenna Luberta.
Okay, if you want to step up over here then, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, Luberda.
Okay, Mr. Lozay, the witness is yours.
Good afternoon, Ms. Luberta.
Good afternoon.
Are you currently employed in law enforcement at the present time?
I am not.
And had you previously been a law enforcement officer?
I was, yes.
The decision to no longer be in law enforcement, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
It was.
And
Nope.
talk to me about your previous
Fired.
law enforcement experience.
Sure. I started as a dispatcher actually in 2007. In 2011, I was sworn in as a police officer at the Green Bay Police Department, where I served for 12 years.
And what roles did you have with the Green Bay Police Department?
I started as a patrol officer, was there for 7 years, and then I moved to the detective division for almost 5 years, just shy, and then I left as a lieutenant on the afternoon shift patrol.
Were you working as a investigator with the Green Bay Police Department in February of 2022?
Yes.
And as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department in February 23rd of 2022, did you assist in a homicide investigation involving the decedent Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
What was your initial role in that investigation?
My initial role was to go to the place where the suspect in this case was apprehended, and there was a van involved,
And?
basically take ownership of the van and everything that happened with the
Oh,
van.
okay. All right. Gotcha.
And the location, was that on Eastman Avenue?
Yes,
And when you arrived, did you ultimately go to that scene on Eastman Avenue?
I did.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
I observed several other officers there. I observed the van in question, and that was pretty much it. It was pretty much just calm by the time I got there. It was just the van and other patrol officers.
So I'll be right back. Lady Raggets needs something.
And what did you do to conduct further analysis or investigation relative to that van?
I've received information that the van was involved prior to me getting there, so I knew that there may be potential evidence in the van and that we needed to secure that evidence. So I returned to the police department to write a search warrant.
Did
for
you
the van.
ultimately obtain a search warrant for
I
the
did,
van?
yes.
You know who the registered owner of the van was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Scott Tome.
THOMS?
Correct.
And once you got the warrant for the van, what did you do?
Once I got the warrant for the van, I returned to the Eastman address and I called the city contracted wrecker or towing company. And then we towed the van to our evidence storage unit on Broadway Street in the city of Green Bay.
Did either you or another member of the Green Bay Police Department follow the towing company as it brought the van to the storage facility?
Yes, myself and Detective Bray.
When you arrived at the Green Bay storage facility, what did you do?
We put the van into the secured area of the storage or the evidence unit and we left.
And what did you return at some point in time to that van?
Yes, around 3:30 in the afternoon.
Why was there the delay between dropping the van off and then returning later?
Yeah, we knew that there were potential body parts in the van, and the forensic pathologist was currently at the home, and we wanted to wait for him to go into the van.
So then when you returned about 3:30 in the afternoon, did you have contact with the forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And what happened at that point?
At that point, our forensic unit started taking pictures and swabs of the outside of the van, and then we opened up the hatch or the back of the van, and the forensic pathologist took some items out of the van. We didn't discover anything in the back, but then we went to a box behind the driver's seat where he located body parts.
And who was taking the lead in terms of actually removing items from the van and then having contact with the human remains?
The forensic pathologist, Vincent Tranquita.
What was your role on that scene at that time?
I was observing.
And the forensic unit was present and photographing?
Yes, sorry. The forensic unit was processing the van, yes.
Once the forensic unit and the forensic pathologist had an opportunity to complete their search of the van, what did you do?
I talked with the doctor and he told me that he believed that all
I
of
object, that's hearsay.
I wasn't asking specifically for what anyone told you. What did you do with the van afterwards?
So the question's withdrawn. Go ahead and ask your next question, Mr. Lozay.
the forensic unit finished processing the van and we left.
In addition to processing the van on the scene, did you subsequently have a further role with respect to this investigation?
I did.
And what was that?
Lady Rackets needed help finding
I
something
looked
that I
through
knew where it was.
One of the cell phones that was located at the Eastman Avenue address, I believe belonged to Taylor Schabusiness.
Now, when you say you looked through the cell phone, did you look through the device itself?
I did not.
What did you review?
Our computer forensics person who was in here just before me downloaded the phone to what's called the UDRF file, and then we're able to view the contents of the phone that way.
And is using that type of, they call it a UFED report, is that something that you review regularly in the course of your duties as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost every day.
So you're familiar with reviewing those reports and then locating the information that might be of interest in an investigation?
Yes.
And is that what you were asked to do with respect to a phone that was believed to belong to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
What sorts of things were you looking for when you reviewed the extraction of that device using the computer forensic program?
I was looking for search history on the internet. I was looking for photographs. I was looking for phone calls, text messages, messaging application chats, things of that nature.
Did you notice anything of evidentiary value?
There was some search history that I found interesting, like internet searches that I found interesting. Yes.
And what was that?
There was searches, things of like.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Relevancy. I mean, searches on the phone, people search, research, look at all kinds of different things.
What's in there?
Argue that some of these
how
things
to dispose of a dead boyfriend that I killed in a meth bender?
I overrule the objection. You can go ahead and answer the question, ma'am.
Things such as flaming pentagram, Jeffrey Dahmer.
None of this is relevant.
Things like that. KKK, I believe, was one of them.
Oh yeah, of course it was. It's definitely more prejudicial than probative. What does this
Detective,
prove about the
do you know,
crime?
did you note the dates and times of the respective searches that you believe are relevant
It was around the time of the homicide,
in the days shortly before?
in the days shortly before, yes.
And do you recall when you reviewed that, did you prepare a report regarding your observations?
I did.
If you were able to review your report, might that refresh your recollection as to the specific searches and the dates and times of those searches?
It would.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 98. Can you review that document?
Grifty, I'll read your super chat in a second. It's got to be close to done.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Exhibit 98. I know it's Detective Liberta's details. It's 2 pages. But there are dates going back to December 12th of 2022, and we're talking about an alleged incident on 2/22 or 2/23 of 2022. So I've got an issue with that. I'm also going to reserve a motion outside the presence of the jury.
Pam Ronning says, Bronca, that's what they all say.
I think all she's been asked is to review the report.
Kristen S says, I'm going to make my dinner and my crack pat tonight. Blind Press says, I sent you an Instagram DM. Okay. Grifty says, Nick, I just want to say congrats to Dalton Barrett for becoming my first mod ever. Hope I can be half the mod he is one day.
So, thank you.
I'm going to reserve those objections.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Luberta, does reviewing that report refresh your recollection as to the nature of some of the searches that you observed on the extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's phone?
Yes.
And specifically as it relates to February 12th of 2022 and February 13th of 2022, did you note anything, was there anything noteworthy with respect to searches?
Objection relevancy to that question.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Luis Cuevas says, was the swab a
Jeffrey Dahmer.
French fry? Yep. Oh, she searched
And then
Jeffrey Dahmer?
She searched cadaver definition, Jeff Boyardee, blow-up doll customized face.
In particular, Jeffrey Dahmer.
Let's focus on
did
that
you
last
note that there
one.
were several searches that were related to Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Can you repeat your question?
You guys
Were there
keep
several
asking and
searches
she's
related to
taking a
Jeffrey
bite.
Dahmer and other items on the
She's
device that
into
were
it.
consistent with Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
What other portions of the extraction also showed an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
There was a, I wrote another search warrant for her Gmail account, the Google account.
Wasn't the Dahmer show
Bigger
coming
search
out
for me
around
to
that
get more
time?
information. It's stored on the cloud.
It's
And
one of
in
the most
that-
popular shows in the U.S.
in
at the
that
time,
extraction of
again.
that information, there were more references to Jeffrey Dahmer and searches for Jeffrey Dahmer, pictures.
Prep for this
Things of
witness
that
was say
nature.
Jeffrey
On the,
Dahmer as
on
much
the
as
device
possible.
itself, did you also locate photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Broly Power Maximum says she's a mom. Defense attempts to brainwash jury with repetition. Too bad it means absolutely nothing of value anymore. Child is.
You know what a device screenshot is?
Yeah. Yes.
What does that term generally mean?
A screenshot is where you take a shot of the screen, basically a copy of the screen.
A shot of the
And
screen?
do you know if there
Hold
were
on, let me get my
screenshots that were
glass.
prepared
Let
in
me
this
take a
case
shot
by,
of the screen. Hold on,
Analyst
here we go.
Danowski,
Let me.
for purpose of your analysis?
Yes,
And did you review those screenshots as well?
I did.
And in reviewing those screenshots, were there
Yes, I'm
also
still
several
doing a
mentions
night
of
show tonight, guys.
Dahmer and Dahmer related interest?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, there were.
Got some
Was this just, a one-off, one or two
Stuff going
photos, or
on.
were there several photographs?
Same objection relevancy.
All right, here's my shot of a screen.
There were several.
Now, you mentioned that you subsequently did a search for information, a search warrant for information from Google. Can you talk about the process you utilized to do that?
Yes, so from the device itself, we could find out how many Gmail accounts that she had. And there was a total of 5. So from those 5 Gmail accounts, we can write a warrant to Google for more information that's not technically stored on the phone, but in the cloud.
And did you draft such a warrant?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately, did you obtain a warrant from the court for that search?
Yes, I did.
Did Google subsequently respond to your warrant and provide information from those Gmail accounts?
Yes.
And what happened then when you received the information from Google?
I was able, so Google provides it in a way that's hard to figure out. So Analyst Danowski is able to put it into the same computer program to allow us to look at that information.
And once you then reviewed the information in the program, do you know the name of the program?
It's the same one that you did.
The Celebrate, the UFED reader?
Celebrate, yes.
Okay. When you reviewed the information in Celebrate, were you able to find similar information regarding an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer on the Google search?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
What is the relevance of Jeffrey Dahmer to this crime? None. There is
Do you know,
none.
does
It's so
Celebrate
frustrating.
give you
This
the
shit
opportunity
is
to
so
parse out certain
prejudicial,
relevant things and generate a
irrelevant,
report
complete bullshit.
that only includes certain items that are of interest to the person creating the report?
Yes.
Are you familiar with those reports from Celebrate that allow you to do that?
Yes, I am.
Like, did she search for Jeffrey Dahmer during the time of death? Something like that, maybe? Or did she search for Jeffrey Dahmer incidental to the Netflix release and popularity? She's also in Wisconsin, where Jeffrey Dahmer lived. Come on now. Like, you can't. This is the shit I hate. They do this all the time. They did it to that weird James Fields guy, the guy who drove the car and in Charlotte's. The Charlotte protests in North Carolina or whatever, where he ran into a car that ran into a fat lady. They're like, well, he texted his mom a picture of Hitler. Okay. Like, that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not he intentionally drove his car into a white woman. That shit is so annoying. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Bob in the Zona says, my 2 favorite bromosexuals back together. Hugs and kisses, Bronca and Rackets. Thank you. Fred Jabooby says, knife check. Mine is actually, it's not actually at my desk. I took it upstairs to open some boxes. I don't know where my second one is either. That could be hiding. I don't know. No knife right now. Adam says that witness looked like she knew a thing or two about pegging. Bad weather biker Andrew, are you on an Edelweiss tour? Jason Jones says her and the Ginger Cop need to start an OnlyFans page together. Stop it. Timothy Tincliffe. Let's go to lawofselfdefense.com today and enjoy the latest self-defense news and analysis from Attorney Bronca as he guides you through real-life scenarios that brought victims of attack to court. Danconi Copper, Quentin Tarantino was the perfect fit to be the judge in this gory, lustful trial. Over on locals, we've got Corny Buttknuckle says, my court appearances would go way differently if I could say semen and dildo this much. Fire PA says, rest in peace, Bronny James's future NBA career. He also says, we all know Camelot 331 is going to smash pissers with Officer Ginger and make stomach pancakes for her. R-Ball 716 currently serving on a grand jury. All I've learned is
Your
so
Honor,
long
I'm gonna
as
object to these three
they make
exhibits and the photograph. Could we argue these, please, outside the presence of the jury? I think it's crucial.
Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 20 minutes to 5. I think I'm going to excuse you for the afternoon.
yay, sweet.
And I'm going to ask that you be in the jury room tomorrow morning, no later than 8:30. I'm going to give you that instruction again that I've given you before. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by blog, email, text message, Twitter, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this case, and if anyone does so, despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving.
There's probably going to be an argument, so don't leave yet because they're going to have a motion or they're going to argue over this evidence once the jury's gone.
In this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that the jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has a reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, have a good evening. All rise for the jury.
While we wait for the jury to leave, let me talk about something real quick. It is cbdistillery.com. They're giving a Rumble exclusive offer, and it's incredible. Right now, you can get up to 50% off everything if you use promo code Rumble. They have CBD products. They have THC products. They deliver them right to your door. Choose from a range of carefully formulated CBD and other plant-based solutions for relaxation, stress, sleep, and pain after physical activity, even mood and focus. Look, here, we'll get back to this.
Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that the state
I'll finish that up later.
Intends to offer 3 exhibits. I'll take the easy one first. One is a photograph of my client, Taylor Schabusiness, either laying on a bed or sitting. And then there's a phone next to her, and the phone has a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on her phone. So they're together. We all know that Jeffrey Dahmer was the worst serial killer in Wisconsin history.
Maybe.
There are a lot of negative memories and thoughts and commentary. People watch that trial on TV with Attorney Boyle and Attorney Wendy Patrikas.
He seems
in
very
Milwaukee
personally
County.
invested in this.
The state is trying to link my client with Jeffrey Dahmer by offering these
Yes,
exhibits.
absolutely
Additionally,
they are.
the other Celebrate
Absolutely they are.
exhibits that Mr. Lassay wishes to produce and proffer to the court as an exhibit are, could I see those please again? They
I mean, the fact that the judge
contain
allowed that shit to go on is nonsense.
references to satanic Bible, flaming pentagram, Satan, Jeff Boyardee,
Jeff
Jeffrey Dahmer,
Boyardee? Is that Jeffrey
cadaver
Dahmer?
definition,
Is that a pseudonym for him because
Jeffrey
he
Dahmer's
cooks
butt,
the food? That's funny. Jeffrey Dahmer's butt.
Jeffrey
She's
Dahmer
looking-
walking.
She's looking for the
in all
guy who
sexy in
played
court.
him. The guy who played Tate in American Horror Story because they made Jeffrey Dahmer sexy.
Rare Jeffrey Dahmer GIF, GIF, and things of that sort. And some of these items,
Because she knows that she's looking for the
search
fucking
items
TV show.
date from 2/19 of 2022, going back to 2/6 of 2022. And I would argue that although 2019 of 2022 is fairly close in time to the alleged incident, the other ones are not. But I would argue that this information is highly prejudicial, and any probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I believe, and I would argue on behalf of my client, that if this information comes in, she's going to be painted in the worst light possible, with probably, maybe, the worst killer in human history. And I
mean,
don't
let's
believe that
not
that is
let's
fair,
not
but the court has
overstate
to make that
things.
call.
I think
But I'm just
Dahmer's the
making the
worst
arguments on
killer
her
in human
behalf. I don't
history.
think
But he's
it's
a bad
necessarily
dude,
relevant.
obviously.
There is other information here that the state can rely on, but they do not need to go down this road. This is going to be a trial within a trial. It's going to create a sideshow. This is not the Jeffrey Dahmer case. It is not. This is different. The other Celebrite extraction report also contains various pictures of what is reported to be Jeffrey Dahmer. And it seems like there are 27 data files here. Some of them, my client, they're little thumbnail pictures here. But if the jury sees this, I have a concern that they're going to immediately think that my client is in that category, just like him. I don't know, but I think it's unduly prejudicial. I think it's unfair. And I would ask that the court consider these arguments on her behalf, that this information not come in. I don't believe it's necessarily relevant. People do searches on the internet all the time. People do dumb things. They search for weird things. They search for odd things. But I don't see how this is even relevant to what we're talking about in this particular case. And I'd argue that the court at least consider an oral motion from me for a mistrial, because the state is going into this issue of Jeffrey
Drew
Dahmer,
Dastardly,
going down this road.
he's not bringing
to try and
Dahmer into
paint her
this.
in the
The
worst
state
light
is
possible
because he
and
was
create a
search history on
sideshow.
her phone. But they haven't shown
So
how
I'd
the
ask that
search
you
history of
consider a
Dahmer
motion for
is
mistrial, because
related
this information has already
to
come in.
this
Thank you very much.
particular crime.
Mr. Lizette.
Your Honor, I think the information is relevant. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Schabusiness intended to engage in this conduct, that she intended to kill Shad Thyrion, that she intended to dismember his body. Her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer is relevant to this case.
It is not relevant.
I assume is going to argue either that she didn't intend to do this, or certainly is going to argue in the second phase of the trial.
Because
that
I've
she had
searched
some
out
sort
and
of
read
mental
about
illness
tons
that
of
caused her to
serial
do this.
killers.
The
None of
state's
that would be
position
related
clearly
in
is that
any
no,
way
she
to
did
an
this because she
accusation of a
wanted to do
crime
this.
for
This
me.
is something that interests her. Frankly, we haven't seen her interview yet, but I anticipate that her interview is going to be consistent with that this is something that interested her, that she liked what she did in this case. And her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer and the things that he did and the awful things that Attorney Freilich talked about, her interest in him is relevant to that point. It suggests that she had an interest in these things. It is not something that was done
She had an interest in
solely
what?
because of the methamphetamine, or
Seducing-
was done as an accident, or was some
like
sort of reckless
having
behavior.
gay sex with gay men and
or that
chopping them up,
was the
saving
result of a
portions of
mental
them and
illness.
eating them.
It's the state's position that she did so because she was interested in that. And for that reason, these things are highly relevant.
No, Chaotic Frosty, long before I became a lawyer,
see the
man.
photo. Can I see the photo?
You can.
Also, literally, Jeffrey Dahmer around that time has a
Your Honor,
major
I would ask
national
that you
Netflix
consider
show.
taking a look at the two Celebrite documents as well, because they've got thumbnail photos on them.
So we'll mark all of these so we know what we're speaking of. Any particular preference?
Is there a difference in your mind if she searched it one time or 1,000 times? No, not with the show. You have to show me why her searches at that time are linked to a murder at a different time.
Cellbrite report, the extraction
MLS
report,
Law Show, they
noting
brought in the cell phone recovery person who testified that her search history had Jeffrey Dahmer, flaming pentagram, satanic church, extremely prejudicial, nothing to do with this case, by the way. So fucking frustrating. The show is 7 months later. When was it announced?
So, Mr. Lizet, your reference to Mr. Business having an interest in this kind of thing.
Show has nothing to do with this case. Get your dates right.
Motive?
I think it is. I mean, I do think that it is motive evidence because it's suggestive of the fact that once she went down this road, that she enjoyed this and that she did this for her own pleasure and out of her own curiosity and interest. Which again, I think we haven't seen the interview yet, but there are several statements within the interview that are consistent with that. And I would note the court has seen the video. The court has had the benefit of seeing the interview. Has not been presented to the jury.
Your Honor, I believe that my client also told Detective Groff that they were buddies. I believe my client told Detective Groff that Mr. Shad Thyrion and her were buddies.
Okay, how does that go to what I'm looking at here? I agree with you. I think she did tell him that. I recall her saying that. How does that go to this, though, Mr. Fraley?
Well, the state is trying to talk about intent to kill and that she wanted to do this and all of that. I'm letting the court know that these two people were friends. They were buddies.
I'm just saying an interest in one of the most prominent serial killers in United States history, maybe even world history, does not mean that she that has anything to do with the crime. It's the state's burden to show how the evidence is relevant to the crime. And I'm saying, well, she looked up Jeffrey Dahmer, therefore she wanted to kill her boyfriend. I mean, it's just a stretch to me. It pretty much does. What are you talking about? Have you never looked up a serial killer ever? Or anything bad? Anything bad ever? Because if you look up anything that could be a crime somewhere, you must be planning to do it. Like, it doesn't make sense.
So I'm having a little bit of a difficult time. I'm looking at Exhibit 99. That one seems pretty straightforward as far as...
Yeah, jury's not here for this right now. But the jury
column
was up there when they brought up the
I can see
search
what appears
results.
to be
And again,
dates
what does a flaming pentagram have to do with this murder?
Exhibit
Were there
100,
satanic
it may be on
symbolisms
here,
going
but I'm
on
not
at
letting
the murder site or anything like that?
The only date I'm
No,
seeing
hasn't been shown. What's the relevance? It's
appears to be
entirely
the extraction
prejudicial.
date, although I don't know that. They're all dated March 8 of 2022, which is after this event. So I guess I'm concerned that I'm not reading this correctly, because I want to make sure that I address all the issues that Mr. Freilich has brought up, including timing. I mean, if we're talking about
And these
something
searches
that,
are
for
after
example, one of the events that I noticed on here appears to have an older date, but maybe you can address that for me. Before I let you move on Exhibit 100, page 3 at the top, I see under metadata title it says capture time October 22nd, 2013. I can only assume that that's the date that it was uploaded onto the internet as opposed to the date that she was looking at it, but I don't know those things from looking at this.
Correct. And I think through the witness, we would anticipate eliciting testimony that those pictures appeared to have been captured by Ms. Schabusiness on February 12th of 2022. I think the date listed on the phone is the last date in which that photo was modified, which actually I think is probably the date Google received the preservation letter. That seems to be most consistent with that March 8th of 2022 date. So I think certainly the state would have to provide some additional information through the witnesses to clarify the date. But I believe that the officer's own report indicates that when she looked at those same pictures on the phone, they were part of those screenshots, device screenshots, that those were largely viewed on February 12th of 2022. And then the Google warrant just sort of confirmed the information that was seen on the screenshots.
We have no guarantee of that, Your Honor. It's confusing as to what date these items were downloaded, what dates they really pertain to.
See, she
And then,
apparently
Mr.
searched
Lezay,
for this
when I look
stuff
at Exhibit
after the murder.
99, I'm looking at, various, what I'll call searches. When I look at page 2 of 99, the Jeffrey Dahmer references seem to commence at item 14. Above that, there's references to other things. I'm particularly interested in your assertion as to relevance of searches about Satanic Bible online. I see that specific search once. The next, that's number item 1. Item 2 is Satanic Bible. It's a different search, but it's similar. Item 3, Flaming Pentagram.
What do these have to do with the crime? Nothing but prejudice.
Shows her prurient interest that this is an intentional act.
Her prurient interest? Learn your fucking terms.
That's completely speculative, Your Honor. I mean, people have a right under the Constitution, First Amendment, to look at things.
Yes.
I just don't see the relevance here for that.
I think for that same reason, it's also not terribly prejudicial.
By the way,
frankly, the
prurient interests are
largest concern
entirely
is the
sexual in
Dahmer
nature.
information. I think
Satanic
that's
Bible,
the
Flaming
most
Pentagram.
relevant. I think the cadaver definition search was also
Cadaver
somewhat relevant, and it shows her
definition?
interest in death and corpses, which
Oh, death and
part
corpses.
of the
That's
mutilation
right.
of this body, the defleshing and the things that happened to Shad after he died, I think are consistent with that. highly
Guys, they have a
unusual
slam
interest in
dunk
things
case.
like
Why
death and
do
cadavers
this?
and things that Jeffrey Dahmer did.
Well, here's what I'm gonna rule. First of all, I do think that searches. First of all, it's been referenced by counsel that obviously Jeffrey Dahmer is a unusual figure in the history of this state, and certainly the acts perpetrated by him were difficult for the community to comprehend, and he's again a very unusual figure, and I think the public has a general sense of what that individual is about because he received a great deal of publicity. I'm looking here and I see from looking at these reports, there was a great deal of interest demonstrated in that. And I think that's relevant. I do. So I'm satisfied that regarding the references to him, that's appropriate testimony. I'm not as satisfied as to some of these other items. I see 2 searches for Satanic Bible references. Looks like 3 for Satan. Looks like 2 perhaps
Insane.
for
Insane.
pentagram, and I'm not necessarily satisfied that those particular searches relate to anything particular in this case, other than to make someone look bad. And that's not what this case is to be about.
I
So
mean,
I'm
that's what
satisfied
all of
that
them are
regarding
for,
Exhibit
Judge. Don't be
99,
dumb.
those references aren't relevant. What can you tell me, Mr. Lezay, about the Jeff Boyardee?
That's actually a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on a can. So it's sort of a meme that involves Jeffrey Dahmer. I think the picture is actually in the other exhibit. It's probably very small.
Meme.
So I'm
but
going to find that's relevant based upon that representation. At the same
A
time,
meme of Jeffrey
I wanna
Dahmer
make
makes
sure
it
that
more
before
likely
we
that she's
start
trying to
tomorrow,
commit an evil act of
that we
murder.
hear a witness regarding timeframes, because I want to make sure that there's a relevant time frame for this testimony. So I'm going to permit the limited testimony that I've indicated. I'm going to allow then exhibits 99, 100, and I'm going to allow 101 as well. I think it's relevant. However, exhibit 99, I don't want any reference from the witness to the
Hope you guys never look up a
9
meme and then get
items.
accused of something.
The other items, including the cadaver definition, I'm going to permit. I think those are relevant to this case as well. I have not delved as deeply into 100, but the ruling is going to be the same. It looks like photographs. Mr. Lezay referenced earlier that he believes the reference to Jeff Boyardee may be, the photos may be in the other exhibit. That is, the references in 99 may have the photos in 100. And I believe I see that at item 8 on 100.
if I recall correctly, I think all of the photos in that exhibit in 90, is it 99 or 100 that has the photos? I think all the photos are Dahmer related.
All right. I'm going to allow those those references in.
Your Honor.
I see item 15 there. I don't know what
The
that's.
best part about these types of
can't read
issues
it.
is
It
they're
looks like
really
some
hard
sort
to
of
appeal
text on page
because the
3 of
judges
exhibit
get a lot of
100.
deference in making the on the field relevance
I'll reserve rulings. Particularly on that. And when I say ruling on it, I'm authorizing these exhibits to be testified to the extent that I've already authorized, and not any further than that. And the only real issue is,
See you, Rita.
what will be redacted if this for some reason goes to the jury, and what the witness will be allowed to testify.
I'm not pulling
For
up the meme.
example,
I'll get
I
accused of
referenced
murder.
item 15 and 100. I don't know what that is. So I'm going to want to know what that is before she's permitted to testify about it. So that's the ruling. But Mr. Freilich, you had something else you wanted to add. Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to clarify and make sure I understand, Your Honor, that the meme, it's a meme. It says Jeff Boyardee. I looked at it. Are you saying that can come in? I would argue and ask the court to reconsider not allowing that in because it's a meme. There's all kinds of memes out there, and it really doesn't mean anything.
Well, except that if it's a Jeffrey Dahmer meme, I think it comes under the ruling that I made. So,
If you want something retarded, there you go.
and that's I observed that in item 8 on exhibit 100. I see that meme, but here's what I'll indicate, Mr. Freilich. There's going to be a brief voir dire of this witness tomorrow morning, and I'll give you a chance to ask about that. Okay.
Oh yeah, that'll be great.
I'll certainly rule further on it. At this time, I'm ruling that those are coming in, but I'll hear from you after the voir dire portion.
Okay, Your Honor, and I totally respect the court's ruling and all of that, but I'd like to make another motion, and that would be that I think it's exhibit 101 with the picture of my client and the phone with a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone.
would the court consider excluding that on grounds that it's really duplicitous? If the Celebrite, text references of Jeffrey Dahmer are going to come in, then why do we need to have that picture of her with the phone? Because it's a phone. It's just a picture of him on a phone. I can understand all of these arguments, but I would argue that picture, the actual picture, would be not necessarily relevant, and it would be duplicitous. I think the jury would get it, if the other stuff comes in. So thank you.
Mr. Lezay, any response to that?
Your Honor, I think for the same reasons that the court had noted earlier regarding photographs, I think sometimes photographs are just a more powerful way of being able to view that than simply a description. And
yes,
I
he
think
means
particularly
duplicative.
Seeing the smile on Ms. Schabusiness's face as she's next to Jeffrey Dahmer, I think is relevant and admissible. And I'm not offering to publish all of the other photographs that are specifically listed in there. We selected one photograph to be able to publish, essentially.
For the, first of all, I see that.
Catch you later, Bacardi
I
Batman.
believe that Exhibit 101 is different than Exhibits 99 and 100 for this reason. 99 and 100 demonstrate searches, an interest in getting information about and learning more about, and spending some of your time thinking about a particular individual. Exhibit 101 communicates
Thought
something
crime,
different,
baby.
and I'm satisfied that it's an appropriate exhibit to receive into evidence for the reasons that have been set out here. I think demonstrating that interest in this individual, nothing else, it demonstrates the interest that she had in this kind of behavior. But in addition, I think, and I referenced it earlier, when the word interest is used, I think that is a motive concept. And for those reasons, I'm going to admit that. Mr. Freilich, your objections are duly noted. And what I want to do is I'd like to ask the state to see if you can get that witness here by 8:15 so we can start that voir dire process before the jury comes in, because if I understand how things work, we'll probably run past 8:30 with that, and the jury will be waiting for us. So if we can get that witness here by 8:15 to start that process. Okay, so I've ruled on those issues, and you can agree or disagree with them, but those are the rulings I made. Anything else for the record this evening, Mr. Saunders?
No, I don't believe so.
Mr. Freilich, anything else for this evening?
Your Honor, I'd ask respectfully if the state could give me a copy of Exhibits 99, 100, and 101, and then I'd like a copy of the exhibit that's going to be presented to the court with the redactions.
Okay. Well, as far as redactions go, I think my ruling, I'm not going to take pen in hand this evening and make those redactions. What I can tell you is, Mr. Lezay, were you intending on publishing 99 and 100 to the jury in their entirety?
No.
Okay.
No.
So the redactions
How
will
much?
occur if it goes to the jury. It's not going to be published to the jury, so I don't think we need to take pen in hand. They're not going to be testified about at all. But so the redactions I'm ordering that these exhibits can only be testified to the extent that I haven't prohibited the references that I made, and that's specifically on page 1 of Exhibit 99, items 1 through 9. So again, I'm not going to take a black marker. So when you ask for a redacted version, you're not going to get it. If it comes to the jury requesting for it, and then we argue whether they should get it at all, if I order that it goes to the jury, then that would be redacted and there would be a use of a black pen, Mr. Freilich.
I understand. Your Honor,
Yes.
I did reserve that motion. I'd make a motion for mistrial because the state went off on this tangent sideshow of Jeffrey Dahmer. Ask you to consider that.
He's not going to
It's
grant the
relevant and
mistrial.
admissible information.
He just admitted it. He's not going to grant your mistrial. Ask for him to do it on a
Satisfied.
written
So,
motion.
Mr. Freilich, I appreciate the motion. I'm satisfied that the ruling that I've made today, first of all, I'm satisfied that the
Should have asked to file a
exhibits that
motion
I'm
on
receiving
paper
are
about
relevant.
it.
And so I'm not going to.
For motion for reconsideration and the mistrial on paper is what he should have done.
Short of that,
Because his arguments in court
nothing
weren't
else has been
great.
testified to. So I've ordered that some of these items in here I don't believe are relevant, and I believe to bring them in. For example, searches for Satanic Bible online. I think those are more prejudicial than probative. Those references, and so I've indicated I'm going to exclude those references, and so they haven't been testified to about yet. So I'm not going to grant a mistrial on those grounds because no one's referenced them yet. Other than there was one reference made. I will note that there was one reference briefly made to that, but it was in a very offhanded summary kind of a fashion. The point is, I don't want any further references made to how many searches that occurred for those type, the pentagram, Satanic Bible, anything of that nature, Satan. There's no more need to go into
Already
that.
done.
There was a brief reference made to it. I'm satisfied that isn't the ground for a mistrial.
Right next to Jeffrey Dahmer.
I'm not going to let further inquiry be made regarding that. So, Mr. Freilich, your motion is denied, but it's duly noted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Then with that, we are concluded for the evening. We'll see you at 8:15 tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
All righty. Well, we got a couple chats to deal with here, and then we'll wrap up the show. But let me finish this real quick. Again, so this is cbdistillery.com. Look, they have CBD and Delta 8, Delta 9 THC products. They deliver them to your door where it's legal. They're not available in Idaho, Iowa, and South Dakota. But they do. They have these things. Look, I have used the CBD, the nighttime sleeping gummies. Amazing. Knock your ass right out. They have a tincture that you can put under your tongue for just general well-being and pain relief and stuff like that. They extract healing. God damn it. They extract healing plant compounds and vital nutrients for your whole body. No artificial colors, flavors, preservatives, or sweeteners, just 100% clean ingredients. It's a Rumble sale next couple days. 50% off cbdistillery.com. Promo code is Rumble. All right, guys, check them out. It's a good product. If you like CBD and THC products, if you don't like CBD and THC products, it's not for you. But if you do, go check them out. Okay, let's hit these last chats and then we'll wrap up the show. Thanks for watching with me. Yes, there will be a show tonight. There will be a night show tonight, and we'll see you guys there. Nick Like the Soup says they mentioned the dates for the Dahmer searches were 219 and sooner. Murder was 222. Relevance is inspiration. Again, I don't know that they've ever hammered out specifically when she searched for them. There's some conflicting dates there, but I'm curious when it was. Again, if it's not the night of the murder, I think you really immediately start to lose any sort of relevance. Red One 777 says, Wisconsin, after the HIT murder case of Chandler Halderson, HIT murder case of Chandler Halderson, we present to you a sequel led by a female, more blood, mystery, and inclusive semen, butt stuff, rough sex, woke, sequel always sucks. Let's see. Adam says that witness looks like, I read that one. Let's see. Are only serving on a grand jury, and all I've learned so far is they make it seem like the person's bad. Everyone just votes to indict because we're not deciding guilt, and they could have done it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it. Also says, yet when my cousin was tased 12 times while handcuffed, hands and feet, they failed to indict. Feel like the DA left out some info for the grand jury. No. Medieval Syphilis says, add Schabusiness to the Dream Blunt rotation. Adam says, this defense attorney sucks at arguing. He sure kind of seems to, doesn't he? Bobby says, Ricada Law Shad or anyone else could have looked up this stuff on her phone. Who knows? And who knows what context she looked it up in? I mean, she can address it on if she testifies, right? But there is no actual link between those searches and what happened. Maybe she says in an interview, "Wow, I looked up Jeffrey Dahmer because I wanted to know how to do it." Other than that, where you getting it? EA Cowden says death by sexual misadventure. He also says, "Your Honor, I moved to impeach this witness on account of him being a moron." Also says, "Because I really always knew that my little crime would be cold. That's why I got a heater for your thighs." El Gonzo says, "Redheads, women are proof God exists." He also says, "More like I want to get my DNA in Officer Mommy." You better stop. He says, "Rekieta Law caught literally red-handed." And he also says, "Rekieta Law, speaking of insanity, I recently rented a new room. At this place, there's the tastiest little thing already living there. Now my family wants me to pursue her, but I think that's rather insane, as I doubt most women would want to be hit on at their own house." Thoughts? Be real careful with that one. That's something that should develop naturally, if it develops at all. Hitting on someone like the sort of pickup game on a roommate seems weird to me, but I don't know. I never lived with a female roommate until I was married, you know. This guy says, "Nick just heard today state will be bringing in the financial crimes tomorrow and possibly even the throat case." And he also says, "Call me Ray Charles because I can't hear shit." All right, guys. That is the show for today on YouTube and on Rumble. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll be back for day 3 tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. Central Time. Also, I will have a night show tonight. It may not be a full 3 hours. We might try to keep it down to about 2 to 2.5. We'll see. I'm not sure what the topics will be, but we'll find some good stuff. I've been keeping up with some things, so I just got to pick some stuff to do. So we'll see you guys there. Have a good night. Peace. Peace. Where's my thing?
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have.